Do you know what we're here for?
Equal parts. Oh my gosh.
Illegal.
Help! I'm being repressed!
That's too much, man!
Come on! What?
Not gonna do it. Wouldn't be prudent at this juncture.
It's a bold strategy, Cotton. Let's see if it pays off for him.
Aren't I a good guy?
In the Ice Age, how much taxes did people pay?
Follow the rich way, man.
I'm staying in the race.
Your name, please?
A fucking bitch.
Oh, girl, baby girl.
Supercalifragilisticexpialidocious, bitch.
There's no point in you betraying your future self to gratify your present self. It's a stupid game.
There's no point in you betraying your future self to gratify your present self. It's a stupid game.
When I go into the dry cleaner, that dry cleaning place becomes holy.
I cannot believe how people come for you already. I don't know if you know this.
Phrasing.
Oh, another curve. Interest. It's just crazy enough to what? Yeah.
for having that thought.
This is from 12 Rules for Life.
I don't want reality.
What you talking about?
Break now.
China. China!
Rid of the Second Amendment?
Donald Trump spent a lot of quality time with my wife.
Don't be creepy.
Welcome to the Resistance.
Climate and everything are the same word.
A what now?
It's science.
Don't worry about it, little Marco.
Gentlemen.
Awful, awful, awful. Weak, weak, weak.
I feel like I'm taking crazy pill.
Cacao?
Boxes full of Pepe!
Well, first of all, some of the things that I say will be incorrect.
Winter is coming.
Cyclone Cheeto.
Immediately, if not sooner.
Here we are. Damn it. Why are we starting this way? This is very annoying to me. Do not do this, please. Thank you. Very good. Good job. Great job. Okay. Take two. Here we are once again. Floating somewhere between Earth and space, trying to figure it all out. It's a beautiful Saturday evening in space and on Earth, at least in some places. Can't speak for all of them. We got a hell of a lot to talk about here, Space Spam, so I suppose we gotta get right to it. As always, don't forget to buckle that seatbelt. Otherwise, you might go floating off into that deep, dark void. Whoopsies. There we go. Great to see everybody here. Hope you're doing well. Do some shout outs before we get started. Moa Noep first, Mozart second, and the Soul Life third. Icebreaker close fourth. Look, Bovine also here. So is Mordant Inky Cap. Cat, the Lucky Minute. Who else is here? People, Gato, Bob Carmody, Mike Tool, K9S, and Grand Theft Autobot. Good to see all of you here on this Saturday. We're gonna go straight into this, right to America, where there's a live stream going on right now of the Senate, where supposedly the Senate is going to take a vote on Trump's big billionaire bill. What's happening? Hello. There we go. Oh, it's not live. Go to live. The live stream. Oh, the live stream is... Oh, the live? Oh, the live is much more fascinating. Okay. Okay. I figure we started off with this. Try and discern what's happening here. I see a bunch of aides sitting. Actually, I guess they're not aides. What are they called? What are the other people called in the Senate? Or like assistants, I guess, but not to anybody in particular, just to the Senate themselves. I know there's a word for this. I just can't think of it right now. Docents? That's not it. That's not the word. Staffers? They're not. I don't think they're staffers. I don't think they're the. What are they called? The pages. Thank you. I knew somebody would remember. Bob Carmody with the answer, even though it's spelled wrong. I knew what you meant. Pages. Yes. Pages. I believe these individuals sitting over here like a bunch of choir people are pages who are intended to assist senators with whatever they need. The Senate in, do you need a coffee, sir? They also, what else do they do? They got jobs. I know they got other jobs than that. By the way, I could have started this hours ago. I was thinking about watching. I was like, they were supposedly going to debate. I have seen no debate yet. This has been going for 5 hours. We could have been sitting here for 5 hours doing absolutely nothing. And I said to myself, I'm not going to do that. I'm not going to do that to the space fans. I'll wait a little bit. I'm sure at some point they'll get started. And, well, we're going to sit here and wait for a little bit. And I'm assuming it's like 11 o'clock right now. You would think these are old people. All right, the Senate, they are old. There's no way these elderly ladies and gentlemen are going to be able to keep discussing this behind closed doors all night, one would think. No, I'm fairly certain there's not going to be a debate right now. They're debating behind closed doors so as not to, sully themselves with telling the public what they're thinking about and or doing. You think you saw a debate? Did you? I did not see that. I did not see that. If that's true, I'll look it up. I'm gonna look it up right frickin' now. Okay? Geode. I know who you are, even with your handle. It's very annoying. Is anybody else annoyed by the handle thing? Is that annoying anyone like it is me? And I heard someone in chat I noticed saying that they didn't see this happening in Brandon Sutton's stream. So what's the deal, YouTube? What you got something against us? Come on.
Come on!
What did we do to deserve this horrifying treatment? Are we not turtly enough for the Turtle Club? Maybe I need to personally reach out to YouTube and be like, hey, I've been noticing something weird. Maybe that'll get it done. I'm gonna look up, see if there was a Senate debate on the bill today. I think it might have been there might have been some people out there saying some stuff in the last couple of days about the bill. I'm not finding any actual debates from today. They're debating behind closed doors because they're afraid of actually letting their constituents know about what's in this horrible, horrible bill. At some point, something's gonna happen. I'm sure they're gonna get to it. They'll get to it. So how's everybody's day and or night going? Hopefully good. That's my thinking. But hey, I'm not telling you had to have had a good day. If it's going bad, that's fine too. You can tell us about that. You pay for premium and you demand a premium experience. That's fair. That is fair. I can appreciate that sentiment. Oh my God. They must be really struggling to sell this bill to Republicans right now somehow. Really struggling. By the way, speaking of premium, did you know that content creators like myself make some, like, when we're monetized like we are now, we actually make some portion of money. I don't know how it's divvied up, how it works, but like from the last night's stream, which was our first fully monetized stream, we made a couple of bucks from premium members watching the stream. So I don't know. Once again, I have no idea how that's determined. Just realized I'm on Top Chat. What is this bullshit? All right, I also started a chat goal so I don't forget. Seems like a good time while I'm sitting here watching nothing happen. Although this is the most exciting thing I've seen yet. That Paige just walked a piece of paper across the room. That was exciting. Thank you, Earthbag homies. I appreciate that. Being monetized is very exciting to me. It's all pretty great. Pretty great. It feels like I've accomplished something. I don't know what. I mean, aside from just literally having gotten my... I mean, it is an accomplishment, right? In a way. I think it took... I mean, it certainly took me a great deal of effort. I've seen other people do it faster, I suppose. But we've also built a community throughout this time, which is indispensable, okay? And also, invaluable. You can't value it. It's just so... I mean, the space fams? Come on. I'm switching the break music. Yeah. Next stop, 100,000. Exactly, Bob. Exactly. All we need is, you know, a few good bids out there. Gotta... I mean, that's partly my fault. I need to get on it. But, you know, it could, who knows? It could happen anytime. Yep, we're over 1,000, which is nice. We've actually surpassed 1,000 by a number. Where are we at? 1,004 or 5 or something like that. Whatever it is. We've been making moves all week. Last few weeks, we've been doing pretty good on subs. We are still growing over here. We just gotta keep doing the contents, the streams, all that good stuff. You last saw that the votes are 50 to 47. Like the head count. There's no actual votes have happened from my understanding, but I assume that's a head count right now. Which, yeah, that does put this on a real. That's why I felt like we should start this off with this today, because this is maybe one of the most important things happening right now in U.S. politics, is whether or not this bill will pass. It has serious implications one way or the other. And it is tight. It is very tight, because there's a lot of bad stuff in this bill. Whether or not Republicans will be able to wrangle the votes today is going to have a lot of implications. way, when is July 4th? Because that's when Donald Trump expects this. It's next Friday, right? Let me think. Yeah, it's next Friday is when Donald Trump said that he wants the big, beautiful bill on Independence Day. Yeah, this is an incredibly consequential vote. If this bill passes, it's going to take millions of people's health care away, and that's just for a start. There are massive funding cuts to all sorts of important government programs, from environmental programs to health programs to SNAP to just so many important things that we all sort of need to get along. Many of the Doge cuts are being essentially codified in this law, in this bill, the big, beautiful billionaire budget. I'm seeing movement. I think there are senators entering the room. Yep, I see them. All the worst guys.
Mr. Johnson.
John Thune over there. I see there's JD Vance.
Ms. Lummis.
JD's looking a little upset.
Mr.
I can't
Scott
tell.
of Florida.
I can't tell.
Aye. Mr. Lee. Mr. Lee. Aye.
So I guess the core group just came in here. Couldn't quite tell, or the fucking... This is HD? We're calling this HD? Okay, if you say so. See little Chucky Schumer. We will win. Ooh, the public land sales, too. That's right. Yeah. 60 million acres of national forests and other protected areas going to be sold to, I don't know, Saudi princes and Jeff Bezos, I guess. Elon Musk. Make America great again. Well, it sounds like only a handful of votes have been recorded so far. I'm not sure what the holdup is on the rest of folks. I'm seeing some movement over here. They clearly haven't... Nobody's rushing to get their votes in right now. It's like 10 people just voted.
The yeas are 51, the nays are 49. The motion is agreed to.
Boo.
The clerk will report the bill.
Boo. 7 HR1, an act to provide for reconciliation pursuant to Title II of H. Conres 14.
I call up amendment number 2360.
The clerk will report.
The senator from South Dakota, Mr. Thune, proposes an amendment number 2360.
Mr. President, I ask consent the reading be dispensed with.
Is there...
Senate Republicans are scrambling to pass a radical bill released to the public in the dead of night, praying the American people don't realize what's in it. If Senate Republicans won't tell the American people what's in this bill, then Democrats are going to force this chamber to read it from start to finish. I object.
Objections heard.
All right.
John Thune is so sad. He's like, please don't read it. Please.
Clerk will read the amendment.
Please don't read it.
Strike all after the enacting clause and insert the following. Section 1, short title. This act may be cited as the One Big Beautiful Bill Act.
BBBA.
Section 2, Table of Contents. The table of contents of this act is as follows. Section 1, short title. Section 2, Table of Contents. Title 1, Committee on Agriculture, Nutrition, and Forestry. Subtitle A, Nutrition. Section 10101, Reevaluation of Thrifty Food Plan. Section 10102, Modifications to SNAP Work Requirements for Able-Bodied Adults. Section 10103, Availability of Standard Utility Allowances based on receipt on energy assistance. Section 10104, Restrictions on Internet Expenses. Section 10105, Matching Funds Requirements. Section 10106, Administrative Cost Sharing. Section 10107, National Education and Obesity Prevention Grant Programs. Section 10108, Alien
Is this the glossary he's reading right now? Jesus
Subtitle
Christ.
B, Forestry. Section 10201, Rescissions of Amounts for Forestry. Subtitle C, Commodities. Section 10301, Effective Reference Price. Section 10302, Base Acres. Section 10303, Producer Election. Section 10304, Price Loss Coverage. Section 10305, Agriculture Risk Coverage. Section 10306, Equitable Treatment of Certain Entities. Section 10307, Payment Limitations. Section 10308, Adjusted Gross Income Limitation. Section 10309, Marketing Loans. Section 10310, Repayment of Marketing Loans. Section 10311, Economic Adjustment Assistance for Textile Mills. Section 10312, Sugar Price Updates. Section 10313, Dairy Policy Updates. Section 10314, Implementation. Subtitle D, Disaster Assistance Programs. Section 10401, Supplemental Agriculture Disaster Assistance. Subtitle E, Crop Insurance. Section 10501,
Seriously, why did they pick this guy to
Farmer
read?
and Rancher Benefit. Section 10502, Area-Based Crop Insurance Coverage and Affordability. Section 10503, Administrative and Operative Expense Adjustments. Section 10504, Premium Support. Section 10505, Program Compliance and Integrity. Section 10506, Reviews, Compliance, and Integrity. Section 10507, Poultry Insurance Pilot Program. Subtitle F, Additional Investments in Rural America. Section 10601, Conservation. Section 10602, Supplemental Agriculture Trade Promotion Program. Section 10603, Nutrition. Section 10604, Research. Section 10605, Energy. Section 10606, Horticulture. Section 10607, Miscellaneous. Title II, Committee on Armed Services. Section 2001, enhancement of Department of Defense resources for improving the quality of life for military personnel. Section 20002, enhancement of Department of Defense resources for shipbuilding. Section 20.
So this now, just to point out, this bill hasn't. This doesn't. This, I believe, this is a procedural vote. So my understanding is this is not technically the official vote.
Section 20005, enhancement of Department of Defense resources for scaling low-cost weapons into production. Section 20006, enhancement of Department of Defense resources for improving the efficiency and cybersecurity of the Department of Defense. Section 20007, enhancement of Department of Defense resources for air superiority. Section 20.
So this is a procedural vote, but there's I don't know. Doesn't seem to be any reason to think that this isn't going to pass now. Now it's still going to have to go back to the House of Representatives. Yeah, I believe it's a motion to proceed. So there's no reason to think that this won't pass the Senate. It's going to wind up going back to the House, and we've already heard a number of complaints in the House about this bill. I don't know. I don't know what to think. Whether or not it will pass there. Mike Johnson's got that all, figured out at this point. I wish I knew.
Section 30001, funding cap for the Bureau of Consumer Financial Protection. Section 30002.
They're still going through all of the different sections.
Retrofit program.
They haven't even started reading it, really. They're just reading the table of contents right now.
Securities and Exchange Commission Reserve Fund. Section 3004.
This is going to take all night. This is going to take all
Appropriations for
night.
Defense.
There's no way we're going to watch this whole thing.
Title 4, Committee on Commerce, Science, and Transportation. Section 40001, Coast Guard Mission Readiness. Section 40002, Spectrum Auctions. Section 40003, Air Traffic Control Improvements. Section 40004, Space Launch and Reentry Licensing and Permitting User Fees. Section 40005, Mars Missions, Artemis Mission, and Moon to Mars Program. Section 40006, Corporate Average Fuel Economy Civil Penalties. Section 40007, Payment for Lease of Metropolitan Washington Airports.
Okay,
Section 4.
I am going. I'm going to let them. I'm going to let them go here. We will come. We will come back to this in a little bit, but there's. Does anybody press 1? We're going to keep watching it. I'll start a poll. Maybe people want to watch more of it. I don't know. What do I know? I'll start a poll. You tell me whether or not you want to watch this in its entirety. It's going to be 1,000 pages they're going to have to read. 7 hours later.
Energy and Natural Resources. Subtitle A, Oil and Gas Leasing. Section 50101, Onshore Oil and Gas Leasing. Section 50102, Offshore Oil and Gas Leasing. Section 50103, Royalties on Extracted Methane. Section 50104, Alaska Oil and Gas Leasing. Section 50105, National Petroleum Reserve, Alaska. Subtitle B, Mining. Section 502.
Oh boy. Looks like a vast majority of people don't want to watch the bill being read. Shocking. 17 votes, 70%. More votes coming in.
To mine federal coal. Subtitle C, Lands. Section 50301. Section 50302.
This is unbearable.
For the Forest Service and the Bureau.
This is unbearable. You needed to read it with an outrageous French accent. Yes, that would have made it more fun. He's right. Yeah, absolutely. That would have improved it. 100%. All right, I'll end the poll. Ending the poll. We'll remind everybody, though, that we got a couple of goals going today. And for limited time only. Well, limited-ish. You can contribute to the galactic deficit while also contributing to the chat goal. That's right. That's right. We need to do some galactic deficit financing right now. We've got a few days left until July starts, and we are still short by a little over $100 right now. So if you want to make sure that we're able to, pay the bills over here, keep the stream alive, go on to Cash App, PayPal, contribute over there. Also, new Patreon memberships. We are counting those as well to the galactic deficit. We can't count YouTube stuff because we don't see that money until the end of next month. No, just next month. Yeah. So remember that. And we'll count those towards the YouTube goal of getting us all the content. 2 for 1, people. Can't beat that. All right. Let's see here. Let's get started on some other stuff. Let's go here. Talk about one Zohran Mamdani. A little bit more. We've been talking about him a lot, but we're going to keep talking about him. Because he is, at least in my estimation, Zohran is the change the Democratic Party so desperately needs.
From Kenzo Fukuda, who's a clutch points. Looks like he's a Golden State Valkyries and Warriors beat writer. He's in New York and talking to New York Liberty player Natasha Cloud. And I thought what Natasha had to say here was very cool to see from our professional athletes.
Ask also about Zohran Mamdani.
Mamdani, my boy.
Big win, right?
It's a big win for the people. It's a huge win for the city of New York. And for me, as an athlete, no matter what market that I go into or what organization I play for, it's really important to care about the community that I play for as well. And so understanding what a pivotal moment this was for the city, what a pivotal moment it is for the working class people, and just overall.
Shit.
I think a lot of things can be said about.
Sorry, everyone. I did not mean to do that to you. It's my fault. I had the volume low on the goddamn Senate hearing because, come on. Nobody wanted to hear that.
Line from Kenzo Fukuda, who's a clutch points. Looks like he's a Golden State Valkyries and Warriors beat writer. He's in New York and talking to New York Liberty player Natasha Cloud. And I thought what Natasha had to say here was very cool to see from our professional athletes.
Ask also about Zohran Mamdani.
Mamdani, my boy.
Big win, right?
It's a big win for the people. It's a huge win for the city of New York. And for me, as an athlete, no matter what market that I go into or what organization I play for, it's really important to care about the community that I play for as well. And so understanding what a pivotal moment this was for the city, what a pivotal moment it is for the working class people, and just overall, I think a lot of things can be said about Mamdani. He gets the worst PR because he's a Muslim, he's a socialist, and he's a Democrat. But he believes that it is the government's right to take care and make sure that all of its constituents live a dignified life, regardless of who you are, what your religious affiliation or background is. And I think that's beautiful. The ability to freeze 2 million tenants' rent in the time that we're headed for a recession within the next quarter. I think it's really important for the people of New York with a tax that was raised for rent by Cuomo a few years ago. That's just all around. He wants better buses so you can get to and from work quicker. He wants to fund more into our public schooling, making sure kids eat lunch for free as they should. That's a necessity of families that I think it is the government's responsibility to carry, while also allowing police to do their jobs, which is focus on actual crimes and homicides and things that are happening in the city, but also delegating and opening jobs to mental health professionals and social workers to handle anything that isn't deemed within a homicide or a violent act. And I think that just creates peace, that creates love, it creates understanding. It separates that friction between community and police too by allowing them to just do their normal jobs. So I think overall it's just like it's the right choice. But why it's so powering for me is it restored my hope in humanity a little bit. That, you know, even with the confines of what's happening right now in our government and in our country, that the people will speak, the people will show up, and there's a lot of humanity left in this world for us to care about one another.
Definitely. I was going to ask a follow-up about hope, but I think you...
We don't get the answer there, but yeah, amazing. And she is a 2019 WNBA champion, WNBA peak performer in assists in 2022, and 3-time all-defensive selection.
Yeah, it's great to hear that from a professional athlete, and I'm sure she'll get a lot of shit for it. I'm sure she'll get shit that has absolutely nothing to do with her support from Mamdani, just right-wingers attacking her for all the usual.
Absolutely. It's what we've come to expect. But this is a refreshingly good take from an athlete. We don't get a lot of those. But there are, you know, I feel like women's sports is filled with a little bit more intelligence than men's sports. That's just me.
They attack, accomplished women, especially women of color for. So kudos to her for speaking out on it, period, because she's going to get a lot of crap, I'm sure.
Oh, yeah, I mean, but, you know, she's not as articulate on the issue of politics as some of the right-wing celebrities you hear, like Bryce I Love Hitler Mitchell from the UFC.
Right.
Or, you know, Eric Adams' best friend and streaming partner, like Sneeko, right? So, like,
right.
What can you expect?
Well, right. She needs to be more educated on the issues like they are, right?
Yeah, she's not.
Wait, does Eric Adams and Sneeko have some sort of thing going on?
Sophisticated in her analysis.
I have not heard of that.
Didn't she listen to Riley Gaines about how much the right wing cares about women's sports? Like, how come that isn't making any kind of impression on her?
Oh my God.
Right. Yeah. I'm sure those same Riley Gaines fans are going to come at her and do some sort of transvestigation or something. I'm sure that's all they do. Anyone speaks out against them, you could be the most stereotypically feminine woman on the planet. They'll automatically clock you as trans because they don't like you.
Riley Gaines, a 25-year-old from where? I like. Thanks for Nashville. Oh yeah. Please give me your opinions about New.
One other thing that comes to mind when thinking about this, because I mentioned how, you know, women are smarter than men. One other thing that just sort of struck me just now is that, you know, whether or not it's certainly not fair, I would say, but men get paid a lot more to play sports than women do. And I feel like they're much further away from, you know, a normal person than, say, a WNBA player, right? I think, like, the average WNBA player makes, like, less than $100,000 a year, I think. I could be wrong. Okay, a little bit over it, 140, right? But it's no, you know, it's no LeBron, you know, making millions of dollars a year. You know, and so I think they're just more down to earth, honestly. Have to, you know, consider, I might be a regular person in like 20 years.
York City, and when New York City is over, a 25-year-old from Nashville whose only like the claim to fame is finishing tied for 5th in a swimming competition.
All of the people who live in suburbs that like pepper our Midwest, that like feed into places like Chicago and Indianapolis and, you know, et cetera, who have been afraid of going to New York City because of the crime epidemic for the past 30, 40, maybe even 50 years, are telling us that now New York City is over because we have a mayor who wants to freeze the rent and, you know, maybe do something about crime that's just not give cops tanks, right? So like, but like those people are the, you know, the people who are like, they have the fingers on the pulse of what's going on in New York City because they live their life in fear of it.
Right. We're going to hear from Riley Gaines, and she's going to tell us all about how Scott Stringer actually won the mayoral race. I just looked. He's the current 5th place.
Stringer.
That's a good point, though. I mean, ultimately, like, right-wingers have such a fantastical image of New York City in their head anyway. Why don't they just, like, imagine it has a different mayor? Like, when, you know, like, when they're imagining that every street corner is littered with syringes and hypodermic needles and crack pipes, and you can't take 2 steps without being accosted by some sort of violent migrant criminal. Like, just imagine that someone else is mayor. Just like, imagine some other part of that fantasy. Like, who cares? It's not reality anyway. So,
right. Oh, it is amazing how they even like knock Cuomo for being like not a good candidate. No wonder Mamdani beat him. Like Cuomo, I'm pretty sure this is the first time Andrew Cuomo ever lost an election. I mean, even with all his baggage, was a formidable opponent that had the entire Democratic establishment behind him. Like, and Mamdani beat him handily.
Yeah, I know. I think a lot of people, not just Democrat establishment figures, but also like more Republican establishment figures, are mad at Cuomo for dropping the ball. There is like an unspoken covert contract that exists that it's supposed to be people like Andrew Cuomo's job to prevent people from like Zohran from getting into positions of power. And by nature of how Andrew Cuomo comported himself in office, he made himself invalid in that role. I mean,
yeah, and, you know, I'm certain that was part of it. But it's not all of it. I don't know what would have happened. We can't, we can't go back in time and redo the election well, also you can't undo what Andrew Cuomo has done. But I think even without that, I think people were still very upset with him over the nursing home scandal. As well as, honestly, Zohran presented a very strong campaign. Whether it was messaging, whether it was marketing, and social media presence, whether it was his personality, it was a combination, certainly, of all 4 things I just mentioned there. And the fact is Democrats are constantly failing on those things. They're unlikable. They have terrible messaging. Because they're always kind of trying to make the donors happy and the voters vote for them at the same time, and people are tired of that. They are genuinely tired of that shit. I think I could be wrong, but we saw it happen in the last election, in the biggest election in the country, 2024 November. We saw it happen. That's what happened with Kamala, in my opinion. I think Kamala could have won if she decided to come out and message strongly. Instead, she got as many billionaires and whomever else to in there, Republicans, never Trumpers, neocons, and the like, to come out and stump with her. And it's just, people are sick of that. They've been growing more and more sick of that since 2016. It's been a decade of people watching in plain sight, I think, for maybe, the first time with a lot of clarity. I think people have been watching this and saying, something's wrong with Democrats. Now, Joe Biden won in 2020, but that is because of how bad Donald Trump was. This time around, they tried to pull the same thing, and it didn't work. Honestly, they were tired of it in 2004. Perhaps. Hard. I do feel like the tides have shifted a lot since 2004. Not gonna lie. I think some people were tired of it, but I think the standard of living in 2004 was certainly better than it is now. All sorts of things were different in 2004 than they are now, and many of those things are as a result of the failure of Democrats to, present a vision for the future to execute on the things that they're supposed to be representing, right? Failing the worker time and time again, and having those things actually come to fruition, right? And then watching what happened with Bernie in 2016, and then watching how Joe Biden's administration didn't do, enough. As well as, there's some of his domestic policies were okay. I'm not going to say they were all bad. But his foreign policy was even worse. And I think people are just really growing tired of the Democratic Party that has become indistinguishable from Republicans on so many issues. Let's go to CNBC. While we're talking about New York. CNBC, the worst NBC. Stock market time, where one Elizabeth Warren made an appearance on Thursday, maybe Thursday, whatever it was.
Fed Chair Jay Powell faced 2 days of grilling on Capitol Hill. Yesterday, Senator Elizabeth Warren asked why the Fed's inflation forecast is now higher than it was just 6 months ago. Senator Warren joins us this morning. She's the lead Democrat on the Banking Committee. And Senator, thank you for being with us this morning.
Happy to be with you.
Why don't we get at your line of questioning from yesterday? You were really getting at this idea of where inflation targets for the Fed are headed. What's your thought behind that? What did you think of the answer you got?
So I just want to make sure everyone knows what the numbers were that the Fed put out. The Fed changed its prediction from inflation this year at 2.5% to 3.1%. It changed its prediction on unemployment, not a lot, but from 4.3% to 4.5%. And most significantly, changed its prediction on GDP growth from 2.1 to 1.4. Pretty significant downgrade. So I asked Chairman Powell, what happened? And the answer from Chairman Powell was the Trump tariffs. And I read that as it's the Trump tariffs, it's the Trump chaos. And that's the problem we've got right now. I want to see those interest rates come down, but it's Donald Trump who's standing in the way of getting them down by creating more economic chaos. And how do we know that?
Exactly.
Because Chairman Powell said that they would have lowered interest rates back in February, but for the chaos caused by Donald Trump's tariff announcements.
Yeah, and that's absolutely what we've been saying this whole goddamn time for the last 6 months. Well, Donald Trump has been begging the Fed to lower interest rates. We've been saying, well, the Fed is not going to do that. And we've been right for 6 months straight, basically. I mean, that's what it is. We've been saying it the whole time. And Jerome Powell didn't do this because he didn't. The Federal Reserve tries to be as apolitical as possible. But I add into that equation the job cuts that were being done by Doge, right? Not just the tariff war, but also the job cuts, right? And as well as some of the downstream effects of the tariffs on jobs, right? Because the Federal Reserve, they've said it a million times, if they've said it once, they have a dual mandate. They're trying to stick to that dual mandate of maximum unemployment, whatever the hell that means, and a 2% inflation rate on a year-over-year basis. And you can't be slashing federal jobs and increasing costs for businesses, right? And expect the Federal Reserve to be able to to address both of those things at the same time by either raising or lowering interest rates. Because if you raise interest rates, then cost of capital gets more expensive and inflation will go down, in theory, but so will unemployment. If you do the reverse of that and you lower interest rates, the cost of capital goes down, which increases inflation, right? And that's what you don't want that, right? You get what I'm saying? It's you're screwed if you do, and if you're screwed if you don't. And Donald Trump has created the situation under which the Federal Reserve does not feel comfortable lowering interest rates. And I would also like to point out to everyone, the last time the Federal Reserve lowered the Fed lending rate, which is what we're talking about, right? It's different than quantitative easing. They aren't going to actually lower Treasury rates. They're going to lower the Fed lending rate, which is different. It's what banks pay. Big institutions pay the Federal Reserve an interest when they loan money from the Fed, which has a downstream effect on what those institutions, those banks, lend money to us, but it's not a guarantee. We saw, if you go back to last year when the Federal Reserve first lowered rates, those treasuries went up, and those loan rates went up.
Senator Warren, I understand your concerns around this, and certainly there are a lot of economists who look at this and worry about what happens, the impacts that we have yet to see from the tariffs. They haven't materialized yet. But I don't think you always think that Jay Powell is the expert on these things. I mean, I think back to 2022 when you were very concerned about what Powell was doing at that point, the Federal Reserve raising rates, thinking that, hey, it's an ineffective cure, I think were your words, in terms of higher rates being able to end inflation.
Yep. And that's where I've been all along. I want to see the interest rates come down. And think about why. Because those interest rates come down. If they don't, that means families are paying more on their mortgages, they're paying more on their car loans, they're paying more on their credit cards. Those high interest rates are keeping costs up for families. For 3 years now, I've been pushing to try to get those interest rates down. And Powell now says, I would have lowered them, he said in February, but the Trump chaos has now changed the economic outlook. And the Fed's data do show that the economic outlook has shifted.
I guess my point is, though, you agree with Chairman Powell on these issues, or you think he should go ahead and cut rates anyway? Because that's what the president thinks.
Look, I still want to see the interest rates come down. I think they should lower. I want to see those interest rates come down. I do understand that conditions have changed and that Chair Powell says it is now harder to lower the interest rates than it would have been earlier. It is harder than it would be if Donald Trump were not out there creating this kind of economic chaos. And, I just want to push back when you say there haven't been any effects from Donald Trump's announcements about the tariffs. Of course there have been.
No, I'm sorry, the inflationary. We haven't seen the inflationary effects that people have been predicting pretty widely. We just haven't seen them show up yet.
But what we are seeing is that all across the country, people are saying, whoa, I'm not going to start breaking ground on a new factory. I'm not going to buy a whole lot of expensive new equipment. I'm not going to bring in new workers to train up a workforce for new product lines. I'm not going to start a new business because I can't figure out in the most fundamental way whether or not materials that I have to import are going to be kind of one price or going to have a big, big tariff put on them. And I can't figure out on things I want to export whether or not there's...
Exactly. It's uncertainty. Donald Trump has inserted manufactured uncertainty into the market unnecessarily for the last 6 months. And for now, the businesses are still sort of just sitting on their hands waiting for Re-Liberation Day, honestly, because that happens in 11 days from now. Re-Liberation. Don't forget, we've been talking about it for months now, since April 9th or whatever it was. But Re-Liberation Day is coming, and it's coming fast. In less than 2 weeks, those tariffs are slated to come back. I want everybody to remember that. And we've seen 0 deals get signed in that time, in that 90-day pause on the tariffs. There have been 0 large deals or any full deals announced. Oh, God. Sorry, chat. Didn't mean to sneeze in your ear. That's my bad. What was I saying? Oh, right. Re-Liberation Day. It's coming. Write it down. July 9th.
To be a reciprocal tariff on them. And as a result, what we get is an enormous amount of holding back. And I think that's why you see the shift in the GDP projections. That's a shrink.
You didn't hear about Re-Liberation Day? Well, we've been talking about Re-Liberation Day around here for the last 3 months, okay? Ever since ever since the Liberation Day pause. We've been counting down the days to Re-Liberation Day. And I was planning on counting the deals too, but no deals have been announced, so no counting has been done yet. I guess I could give them a half a deal's done. The UK and the US, we signed a half a deal. It's not even finalized fully.
Thinking of the economy that we're experiencing now, because independently across this country, big companies and small companies are saying, man, I'm not taking a risk. I'm not making a big investment into that kind of an uncertainty. And who is causing all that? One person, Donald Trump.
We're going to get a GDP number, I think, today. And when you say shrinking, you don't mean the economy shrinking. You mean that the rate of increase.
The rate of growth. I'm sorry. You said it the right way.
I know that you, Senator, and a lot of Democrats really don't like this bill, the big, beautiful bill. And in fact, there's schisms even in the Republican Party that you hear. A lot of it has to do with spending by the federal government. And here's where I want to ask you just a philosophical question. And it won't take me that long. I'm going to stop and then I'm going to let you answer. But back in prior to the pandemic, I guess we were spending 25% less than we're spending now. And in 2024, I think it was $7 trillion. So as a percentage of GDP, it's now 24% of GDP federal spending versus 20% in 2019. You would like to increase revenues through taxes on the wealthy, maybe not extending the Trump tax cuts. We had Bush tax cuts too, that everyone used to say. Would you, if you did get a lot of growth in revenue that you would like to do with all these different ways, would you use that for just more government spending at 24% of GDP?
One point I would like to make right here, that Joe, if GDP imploded, Joe would have a fucking, that's the name of this idiot. Joe Kiernan, especially if there was like a Democratic president in office who's planning on obliterating GDP, I'd point out that all federal spending is counted in GDP. So if the federal government stops spending money, it's going to have a massive effect on GDP, something that these stock market types love. They love that shit.
Or would you say, you know what, let's at least freeze federal...
And yet they hate taxes. It's like they're almost, it's like an oppositional sort of like schism going on inside of their bodies because they hate taxes, but they love GDP. But if the government, you takes those taxes and they spend them, it contributes to GDP. So,
spending or even cut federal spending to get it back down to 20% of GDP. Would that ever be possible?
So let me start with where we should make cuts. You may remember back in January when Elon Musk was going to head up Doge, I sent him a letter and I said, here's $2 billion that you can do, $2 trillion that you can do in cuts right now. It's make the right cuts. And what were those cuts? How about we stop the fraud around Medicare Advantage? That would be about $850 billion that we could save. How about if we change how Defense Department does a lot of its spending and its acquisition? We can save hundreds of billions of dollars there. And I went through a list. The list had about 30 items on it and said, here are places that we could cut spending by $2 trillion. I'm totally in favor of that. But let me do the other half as well. There are places where we spend money that actually help grow this economy. Right now, the United States is 35th out of the 37 richest nations in the world, 35th on what we spend on childcare. And the consequence of our underspending and not making childcare available is that a lot of mamas and daddies either struggle to find that childcare and get to work or don't work at all. If we spent more money on childcare, we would increase productivity in this country. We'd have more mamas and daddies at work, we'd have our babies well taken care of, and we could pay a living wage to the child care workers who do this critical work and who could really turn that into a sustainable business model. There's an investment that you can use to grow GDP. So for me, it's about budgets. Sure, they're about numbers, but they're about values. Do you really think that we ought to be continuing to spend money on defense acquisition that is just incredibly wasteful? Or do you think, as the Republicans do, we should stop spending money on health care for 16 million Americans? That's what the Republicans want to do. Do you think, as the Republicans do, we should do trillions of dollars in tax cuts for millionaires and billionaires? Or do you think that we should make those investments in our families here in the United States? And I think childcare is a perfect example of a place where we should be spending more. We got places we should spend less, but no matter what, the billionaires ought to be paying their fair share.
I know where Joe wants to spend money, or reverse spend money. He would prefer the tax cuts over, children having food and places to live. I know that much. Healthcare. Healthcare? Come on.
Come on!
Now, do you remember just a moment ago when we were talking about Re-Liberation Day? Well, guess what, people? I have a fucking update. Which is why Re-Liberation Day was on my mind, is the front of my mind. So we have a Re-Liberation Day update, and baby, it is a-coming. Donald Trump, as of 11 hours ago, has decided to completely cut off trade talks with one of our biggest trading partners, Canada.
Oh, Canada.
Here we go. The tariffs are coming back.
President Trump says he's cutting off trade talks with neighbour Canada immediately. It's over plans by the Canadians to enforce a new tax targeting big tech companies, which is predicted to cost them more than $7 billion over the next 5 years. Both US Republicans and Democrats have criticised the levy as it mainly affects American companies such as Google and Amazon. Mr. Trump said he would announce new tariffs on Canadian exports within a week. The Canadian Prime Minister, Mark Carney, said Ottawa would continue to conduct trade negotiations in the best interests of Canadians. The nations had been working to agree a trade deal by mid-July.
They did something with our tech companies today trying to copy Europe. They copied Europe. It's not going to work out well for Europe either, and it's not going to work out well for Canada. They were foolish to do it. So I said we're going to stop all negotiations with Canada right now until they straighten out their act.
Well, I've been discussing this with our North America correspondent Jake Kwan, who's in Washington.
They're going to be very sad when they don't do what I want them to do. Very silly, Europe and Canada.
By asking him about the digital service tax.
So this is a tax on digital goods that are being sold to Canadians or making money being made in the Canadian market. The idea is that when you sell goods to Canadians, you tax that. So why not the digital intangible items like, when you're selling Google ads or YouTube, Spotify, or any other digital intangible goods. Now, Canadian government has said that they will tax these companies 3%, which will raise billions of dollars for the Canadian government. And this was already implemented last year, but the first day of the payment was coming up this Monday. Now, this is something that exists in many other countries. This is not just a Canadian tax. European countries have them, including the United Kingdom. But as you can imagine, American companies were not very happy about it. And of course, not just Trump administration, but Biden administration also had problem with this.
President Trump, we heard strong words from him. He is even threatening new tariffs, isn't he?
Certainly, and he called it a direct and blatant attack on the United States and said that new tariffs on Canada will be revealed next week. And this is a huge issue for these two countries because they are each other's biggest trade partner. And America is, of course, the biggest export destination for Canadians. And what's at stake is really the price of goods for consumers on both sides of the border. You can imagine prices rising for anything between grocery items to cars.
So what's
terrible? Terrible. So Donald Trump this week will be announcing even more tariffs on Canada over his anger over digital good taxes
from Canada, because Prime Minister Mark Carney and President Trump, they had been talking.
Yeah, for Prime Minister Carney, he brushed it off, saying that the negotiation will continue. But by all indication, the two leaders enjoyed a good relationship. President Trump, of course, did not enjoy as good of a relationship with Mr. Carney's predecessor. But when Prime Minister visited Washington, as well as when they met at the G7.
Yeah, they look like really good friends. They look like they're really getting along.
This month, they looked like they were getting on well. So by all indication, it looked like the two countries were headed to having a trade deal by mid-July, which was when the deadline for getting a deal was.
And I assume you talk about that deadline. A lot of other countries who are trying to negotiate with President Trump over tariffs will be watching this very carefully.
Certainly, I think the suspension of the talks with them, it really highlights how difficult it might be to get these trade deals with these countries. President Trump and the White House promised that they will get 90 deals in 90 days, but we're almost there at the deadline of that 90 days. And come July 9th, it does not look like there are many of these deals going to be signed. America has a deal with UK and has somewhat of a deal with China. But now what the White House and his secretaries are saying is that there may have to be an extension. And President Trump also seemed somewhat pessimistic there might be a deal at the end of this extension, saying that perhaps America may have to slap a flat 25% tariffs on all countries around the world.
Well, that'll be good. So we'll get extra taxes on Canada sending us stuff. So if you want to buy anything from Canada, that's going to suck. Celine Dion CDs now unaffordable. Yeah, pretty much. But yeah, so, who knows what that Canada tariff is going to look like next week. And then by next week, 2 weeks from now, Re-Liberation Day is on the table, where Donald Trump is now floating just a 25% tariff on everything. Literally everything that comes into this country. Oh, that sounds good. That won't at all cause inflation. And this is why the Federal Reserve has not lowered interest rates, because of the fact that there is still a looming headwind to inflation, a very large orange looming storm.
Cyclone Cheeto.
That's right, Cyclone Cheeto. Cyclone Cheeto is out there still doing crazy people things in the goddamn global economy. And he keeps claiming, by the way, in the last week, I've heard him continue to claim at least a half a dozen times that everyone else is paying for these tariffs. Everyone else, money is pouring in still. We're getting a great deal of money from China and everybody else. But honestly, this was disturbing to me. Like, when I heard that he was cutting off trade talks with Canada, that just confirmed for me that Re-Liberation Day was absolutely coming. If we can't get it done with Canada, how are we going to get all the other deals done that need to be done? We got 2 weeks, literally. We'll see it in 2 weeks. Get it done. Don't worry. 2-3 weeks. 9, 10, 11, 12 days. It's going to be fine. Is there really no inflation? Who said there was no inflation? There's absolutely been inflation. We get, every month, things get more expensive by a tiny, tiny amount. Whatever, like 3%. Last month's figure was, what was it? 2.7, 2.8. I don't remember what it was. All right, let's talk about the horrifying corruption of the Trump administration.
Here is Representative Sam Liccardo. I'm not familiar with him, but he is a member of the House Financial Services Committee hearing. Who is he talking to here?
Miss Morgan Harper.
Oh, Morgan Harper. So she's at the Consumer Financial Protection Bureau before Russell Vought came in and decimated it. There is a lot of this going on, folks.
This budget cannot pass like this is. Yeah, well, Michael, we just saw, I mean, it didn't officially pass, but a preliminary vote to proceed had passed 51-49 just now. We watched it happen. Now, sure, something could change between now and an actual vote. But in my estimation, it's now going to go back to the House and be left up to them. Because it seems like the Senate has worked out all their, at least in the Republicans, have worked out all their indifferences about this bill.
There's so much news. Like, there are scandals. The eighth, like, if you were to list out the scandals with this administration, the 8th or 10th biggest scandal in any other administration, certainly within the context of a Democratic administration, would be page one news for half a week. We in the Judiciary Committee, the Republicans are going to vote to nominate ML Beauvais or whatever.
I like Beauvais better.
A Republican appointed, Donald Trump appointed prosecutor has, as a whistleblower, accused of plotting to ignore federal judges' demands. Illegal. And then they covered it up within the DOJ, and this guy is now trying to become a judge, and the Republicans don't care.
Yeah. Another thing that I would like to point out is that Emile Beauvais is Donald Trump's personal attorney. He was Donald Trump's personal attorney, right? In multiple of these cases that were argued before the Supreme Court last year on behalf of Donald Trump, Emile Beauvais is on what's his name? He was part of the firm that represented Donald Trump. And I've been thinking, you see him getting a job. You see, what's the other guy's name? Blanchard. You see Todd Blanchard getting a job. And that was his firm, I think, right? And these guys, and Donald Trump must have racked up a massive legal bill. I've been wondering to myself whether or not he's paying part of his legal bill in appointments. I mean, sketchier things have happened in this administration. I would not put it past them. By the way, I want to remind everybody that we still got a goal. We haven't even started the goal, really. We've got a goal going. Got 2 hours left on that. Got to make sure we do that. Otherwise, we will not be able to get all the content. That is going to be sad. That'll make me sad. Not just me. I think other people.
I mean, this is huge. The Department of Justice is the top federal law enforcement authority in the country, and they were plotting on how to ignore a federal judge wishes, or I should say orders. So there's a lot of corruption. Here is Sam Liccardo, again, Democrat from California, in the House Financial Services Committee, walking through what has happened in the wake of Trump destroying the Consumer Financial Protection Bureau and just how much Trump got in return for it.
Bank of America and JP Morgan were both under investigation regarding the Zelle network. regarding a failure to reimburse customers that were defrauded by scam artists. And
pause it right there, right there. Okay, look, these banks offer this system to transfer money. There's fees associated with it, et cetera, et cetera. They don't make it secure enough. People get scammed. They don't provide enough warning. People get scammed. Consumer Financial Protection Bureau says, look, you have a responsibility. If you deploy a technology that's going to save you a ton of money, make you a ton of money, you have a responsibility to your customers to make sure it's secure. Make sure the whole process is secure. Consumer Financial Protection Bureau is like, you've got to make these people whole. You know, it's like if somebody fraudulently writes a check, one of your checks, and they go and cash it, the bank is responsible to make you whole because you've been defrauded and it's their system that was set up to identify you. People forget this. Most people don't use checks anymore. So the Consumer Financial Protection Bureau went to these and like, we got to make people whole. We're going to sue you for it. But watch what happened.
Bank of America and JP Morgan were both under investigation regarding the Zelle network, regarding a failure to reimburse customers that were defrauded by scam artists. And that action was taken to the CFPB. And what was the result of that action?
Those are also among the cases that have been dismissed.
And Bank of America contributed to Donald Trump and his inauguration, didn't they?
Yes.
Was it $500,000?
I believe so.
And JP Morgan, another $1 million?
Yes.
And Capital One, the evidence from the CFPB indicated they may have cheated customers out of as much as $2 billion. Capital One contributed $1 million to Trump's inauguration.
Also true.
And what happened as a result to the CFPB case?
They got their case dismissed.
I am puzzled as to why we're having this hearing. As we were watching the defunding of the financial police happening over the last several months and weeks, all I have heard is criticism of whatever happened in the last administration. And I'm sure there's plenty of criticism that's legitimate against the last administration. I don't understand why we're still spending time on whatever happened in the last administration when we know what's happening under this administration is so corrupt and so clearly undermining the interests of every American consumer. I hope that our next hearing is going to actually focus on protecting American consumers and what we can do now and prospectively with a CFPB that has been utterly gutted as the Republicans continue to defund the financial police.
I don't think so.
It is utterly. It is just a complete mind fuck. This administration, everything that they do seems to be an act of corruption or unconstitutional, or just a direct attack on the American people, and it is really starting to break me down inside. I'm just like, dude, how is this blatant corruption happening? All you got to do, I mean, how many people have donated to Trump, gotten pardons, donated to Trump, gotten their, whatever, their case dismissed, donated to Trump, gotten a job with full access, pass to the entire government and its databases like Elon Musk, or, I mean, like, oh, God, it's just a litany of corruption. It's disgusting.
I wonder if that's a coincidence.
I don't think so.
I wonder if that's a coincidence. I wonder if when the Republicans realize that they're defunding the financial police and that a lot of people who were sued, found guilty of ripping off consumers, who then subsequently donated a ton of money to sort of like outside expenditures, if you will, of the Trump administration, they're getting away with it. I wonder if when the Republicans find out about this, whether they'll do something.
Law and order.
Illegal.
I genuinely think it's
I forgot that he played that sound. That's perfect. The Law and Order sound with illegal over it. Somehow me and Sam just soundboarded simultaneously, and it was perfection. All right. Still got a bunch more stuff to talk about today, although the U.S. news half is going to be... Well, there's going to be less U.S. news that we have to go through here today. That much I can say for sure. Let's talk DEI. And we're going to start off talking DEI with Caroline Leavitt over at the Ministry of Truth inside the White House to tell us about DEI and why it's actually good that we get rid of it.
Emily, go ahead. Today, the Justice Department announced it was opening an investigation into employment discrimination at the University of California, alleging they had race and sex-based quotas. Federal law bars hiring somebody based on their race or sex, but do you also object to universities working harder to make sure they have a diverse group of candidates to consider? And do you expect more investigations like this from DOJ?
I have not seen that investigation from the Department of Justice, but I can certainly check in. What I can tell you, it's the position of this president that we want to restore a merit-based society and culture in the United States of America, where people are not hired nor are they promoted based on their color of their skin or their gender. The president wants people to be hired in the workforce because of their merit and their skill.
Who determines what merit is? That's one thing I would love to know. You know, because right now, what I've seen from the Trump administration in their sort of ability to determine merit, it's people like, I don't know, non-doctor and touter of conspiracy theories getting put in the head of the HHS. We're getting all sorts of people, you know, lobbyists getting jobs. Are lobbyists incredibly meritful? You know, the people who go and get paid big bucks to convince Congress people to do what their company wants by way of bribes. Does that take a lot of... you got to be a genius to be able to do that? I mean, there's so many instances of how meritless this administration seems to be. I guess it excludes them, right? For some reason. Now, I found this fascinating. Group of the creepiest Congress people in the House decided to get together and have a oversight hearing around the removal of DEI programs and the funding of DEI programs, whatever else, in the government, led by one real white guy, Glenn Grothman. And no, I'm not lisping. I think that's how you're supposed to say it. Is it Grothman? Grothman or Grothman is how you say it. I'm fairly certain. Where is Glenn from? I always forget. I try to forget about Glenn. Whenever I look at him, I have, like, nightmares. 70-year-old, 69. He's almost 70, though. A few days until Glenn's birthday. That's very exciting for him. He is from Wisconsin. Milwaukee.
Okay, now welcome to the Subcommittee on Healthcare and Financial Services. Today's hearing will focus on the destructive diversity, equity, and inclusion.
Oh, they're destructive.
Or DEI policies that radical Democrats have tried to insert in American institutions, and really going back a little bit more than that, all the way back to affirmative action and the executive order.
Oh, how dare they? How dare the government attempt to right the historical wrongs and the present wrongs? How dare they? How dare the government try to ensure that everybody has equal opportunity?
That's too much, man!
By President Johnson in 1965. I think it's important we all understand.
Glenn Grothman looks like a ghost. He is so white that he looks like he is a ghost. When I look at him, I'm like, this guy has been haunting some plantations recently.
Effect and the scope of these.
Like, this guy looks like, you know, the fake like, you know, like when they, like the Scooby-Doo, like, remember Scooby-Doo? I get this. That's what I'm imagining. He's like a villain. He's inside. Like they go and they unmask him, and he's like, "Oh my god!" They're like, "Oh my god, he actually is a plantation ghost." We thought that you were faking it. Sorry, sir. Go about your business.
Policies have had on American life the last 60 years. On September 24th, 1965, we got to remember to celebrate that anniversary. Almost 60 years ago, Lyndon Johnson signed Executive Order 11246, which mandated affirmative action programs and policies which facilitated discrimination. In 1965, minority groups had faced a generation of despicable and repugnant discrimination, though I know individual universities were already practicing affirmative action 10 years before that. I know Princeton was practicing in 1955. At the time, these nation DEI policies were nobly aimed at reversing that harm.
Oh, the harm.
Unfortunately,
right.
Even well-intentioned bad policy is still bad policy. Discrimination should never be fought with more discrimination.
Oh, so attempting to bring a more diverse group of people into your institution is actually it's reverse. It's discrimination against white people. It's not fair.
Help! I'm being repressed!
That is exactly what affirmative action and DEI policies have
Is it?
done
Oh,
over
has
the
it?
last 60 years. These policies have infiltrated nearly every type of institution in America, including higher education, corporate workplaces, the military, and more. In my opinion, it really hasn't been gradual over the last 60 years. I think if you look back even in the 1970s, the 1960s, these policies were around. These policies divide Americans by putting them all in groups and educating people that they should not view themselves.
It wasn't, it wasn't segregation or Jim Crow or redlining or, current, injustices that are dividing people. It's DEI that's dividing people. Don't you see? By trying to fix discrimination, you're actually discriminating people.
Come on!
As an individual, they should view themselves as a group, which is why I think people who want to destroy America are so in favor of them. Categories, I might add, these arbitrary categories are entirely self-reported rather than focusing on the whole of somebody's circumstances.
What does that mean?
DEI assumes that anyone who checks a box for a certain race is disadvantaged. Of course, we want to be a society where...
I see. We're not doing DNA tests when people check a box on a form. I see. So we're not doing enough oversight on whether or not people are does Glenn actually think that people are like lying on forms? What happens when you show up at the job interview or at what? Like, I'm trying to think. Like, what are you talking about? Like, what are you talking about? You show up at college. Oh my god! I can just imagine it now. I've never heard of such a thing. Oh my god. Yeah, okay, right. Wait, what? What is that happening? And isn't that helping white people then, in a way? I don't understand. But also, there's no way that's happening. Write that down, everybody. That's not happening.
We go back and try to give preferences based on other factors as well. On President Biden's first day in office, he signed an executive order to promote DEI in federal employment. This order went further than any before it by expanding racial divisions, including immigrants. Thankfully, President Trump rescinded this executive order and decades of executive orders that preceded it. Let's be clear about what DEI is. It's a deliberate and explicit choice to put ideology over excellence.
Ideology? I'm sorry, did you just refer to all minority groups as an ideology? And then say that somehow that was over excellence? So he's basically, so what Glenn's saying is, look, we could include the women and the blacks and the Asians and the Hispanics and the disabled people, or we could have the excellent people. You know who they are.
Deny admission of highly qualified students to accept students with lower scores to fill in the box right is un-American and, like I said, encourages divisiveness. This is to award government contracts to minority-owned companies over companies with better bids. This is spelled out plainly in the E of DEI. Equity means ensuring equal. Under DEI, equity means ensuring equal outcomes.
It does not. It does not ensure equal outcomes. That's so fucking... This guy is really struggling. I feel like Glenn didn't do any preparation for this at all. I assumed he was going to be able to come up here and just like, wait, I got to read? That is so dumb. Nowhere in DEI does it say that equality has anything to do with the outcomes. It's about equality of opportunity. Opportunity to go into that job interview. Right? I just think it's insane to suggest this. That somehow the outcomes, they're like, they're checking and they're like, you're not making as much as Jeff Bezos, so the government is going to give you $1 billion. Not happening anywhere on the planet.
I think it's beyond Marxism, though. You're trying to just destroy America by doing to America what they do in other countries.
What did they do to America?
To set one ethnic group against another ethnic group. I think of Canada, the French against the English.
Wait, I'm sorry. The French and the English are pitted against one another in Canada? What is he talking about? Like, I know some people speak French in Canada. I know that much. Especially in Quebec. But what? Huh? What does that even mean? I don't understand, Glenn.
You think of
You're making no sense.
Countries, the Shiites against the Sunnis, what have you. That is what they're trying to do in this country.
Wow. Incredible.
Fortunately, despite the Democrats' best efforts, the courts have been opposed to this sort of thing. The Civil Rights Act protects everyone. Earlier this month, the Supreme Court rejected a lower court's requirement that members of majority groups must meet a certain higher standard.
Yeah, the Civil Rights Act is supposed to protect everyone, but DEI was here to ensure that the letter of the law was actually followed, as there was no existing mechanism by which to do so aside from the courts until DEI was introduced. That's the point.
To win discrimination cases against.
And I'm fairly certain Glenn knows that. I would assume Glenn knows that, although maybe I'm giving him too much credit.
By the way, the case was unanimously decided. Even Justice Jackson authored the majority opinion. In 2023, the Supreme Court ended race-based admission programs at colleges and universities, finding that that considering race as a factor.
Jesus Christ, Glenn. Can you speak into the mic?
Violated the 14th Amendment of the Equal Protection Clause and Title VI of the Civil Rights Act. The Trump administration has launched a wide-reaching effort to eliminate DEI, including revoking LBJ's 1965 executive order. These steps are critical, but there's more work to be done. Above all, we have to educate the American public what's been going on in this country the last 60 years.
I'm sorry, what?
Hopefully the hearing will provide us with an opportunity to discuss this important topic and consider possible reforms to fortify American meritocracy and excellence, and above all, have reforms that do not continue with this policy of what I believe is
this supposed American meritocracy that Glenn is talking about has been 100% dependent upon diversity in this country. So, I don't know how we're going to get both done.
Intentionally trying to set one group of Americans against another.
Nobody's doing that.
I yield to my ranking
Nobody
member,
is doing that.
Krista Morthy.
Literally no fucking person. That is not what's happening. The EI is not setting people against each other. That's just how fucking creepy-ass white guys like Glenn Grothman think. It's fucking weirdos. It's fucking creeps. By the way, we're not done with this DEI hearing. Believe me. Oh, no. Not even close.
Southern California, but I am not here today as a spokesperson for my institution. America owes the enslaved Africans who built the White House and the U.S. Capitol building. Neither they nor family members of theirs in subsequent generations were rightly compensated for those magnificent contributions or for centuries of additional unpaid labor. America owes the women who have never received equal pay for their performance of equal work. It owes employees who were sexually harassed and abused in their workplaces, especially those who never received legal or financial remedies. It owes extraordinarily talented service members of color who were unfairly passed over for promotions in our nation's military. It owes extraordinarily talented people with disabilities who never received the accommodations that would have enabled them to advance in their careers. And it owes extraordinarily talented professionals who never got a real shot at earning their way to the top in their workplaces because of their weight, accents, last names, sexual orientations, or skin color. DEI policies and programs aim to redress these and myriad other long-standing realities. Opponents often critique DEI plans that they've never read. They make unsubstantiated generalizations about DEI experiences in which they have not participated. I furnish several examples of this in my written testimony. One such overestimation and overstatement is that white employees are being most routinely discriminated against in their workplaces. Here are the facts. 72% of employees in leadership roles at colleges and universities are white. Cumulatively, across all industries, 77% of managers are white. 84% of C-suite executives in Fortune 100 companies are white.
Follow the rich way, man.
87% of Fortune 500 CEOs are white. 94% of U.S. governors are white. 73% of the current United States Congress is comprised of white members. All but one president of the United States of America has been white. Put simply, there's insufficient evidence to confirm that highly qualified white professionals, especially men, are being systematically passed over for leadership roles on the basis of their race. There's even less evidence that DEI policies and programs are responsible for racial discrimination against them or anyone else. Opponents also exaggerate the amount of time and money spent on DEI activities. In U.S. Defense Secretary Pete Hegseth's confirmation hearing, Indiana Senator Jim Banks claimed that the Defense Department spent over 5 million hours on counter-extremism and diversity training during the first year of Joe Biden's presidency. Banks did not disentangle counter-extremism from DEI activities. Surely they are not the same. Rhode Island Senator Jack Reed pointed out that the estimated 5.9 million hours devoted to DEI were out of more than 2 billion hours that the Defense Department devoted to all training activities during that same year. That means that less than 0.3% of training time was spent on DEI. Notwithstanding, Hegseth went on to say that as Defense
0.3%. It does not sound like a lot of time.
Secretary, he would, quote, send a clear message that this is not a time for equity. It is essential for Secretary Hegseth, the Trump administration, and all other citizens to understand the real costs of inequity to our country. Here are the real costs that too many Americans pay with their lives: infant mortality, maternal mortality, diabetes, asthma, COVID-19, heart attacks, strokes, AIDS-related illnesses, and most forms of cancer disproportionately kill Americans of color. Analyses presented in a highly cited W.K. Kellogg Foundation report revealed that closing racial gaps in health, education, and employment would increase America's GDP by $8 trillion. On their own, health disparities in the United States annually produce $93 billion in excess medical costs and $42 billion in lowered productivity, according to that same Kellogg Foundation report. Additionally, the economic impact of shortened lifespans among people of color is $175 billion. Now, those are the real costs. Thank you.
Okay, now we'll begin to open it up for questions, and I'll call upon myself first. Mr. Lennington, I'd like to have you give us a little bit of a background of what some people call affirmative action. As I understood, it began in 1965.
Okay, hold on. I just want to do something here. I cannot watch all of this. It is unbearable. Much of this is incredibly unbearable. Is this where he just completely... I can't remember. This is a lot of dumb stuff. Okay, so he was speaking to one of the witnesses that I think Republicans brought. I can't remember if this is the moment. But he just doesn't seem to understand the fundamentals of any of the things he's talking about.
Spanish-speaking countries. So
if I'm say of German descent, but my ancestors spent a few generations in Uruguay, am I considered Hispanic or am I considered European?
these are difficult questions, and I think right now you would be considered South American or Latino or Hispanic, depending on which federal law you're actually looking at. A lot of these federal laws contradict each other into who's in and who's out.
Right. If I'm 1/4 Mexican and 3/4 Irish or something in ancestry, and by Mexican I mean
Hispanic.
Even not Hispanic, because Hispanic, as you just mentioned, covers people.
No, they're Hispanic. Glenn is really struggling to understand all of this. I think Glenn needs a diversity of help. In fact, he's almost 70 years old. I think he should probably just go to, you know, like a nursing home or something, so he can just doddle around. He doesn't seem to really get it.
European descent who came here from Cuba, say.
They too would be Hispanic, yes.
Could you, yeah, if I'm 1/4, like I said, if I'm 1/4 of my ancestry is from Uruguay and 3/4 is from Ireland, am I considered a minority for purposes of this law?
It is presently interpreted as self-identification. So if you identify as that race, you get the benefits under the current federal laws. So it's not a blood quantum sort of process that they go through. They ask you how you identify.
You talk about people who are at a disadvantage. If my father's a billionaire, but my ancestry is Latin American, am I considered disadvantaged?
Yes, one interesting point, we just won a case against the Minority Business Development Agency, and the judge in that case said that under federal law, Oprah Winfrey is disadvantaged.
Right, so is there any reason for this other than that you want to divide Americans? Why we don't take in, if we're really looking at disadvantage, I can have a life of hell, but since my ancestors are from Europe, I'm not disadvantaged. And you know what I mean?
We can decide who is disadvantaged in this country by asking them. Under Medicaid, you can get on the Medicaid rolls by establishing your individual needs.
Oh, so what we'll do is we'll just ask everybody, are you disadvantaged? And only the disadvantaged people will let us know. Is that what you're saying?
Which is what federal law does in many, many programs right now.
Okay.
Oh, I absolutely noticed the Cato Institute. They had a Cato Institute guy, a Manhattan Institute guy. It was just a bunch of Republican think tank dudes in here, and then it was not the most diverse panel.
I'll maybe come back to myself later. Mr. Krishnamurthy.
That wasn't the one that I wanted, though. At some point, Glenn claims that Cuba is in Europe. That's right. At some point, Glenn Grothman suggests that Cuba, the country Cuba, you know, the one in the Caribbean, he suggests that it's in Europe for some reason. I don't know why he thinks it's in Europe. It's not clear to me. Could be that he doesn't know a whole lot. He is a U.S. congressperson, so high likelihood of that.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, Ranking Member, for our witnesses for being here today.
The terms diversity, equity, and inclusion, or DEI, have been thrown around today as if we're speaking on some looming threat to America, as if DEI has some hockey mask on, committing heinous crimes in our communities and destroying our workforce and gutting our economy. And to Mr. Chairman's point, we did our DNA in our family. We got a little Irish in us too, but it wasn't voluntary. And so I'm going to take this from a little bit of a different angle or perspective and speak on the history and impact or the lack of protections for diversity initiatives. So why they came about in the first place, because it seems really convenient that you all are kind of missing that whole point of where we came from. And so let's be real, where it came from: racism, right? And this country that we all love has a history of racism. Racism towards the very individuals that make up our diversity, racism towards those striving for an equitable society and an inclusive America, because inclusion, that part of the DEI, that just means everybody. That means white folks, black folks, brown folks, everybody. So racism didn't begin with one man on Pennsylvania Avenue, although he kind of leans into it a little bit, in my opinion, but instead has been embedded in our very creation as a nation. So some of you may be naive to think that the trails of racism that have plagued our nation ended when black soldiers were able to give their lives in the Civil War or with the signing of the Emancipation Proclamation. But even in the 1860s, Black American veterans returned home not to honor and reward, but to terror and violence. Denied pensions, denied land, lynched, terrorized. This is the grim reality of Black history in America. So, and that's intertwined today as we see Black families face ongoing struggles. My grandfather's grandfather was a slave. Like, that's not that long ago. So, and so I want to talk about three quick things: housing, healthcare, and criminal justice. So let's wrap our heads around this, because you were bringing that up, Dr. Smith. In the 1930s, the federal government created the Homeowners Loan Corporation. And it was so folks could buy soon-to-be foreclosed mortgages, refinance them into new government mortgages so people could keep their homes. You know who wasn't included in that? Dr. Harper, do you know?
Yeah, Black people.
Yeah. In 1939, Black Americans fought in...
It is both sad and hilarious that the only person who seemed to know the answer to that question. Oh, God.
Black people.
Yeah. In 1939, Black Americans fought and died in World War II, in every war in this country. And upon returning, there were, are you all familiar with the Servicemen's Readjustment Act of 1944, Mr. Lennington?
No, sir.
That is the GI Bill. Mr. Harper, help me out here.
Oh, boy.
Who didn't get access to the GI Bill?
Black people.
Yeah. Okay, so Mr. Lennington, you said that the law is colorblind. I don't think that you completed that thought. The law should be colorblind. Is that what you intended to say?
I think the GI Bill applies to all Americans, right?
That's not what I asked you. The law should be colorblind, right?
Absolutely.
Because the law has not been colorblind. And then I'll ask you too, just for clarification purposes, racism is illegal, right?
Racism is
illegal. I'll take that as a yes. Now, I'm a data person, and so because a lie doesn't care who tells it, right? But facts and actual data, you can't get around that one. So let's talk about, how we got here. So GI Bill, veterans fought. They're denied that. They can't get the low-cost mortgages, payments for tuition, living expenses. And you know how historically most Americans built their wealth? Housing. The Fair Housing Act, also known as Title VIII of the Civil Rights Act of 1968, was enacted to address and prevent discrimination in the sale, rental, and financing of housing. And the Black ownership rate compared to white folks?
Where's whose name? Who are we talking about right now? This guy?
Do you think it's even?
This is Wesley Bell from Missouri.
There
Billington?
there are large disparities in many areas.
Huge disparity, 75% to 46%. Black residents are less likely to own homes. When they do successfully own a home, it is often devalued when being appraised compared to a similar home owned by a white counterpart. So let's talk about health care quickly. Know about the Tuskegee study on syphilis? Black folks were experimented on for 40 years?
Yes.
Familiar with that? Criminal justice. In Missouri, black men make up 8% of the total population of Missouri's population, but 45% of the jail population. So when we talk about health disparities, when we talk about housing, when we talk about criminal justice, all of these things are the reason why diversity initiatives came about. And so if we disregard those things and leave things as they were, guess who suffers? Black folks, brown folks, minority folks suffer all the time. So we can keep, so I think my colleague said, we can keep doing the same things and expect different outcomes. But for black folks and brown folks and minority folks, that means we get screwed over and over. And I think you
immediately,
made a quote that I
if
wrote
not
down,
sooner,
which I thought was interesting. Racism, it impacts the hearts and minds for years to come, right? And so I don't think it's white males, because Dr. Harper gave us some data that you can't get around, that white males are represented very well. And I'm fine with that. Many of my good friends are white males. God bless them too. But my God.
Wesley,
what are we?
Wesley here is a little bit more fine with that than me. I think that those numbers were atrocious. I mean, that list. That Dr. What was his name? Dr. Bell. That list, whatever, that he came out with on, all the percentages of white men in positions of power, whether in business or government, it was overwhelming. It is overwhelming that somehow 75+% of all positions of power in this country are held by white men. That disturbs me more.
Talking about here. So, I'll close on this, and I see I'm getting a hook, and I appreciate the chairman for giving me a little bit of latitude. If we know that this impacts people for generations, and we know that black folks and brown folks have been discriminated against for generations, shouldn't we be doing something about it? I yield back my time.
We should be doing something. I mean, Glenn doesn't want us to be doing something about that. He thinks that, brown folks doing well is somehow an affront to the white man. That's what it is. That's absolutely what it is.
Help! Help! I'm being repressed!
Oh, God. All right. We're going to come back to this DEI hearing after the first break here, but we do have to take a quick break. Just want to remind everybody we're still trying to deficit finance for July's bills, which are coming up in a few days. Got a couple extra bucks on Cash App or PayPal. We are counting all donations from there towards the galactic deficit. Okay, quick break. Don't worry though. We'll be right back after these brief space messages. All right, I hope you're all enjoying the show so far. If you haven't already, hit the like button and don't forget to subscribe. Hit that bell icon too. Otherwise, you won't know when the show's happening and you'll just be left watching some terrible content. You'll be wishing you could be watching the stream when you could be. Once you're done doing those things, liking, subscribing, bell clicking, do also consider contributing to the Galactic News Network, as we are completely funded by individuals such as yourself. So many great ways, of course, for you to show your support. YouTube, super chats, super stickers, and memberships. All good ways to contribute. But if that's not your thing, Cash App and PayPal exist. But of course, the best way to get the most base benefits for your Earth dollars is to go on to Patreon and become a Galactic patron. Only $3 a month will get you cornucopia of galactic benefits unseen by the rest of the Milky Way. Stuff like an avatar, shout out, much, much more. Just go onto the website and find out what is in store. Anyway, chat, that's enough for me. Don't forget, we still got the chat goal going. And we are counting all Cash App and PayPal donations to the goal today, as we are trying to get the galactic deficit solved. So, enjoy the break. Grab yourselves a drink, maybe a snack, and I will be right back. All right. Everyone here, of course, knows what that sound means. It means that it is time for us to get back to the stream very shortly. So get back in those seats, Space Fams. Otherwise, you might miss it. I do want to say that I just noticed a Cash App. So clearly somebody heard me. They said 2 for 1. I can donate to the Galactic Deficit and to the live goal on YouTube as well. Well, sign me up. Somebody by the name of Michael. I won't say your last name here for fear of doxing you. But thank you. Thank you very, very much. And you've helped us in many ways. The chat and me. That's right. I gotta update the goal. Gotta update the Galactic Deficit financing goal first. You're now at less than $100 away from completing it. 266 of 350. You're getting there, people. I also want to say that means that we just got 8 out of 10. 8, count them. 8 of 10 now completed. Which means we only need 2 donations on YouTube right now. A super chat and a super sticker. Like 4 memberships. Or more donations on either Cash App or PayPal. We'd get it done. So much just happened over the break. It's crazy. It's like, you know, we walk away for 1 second. And we got a bunch of problems solved all of a sudden. At least semi-solved. Partially solved. I'm getting ahead of myself. Problems is partially solved. No, it wasn't Reich. It was another name. I don't know what name. I know what name. I'm not going to say what the last name was. But it wasn't, I mean, it could have been Michael Reich. I don't know. Whoever it was, though, thank you very much. Your donation is very much appreciated by me and also by chat, because it's also counting towards that sweet, sweet YouTube goal of getting all of the content immediately, if not sooner.
Immediately, if not sooner.
Back to talking DEI. Let's go here.
Ms. Simon?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. This is a very, very difficult conversation. I'm a great granddaughter of someone who had a literal yoke on great granddaughter of someone who had a literal yoke on her neck. A literal yoke. And I will give the 4.5 minutes of my time to my people from Malvern, Arkansas, from those fields. And I want to be clear that 4 out of the 5 of you last year posted on your social media the words of Dr. King. And there are so few folks who actually have studied, who are clear on the theology of freedom of King. Very few of you have read and studied and have sat in Ebenezer Baptist Church, so I would ask you, you keep Dr. King's name out of your mouth. If you, like me and the many scholars who will be watching, studied King, you know that he and the mothers and the fathers of the civil rights movement and of the movement for emancipation not only would be struck by the conversations in this room, but would be shattered by the consequence of lies, of hatred, of abuse of this administration in the name of folks who worked to make this country more free. Children of Abraham, for real. I want to be clear for the young people that are listening today here in this audience, this conversation is not about an acronym. It's just not. It's just not. This is a conversation. It's an attack. It's an attack on what you see right here. Now, see, who's on this side of the dais? This was never the plan. It was never the plan to have people of color in positions where they would be able to speak from this place. In In fact, folks had to fight tooth or nail to gain access to the front door to this Capitol. I want to be very clear about that. Today's hearing says quietly and actually out loud who the majority believe is allowed to belong in this country. They use Dr. King's name in deep vein.
Illegal.
Who has a place in the hierarchy that was never meant to be questioned. The majority is leading a coordinated effort, I want to be clear, to push us back to a segregated America based on race, based on ethnicity, based on national origin, based on sex, based on sexual orientation and gender identity and disability. Inclusion, as a disabled woman, they have been very, very clear, including folks who look different than the standardized white man in this country, folks who are disabled, folks who love differently. Those folks should not be at the center of power. That's the plan. They are motivated by a fear of a multiracial and a multicultural democracy, a fear that freedom of co-equal citizens living as their authentic selves with pride and they have a fear of accountability. We must name this conversation today for what it truly is. It is a bigotry. It is a hypocrisy. Republicans, like I said before, will quote Dr. King all day, will bring forth Lincoln, and will talk about Frederick Douglass in the same breath that they are gutting civil rights offices in our governments, in the same breath where they seek to ban AP African American studies that tells the true story of this country. It ain't just one story. It is a...
Who just said that in chat? Michael Reich, Jesus Christ. This might be the reincarnation of Shirley Chisholm. Oh, that's a good one. Well played. Well played. No, she's spitting fire. Latifah Simon is spitting hot fire right now.
That's hot. Same breath that they are gutting civil rights offices in our governments, in the same breath where they seek to ban AP African American studies that tells the true story of this country. It ain't just one story. It is a complete story. But folks on this dais don't want you to learn it. The hypocrisy from the Republicans is not only shameful, it is anti-American. President Trump and others have purged more than 275,000 federal workers through mass terminations and unlawful firings while, check this out, preparing draft hiring guidance that would screen job applicants for political loyalty to the administration rather than the Constitution. The Trump administration put 500,000 qualified federal workers with disabilities, jobs at risk. Half of those are veterans. The Trump administration has forced out transgender service members who have served their country with loyalty and love while elevating dangerously unqualified news anchors to lead our nation's Defense Department. The Trump administration rewards loyalty over expertise, obedience over justice. These attacks are central to a broader agenda. Let me just finish this one sentence that criminalizes protest, that bans books, that erases history and redefines its national identity in narrow and violent terms. A 1950s America is what the goal of this conversation is, and some of us say hell no.
Hell no.
I yield.
Mr. Gill.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you for holding this hearing.
Oh, here we
go. Thank you to all of the witnesses for...
Prepare yourself for some serious... This is going to be a serious discussion. This is going to be the most... Hold on. I just got to prepare myself for this one. This is very... What this guy's got to say. This young white man on the right, this guy over here, he's got some very important things to ask.
Mr. Chairman, thank you for holding this hearing, and thank you to all of the witnesses for taking the time to be here.
Oh, yes.
We certainly really appreciate it.
Do you?
Dr. Harper, I've got a couple questions for you.
Oh, boy.
Just starting out, do you believe that ageism is a form of bigotry?
Yes.
You do? Yeah, I thought so because you wrote an article saying that ageism in media discourse about Biden's reelection is an issue. Do you still believe that ageism was an issue in the past election cycle?
I believe that ageism in any form and in any context is a problem.
Do you believe that Americans who were concerned about Joe Biden's age were bigoted?
I did not say that in my article, nor do I claim that now.
You said that ageism is a form of bigotry.
Ageism is a form of bigotry, but I did not say that in my article.
And
you cannot misrepresent my idea.
Okay, well, why don't you provide your explanation for that? Ageism is a form of bigotry. People who were concerned about Joe Biden's age were ageist. How do you square that?
It's not what he said.
I'm less concerned about Joe Biden's age. I am more concerned about young people and older Americans being systematically denied opportunities and access because of their age.
Do you think that Joe Biden's age had a relation to his cognitive decline?
That is outside of my area of expertise.
A doctor?
Do you need to be an expert?
Is he a medical doctor?
Out of my area of expertise.
Do you need to be an expert to determine whether an 82-year-old man who is clearly, visibly declining mentally on camera?
Like Donald Trump? I mean, he's not 82. Was he 80 now? He turned 80 this year, right? He's an 80-year-old man with clear signs of cognitive decline. Maybe we should be upset about that, Mr. Gill.
If that has anything to do with his age.
I'm not a cognitive scientist.
You're not? Okay. Of course you're not.
Oh my God.
Do you think those Americans were...
How rude.
Oh my God. Did this man just say what I think he said?
Declining mentally on camera. If that has anything to do with his age.
I'm not a cognitive scientist.
You're not? Okay. Of course you're not.
Wow, pal. I'm not sure if he's saying that because he knows Mr. What's this guy's name again? I can't. Banks? No, that's not. I can't remember what his name is right now. But the man, that sounded incredibly racist. That's all I can come up with. It just sounded incredibly racist. I don't know what the point of that was.
Do you think those Americans were right to be concerned about Joe Biden's age?
Again, you're missing the point. The point is about the ageism itself. Okay. It isn't about Joe Biden.
We're going to move on.
Oh.
Do you believe that America should be a colorblind society?
What does that mean?
For instance, should people be treated differently based on their race? It's just a yes or no question.
It's not a yes or no question.
White people are the only people who think that being colorblind is A, good, and B, like, possible in the context in which they bring it up as it relates to race, ethnicity. Like white people are the only ones who talk about everybody needing to be colorblind.
For instance, should people be treated differently based on their race? It's just a yes or no question.
It's not a yes or no question.
It's a yes or no question.
It is a, as I said in the beginning of my testimony, America
yes
has not done right by indigenous peoples, by black people, by Asian American and Pacific Islander people.
Should people be treated differently based on their race? Yes or no?
People should receive the services and the support and the remedies that are owed to them.
That they should be treated differently based on their race.
They should receive the remedies that are owed to them because of the systemic racism and injustice.
Do you believe that race should be considered in employer hiring practices?
I do not believe.
What is wrong with that?
That white people are the only qualified people for jobs.
I didn't say that. Nobody said that.
Yeah.
I asked you if race should be considered in employer hiring practices. And you're not going to intimidate me by slandering me as a racist.
You're also,
I'm sorry.
I did not call you a racist.
No,
you're not going to intimidate
though.
me.
He's right. He didn't call you a racist. I called you a racist. You're being a fucking insane bigot right now. That's what you're doing.
Slandering me as a racist.
You're also, I did not call you a racist.
You know what I love most about that, though? That claim of his, this is a guilty conscience speaking out loud, right? Like, dude is a racist. The stuff that he knows that much of what he's saying is in fact racist. And, you know, like, and so he inferred it. Like when he was listening, and I keep forgetting this name. I don't know why I can't remember this witness's name. He basically, like, he imposed it on himself, right? At no time did the witness refer to this dude as a racist.
No, you're not going to intimidate me by insisting that I called you a racist.
Straightforward question. It's a yes or no question. Should race be considered in employer hiring practices? Yes or no?
I believe that diversity ought to be considered as companies and other organizations attempt to reflect their customers, our country.
I'll take that as a yes. Which race do you think should be preferred?
Oh my God, that is not what he's saying.
I do not think that a single race should be preferred.
It's also not what DEI does. It's so annoying. What race do you think should be preferred? What race do you think should be preferred, sir? What a fucking twit.
Considered as companies and other organizations attempt to reflect their customers, our country.
I'll take that as a yes. Which race do you think should be preferred?
This is ridiculous.
I do not think that a single race should be preferred.
You just said that you believe that race should be considered in employer hiring practices.
Considered?
I don't know. There's going to be a transcript of this hearing.
There is going to be a transcript, 100%. There's an absolute, I mean, does this guy not know words?
Precision of language, please.
There's a clear difference between considering and preference. Consideration, preference. Consideration, preference. These are two different concepts, okay? Preferring, like say, like, I don't know, for much of this country's history, employers preferred white people. They preferred them so much, they didn't hire anybody but white people. That's different than consideration, where currently businesses are being asked to ensure that they consider all available candidates, white people, and everybody else.
Say that in that way.
Okay, why don't you explain what you believe?
What I said and what I believe is that the demographic composition of workplaces, our nation's military, and so on, our Congress ought to reflect the diversity of the United States of America.
Racial demographic composition. Racial demographic, is that what you're saying?
Racial, gender.
Okay, so race should be a factor in employer hiring practices. Yeah, that's what you're saying, is it not?
Organizations ought to attempt to match the diversity of their...
You're hopping around the question.
No,
you don't want to
I am answering quite straightforwardly, as a matter of fact.
Who gets to determine which races are preferred?
Nobody.
I already told you I don't have a single racial group.
You just told me that you believe that the racial demographic makeup should be taken into account in hiring practices.
And it should be...
This guy does not seem to understand the difference between taking into account and preferring. It's almost like he's a fucking idiot. This is ridiculous.
The racial demographic makeup should be taken into account in hiring practices.
And it should be reflected in all levels of companies and other organizations.
Okay, let's talk about college admissions. If two different children are applying for college, let's say one is white and one is black, and there's one slot available, should they be evaluated based on the same objective criteria? Test scores, for instance.
Are you familiar with holistic admissions?
Should they be held to the same standards regarding test scores?
I am a proponent of holistic admissions.
It's just a yes or no question.
Yeah, no, I can't answer that question for you as a proponent of holistic admissions.
Got it. I'll take that as a no. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
I'm fairly certain that Mr. Gill here knows nothing about holistic admissions, because he didn't have to worry about that sort of thing because he's a white guy. And, a lot of privilege gets passed down through the generations, even unknowingly, especially for the people receiving it. But holistic admissions is a university strategy that considers an applicant's unique experiences alongside other more traditional academic achievements, right? Which aims to create a diverse population within the student body, right? Opportunity for people that may have perhaps had a tougher time with their traditional academic achievements than their peers due to different circumstances, including, I would point out, people who are poor. But, it's just, whatever. It's just, whatever. It's just so frustrating that these guys are just so outraged about the existence of other people being just considered. Just the idea of considering anyone that doesn't look like them in a position of power. Like, that's just too much for them.
That's too much, man.
Can't handle it.
Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Can't handle it.
Ms. Randall.
Thank you so much, Mr. Chair. You know, I stepped out of this committee for a while to go to my natural resources markup, and I think we began this committee with Ranking Member Krishnamurthy's question about where the words healthcare, financial services, and oversight were. And I have the same question now, because what a wild ride it was to walk into a committee and have a discussion about ageism and President Biden. You know, this committee has had some really meaningful and interesting discussions about health equity and the financial instruments we use to ensure we are reaching people. And I've really enjoyed the discussion that we had about the marriage penalty and how we need to lower barriers for families from forming in the way that is right for them. You know, there's no reason to have an unnecessary barrier if a family wants to get married when they have children, and they shouldn't be kicked off of the support that is allowing them to thrive just because they get married. Because that costs the American people more in tax dollars in the long run if their child gets on public assistance because they have higher ACEs scores. You know, I'm sure many of us have dug into the social determinants of health. And I also know that, you know, Chair Grothman, you are really dedicated to ensuring that we are supporting families forming and more children in being born in this country. I know that's a priority of you as a chair, and certainly of our vice president and many in this administration. So I have a question for our panelists, and anyone who knows, please feel free to chime in. Does anyone know the maternal mortality rate for Black women as compared with white women in this country?
Dr. Harper's got it again.
I just know it's much higher.
Much higher.
Yes.
Yeah. Dr. Harper, you had your hand up?
I was going to say that for Black women and for Indigenous women, it is exponentially higher than for white women, as a matter of fact.
Yeah, I think the last data I found had 50.3 deaths per 100,000 for Black non-Hispanic women and 14.5 deaths per 100,000 for white women, non-Hispanic, non-Indigenous women. That's pretty crazy.
Yeah, that is
it?
crazy.
I feel like I'm taking crazy
Another
pills.
question. Does anyone know the rates of Black women OBGYNs as compared to white women OBGYNs in this country? No?
I've done some work in health equity and understand that there's very few Black OBGYN females.
Yeah. So it's about...
It's almost like we need more Black women doctors. How do we get Black women doctors? I'm just trying to think. My brain. Just got to knock something loose here. Oh, that's right. I got it. That hurt. That last one hurt. I'm fine. Boy, oh boy. I got it, though. I figured it out. Got knocked loose. Oh, right. They have to go to school. That's right. They have to get graduate level degrees.
8 to 11% as compared with 68%. Now, it seems like there hasn't been a lot of study from members on this panel on this, certainly majority witnesses on this correlation, but it's there. Like that data is there. We know that when individuals have providers that share their life experience, that understand the challenges that they face that share cultural connectivity, we have higher health outcomes. That data exists. And we have seen incredible work in states that have pushed to lower their maternal mortality rates by increasing representation of providers of color. Mike, you can roll your eyes all you want. I see some eye rolls on the panel. But it's true. And if we allow one party in this country to wage a war on DEI by calling it reverse racism, but let Black women die in this country, let Hispanic women die, let Indigenous women die, we're not going to have the babies that we so clearly want to ensure that our country has. And, you know, I'm not a mother. I am a queer woman of color who has grown up in this country, who has watched.
Now, this is a sad fact, but when they talk about increasing the birth rates, like J.D. Vance, you know, all these groypers on the right talk about increasing the birth rates, they are talking about a specific group of people, right? These are the same people who talk about the white genocide, great replacement theory. They don't want you to have more babies. If you're brown, if you're different, right, you know, than they are, you know, if you're not a white nationalist Christian, well, they don't want you to have babies. They want white women to have babies. That's it. Full stop. I hate to say it because it's such a disgusting thing, right? Like it bothers me to say it out loud because it's so depressing. And it's just pure racism. It's racism in its purest form, but it truly is. That is what it is. They are not talking to everyone when they say they want the birth rate to go up. That's a huge part of the white grievance sort of ecosphere, if you will. That's why the white man is so afraid of DEI and equality, right? They feel like, you know, maybe, you know, if white men don't have such a leg up on everyone else, then maybe white women will sleep with other people.
Illegal.
And make, you know, those goddamn intersectional babies. Those... Whatever. All right. Enough DEI. Enough talk of this DEI hearing. The rest of it gets it's just more unhinged Glenn Grothman ridiculousness. I say full stop right before cooking. Did I keep going after I said full stop? Whatever. That happens, okay? Sometimes I have more things in my head that just need to come out. Just gotta say them with my mouth. Can do nothing else. Oh, boy. All right, let's keep talking about the United States and our relation to minority groups, but moving from DEI, talking immigration. Now, I've never seen this channel before, but this guy found this TikTok video that I found to be, well, I'll let you see it. Well, I'll give you my take. Here we go.
This is, it's a sad state of the nation, but it's a funny glimpse into the sad state of the nation. So ICE is out knocking on doors, ringing doorbells. They're looking for people. They're doing wellness or welfare checks. Welfare checks, my ass. Lying motherfucking piece of shit pigs. Anyway, ring camera catches them at this one house. And he says, the guy from ICE says, we're doing a welfare check. And the guy on the other end of the line goes, on who? And the guy rattles off some Hispanic name. And the guy goes, yeah, no Hispanics live here. Black people live here. And the ICE guy goes, well, what's your name? And the guy tells him his name. And tells them there are no Hispanics here, only black people here, fuck off. And they go, and they come back. And the following video is the interaction from his Ring doorbell between him and the ICE agents after they came back, and he is trying to get through their thick fucking skulls that they got the wrong fucking place.
What part do you don't understand? I'm trying to get this other unit. This is my home. This is my home. There's no other unit right here? Don't worry about this. Is my goddamn house. You understand what I'm saying? This is my house. Right. Okay, we're just trying to talk to the other unit. This is my motherfucking house, hey? Yes, you're understanding. What if you don't understand why you're knocking on my door down here? This is my house. Can't you say this is a single family dwelling? What the fuck is wrong with you?
They mess with the wrong man.
No goddamn Latinos in here.
They mess with the wrong grandpa.
What the fuck we got into law enforcement? Y'all some ignorant motherfuckers.
They are ignorant.
I'm telling them this is my motherfucking house. And then they gonna knock on the damn downstairs. What's his name? Come on. What's his name? Stupid.
Illegal.
How about Angel Fernandez?
Good.
Yeah. Oh, boy. Competence of the ICE people seems to be pretty low. We were told earlier by Caroline Levitt that we were getting some very high levels of competency, but we've been seeing week in, week out, just all sorts of incompetent ICE officers. I don't even know what to call them. Half of them might be just bounty hunters hired. You know, it's just, but they knocked on the wrong goddamn door. This dude decided to post to TikTok. I appreciate that. This dude's a goddamn patriot. It's a goddamn patriot. Get the fuck out of here, ICE. Now, let's go all the way down to Miami, where one woman was putting up a fight at a local hearing about ICE in her town.
And tonight at 10, fireworks at a Miami-Dade County Commission meeting as a protester upset about an ICE agreement with county jails is herself thrown in jail. A second person was also led away in handcuffs. Tensions escalated after the board declined to vote on the deal. Good evening, I'm Jim Berry. The moment creating chaos in the commission chambers earlier today. Anna McAllister joins us live from the jail in West Miami-Dade, where both are being held tonight. Anna, what's the latest here?
Well, Jim, these two people were speaking out after the board refused to vote on this item this afternoon. And then deputies, they dragged one woman out after she allegedly refused to be quiet.
Let her speak. Let her speak. Let her speak. Why is that? Let her speak. Go. Let her speak. Let her speak. Come on. You don't need to do this. I just needed a moment. Stop. Let her go. Let her Stop. Let me go.
A Miami-Dade Commission meeting turns chaotic.
Let me go. This hurts.
It all started during a heated discussion about an immigration enforcement agreement with county jails. The item was about to be deferred, which meant public comment would be deferred, but there appeared to be confusion about that in the crowd.
We will have order in this chamber.
During the meeting, deputies arrested 36-year-old Camila Ramos after she allegedly continued to interrupt.
Just beating up women for wanting to use their First Amendment right. That's where we're at.
Help! Help! I'm being repressed!
Being repressed. Over and over again. Woman who just wanted to say her piece about county jails being used for ICE detentions. Seems reasonable. Her tax dollars are going to be funding that if it happens. These goddamn city council members or whatever running away from their constituents once again. PB, I didn't even see the super chat. Good evening, Space Fams. Hello to you, PB. Hello to you. Much appreciated. Oh, I just realized that, technically, that completes our goal. Because we got a sweet, sweet Cash App earlier, which we are counting both towards, that's right, 2 for 1 right now, people. Contribute to the Cash App and to the goal. Contribute to the galactic deficit at the same time. Truly is amazing. And for that, I am going to, I'm going to do a little bit of this. Woo. That's right. You did it. We all did it. Together, the Space Fams, achieving things here in the Milky Way galaxy. We're going to get all the content now. It is official. It's freaking official. Enjoy it. Enjoy it. You deserve it. All right. I'm gonna bask in the glory for a second. Everybody, let's bask. Let's bask. The confetti, the knowing inside that somehow we have achieved the chat goal in YouTube, which will ensure that we get all the goddamn space content tonight. It's phenomenal and exciting, and you should pat yourself on the back if you helped contribute to that goal. And in a way, everybody helps these days. I mean, maybe not with the goal, but with the contributing financially. If you're watching the stream, you're watching ads, that's contributing. I know it might be annoying sometimes to get those ads. I just saw an ad go by just a second ago, but that contributes. If you're on premium and you're watching and you're not contributing to goals, you're not doing super chats or cash apps or whatever else, you're also contributing. That's right, premium members. If you're watching a stream, some portion of your membership essentially goes to the creator who you're watching, and avoiding advertisements with your with your YouTube premium account. So everybody is really contributing today, and I appreciate you for it. All right. What next? What next? Yeah, back to ICE. What has ICE been up to? Oh, actually, let's go here. This isn't actually about what ICE has been up to. This is about what's been happening to one man who did something I would argue was a public service. But LA, I believe it's LA and not ICE. It could be ICE, actually. I cannot remember now. But I'm fairly certain it's the LAPD, or not the LAPD technically. It would be the prosecutor's office, district attorney's office in LA is pursuing these charges against this man who did a public service during the LA protests. Keeping people safe is apparently now a crime.
Illegal.
Let's go here. KTLA5 from 22 hours ago.
And there's this. It's been 2 weeks since an immigrant rights activist and Marine veteran's East LA home was raided. He is accused of conspiracy to commit civil disorder during an immigration protest for handing out face shields to demonstrators.
The
Tonight,
FBI
Alejandro
was there. The
Ariana is
FBI.
speaking.
Do you see that? Go back.
He is accused of conspiracy to commit civil disorder during an
The FBI came to this man's house. For what? For doing what? Oh, distributing face masks. Distributing face shields to prevent people's eyes from being gouged out by less than lethal ammo or less lethal rounds being shot at their faces, or having, their eyes being, sprayed with pepper spray, things like that. This man did a goddamn public service, and the FBI is involved. This is fucking stupid.
This is ridiculous.
This is so fucking stupid.
Protest for handing out face shields to demonstrators. Tonight, Alejandro Ariana is speaking out for the first time.
Lindsay Pena live in Hollywood as he calls for charges to be dropped. Lindsay.
Yeah, Court and Micah. Ariana kept his comments brief this evening. He says he doesn't want to do anything to jeopardize his case at this point. He thought he would find out more at a preliminary hearing that was scheduled today, but that has since been postponed. This was Alejandro Oriano, handcuffed and in the back of a law enforcement vehicle on June 12th, after agents came to his home in East LA to take him into custody. U.S. Attorney Bill Asaley saying on X that he was arrested for conspiracy to commit civil disorders for, quote, distributing face shields to suspected rioters, and
wow. Suspected rioters. I mean, people who were protesting with their First Amendment right. Legal protest until it was declared unlawful at one point, even though I have serious problems with that declaration of, no more free speech now. Sorry, everybody go home. But I'll grant you that in this discussion. But the point is, giving people the ability to protect themselves, a face shield is not it's not an offensive weapon. It's protection. And these police were firing indiscriminately into the crowd. Multiple people were injured, including multiple journalists. How is this wrong in any fucking way? This is like somebody just said in chat, an egregious overreach. So we can't protect ourselves. We can't do free speech. We can't protect ourselves. It seems like we're living in an authoritarian fucking regime right now. And I just realized this is being done by the U.S. attorney. So the DOJ, is doing this case. This is fucking wild.
quote, on day 4 of protests in LA. The former Marine was later released, but hasn't spoken publicly until now.
I'm sure that many of you are eager to hear more about my situation. Unfortunately, I'm not able to discuss much about what's currently going on.
Talking to a crowd at Salazar Park in East LA Friday afternoon, Oriano thanked everyone who stood by his side during this time.
I want to give special recognition to Centro CSO, an organization with a long and proud history going all the way back to the 1940s, for taking to the streets the moment that it was known that I was in federal custody and who mobilized for my prompt release.
Oriano was supposed to have a preliminary hearing Friday, but he says it's been rescheduled for next week. As we wait to find out more about the case against him, local attorney Nashawn Neal weighed in on what the federal government will need to prove if this moves forward.
I think the federal government has barked up a very big tree because the concern about, one, is the mask really preventing them from doing something?
Right.
Is it the fact that I put a
Yeah, what is the mask preventing officers from doing? Doing severe bodily harm to the peaceful protesters, civilians? Does that prevent you from arresting someone just because you can't gouge their eyes out? If so, maybe we don't need police at all, because I was told that we need police to be able to deal with arresting people and all these other sorts of things. But if they're too weak-ass to be able to arrest somebody wearing a mask, well, just get the fuck out already.
Awful. Weak. Covering on preventing you from being able to perform a lawful duty of protecting the streets.
He says the charge against Oriano is a broad one, and it'll be interesting to see if there's more to the case than we know.
I think the indictment is actually going to be important, and that's something that's going to be telling about whether this is a very novel, something that's not solely politically motivated, or if it's something that's well based in fact.
And
we are going to be trying to keep up on this one 100%, because this has serious implications for people. And it's not like he was handing out fucking Molotov cocktails or bats or whatever else, right? He was handing out face masks for people to protect themselves in a situation in which they were being fired upon and hurt, right? Like, I can't see how there's anything wrong with this. And if they actually do go through with this case, I am going to be blown away. It seems to go completely against so many things. Like, you know, talk about this, like the Second Amendment, right? Like, this is not about, but like, I'm just basing, like, I'm not saying the Second Amendment says anything about face shields. But what I'm saying is that what I've heard from Republicans time and time again, is that somehow we need our guns to be able to, keep ourselves from being oppressed by kings, right? And over an oppressive federal government, right? But now protesters don't even deserve face masks. So then why do we have guns? Maybe we should get rid of the Second Amendment. Ay. All right, let's continue talking about immigration with Pramila Jayapal, who went on Democracy Now! Earlier this week. I think it was Friday, actually.
This is Democracy Now!, democracynow.org, the War and Peace Report. As we turn now to the continuing crackdown on immigrants by the Trump administration. Just this week, it's been reported the administration plans to dismiss potentially hundreds of thousands of open asylum cases. Those targeted are anyone who entered the U.S. unlawfully rather than at a port of entry before applying for asylum. This would essentially shut down all possibilities of claiming asylum along the southern border. President Trump's already made it effectively impossible to make an asylum claim at ports of entry on the border the day he took office. Critics say these restrictions on asylum are flagrantly illegal. Also this week, the Supreme Court cleared the way for the administration to send deportees to third countries rather than their own. This ruling stems from a case last month in which the government tried to send a plane of immigrants, mostly Latin American and Asian, to South Sudan. The flight was diverted to a military base in Djibouti. A lower court had said deportees should have a right to challenge their deportation to third countries. Other countries that have been approached by the administration to take U.S. deportees include Ukraine and Libya. And the administration may add more than 36 countries to the blanket travel.
I gotta say, sending people to Sudan in the middle of a civil war in that country is what I would deem to be cruel and fucking unusual punishment. Okay? There is no way that anybody would recommend going to Sudan right now. Okay? Like, what in the actual fuck? Huh? Who made that decision? There's 25 million starving people in Sudan right now. And it's opposite day every single fucking day, I swear to God. We're going to send immigrants to Sudan where there's no food and there's a civil war. Wow. Come on!
Ban already in effect for 12 nations if certain conditions are not met. 25 of the 36 countries are in Africa. For more on these developments and more, we're joined from the Capitol by Congressmember Pramila Jayapal of Washington State. She's the ranking member of the Subcommittee on Immigration, Integrity, Security Enforcement, begun holding a series of shadow hearings on Trump's immigration actions, most recently on what she calls third country disappearances and the weaponization of the immigration court. Why don't you, Congressmember Jayapal, take it from there? The weaponization of the immigration court and what these third country disappearances are.
Yeah, thanks so much, Amy, for covering this, as you always do. Look, this is an attack by the Trump administration on every part of the legal immigration system as we know it. And so the third country removals is the attempt of the administration to deport people to third countries without any due process. And once they are on a flight, obviously they then claim that they can't get those people back. And so this had been upheld by lower courts that this was unconstitutional, illegal for the government to do, because due process, as you know, is one of those clauses in the Constitution that's very clear. It doesn't say for citizens, it says for everybody. And so the government was losing in a number of lower courts, but then the Supreme Court, it got to the Supreme Court, and the Supreme Court, as you said, just announced that it was actually okay for the government to do this. And We have been trying to shine a light on the immigration subcommittee. We're in the minority, obviously, so we can't do official hearings, but I've started doing a series of shadow hearings to shine a light on all of the ways that the government is attacking immigrants and the legal immigration system. The first one was on third country deportations. The whole series is called Kidnapped and Disappeared. The second one, which we did yesterday, was exactly on what the attorney for Andriy was just talking about. The fact that now what the government is doing is they have been dismissing cases when somebody shows up to be in compliance with the immigration system. They have appointments for citizenship, they have appointments for asylum, court cases. In some cases, immigrants have been waiting for years to go through this process. They finally, imagine what it's like when you finally get your appointment. You show up to your appointment and the government dismisses the case. Now, typically when the government has dismissed a case, it's because they decide they're not going to pursue it anymore. In this case, the government is dismissing the case so that then as the person walks out of immigration court, they can be arrested, detained, and deported, again with no due process. And so this is a remarkable attack on the idea that immigrants should show up for their court cases. And it's a real catch-22 because if you show up, you could get detained and deported, arrested, detained, and deported. If you don't show up, then you are now in violation of the immigration regulations, and you're deemed as an absconder.
Yeah, no, it's a catch-22. You're screwed if you do, you're screwed if you don't. You don't show up to court, well, then you violated the terms of your immigration, whatever, what do they call it? I think they call it parole, actually, technically, even though it has nothing to do with crimes. And or if you show up to the court to do your duty to appear at these hearings, well then sorry, you're gonna get picked up by ICE and you'll be taken away. It is cruel. It is ridiculous. Now, I just want to go back to talking about masks really quickly, because in New York, a bill has been introduced as of today, I think, which would require ICE agents to be unmasked. Fascinating.
Lawmakers are calling for transparency from ICE, starting with having its agents remove their masks. ICE says the masks are optional and are meant to protect the agents who've been targeted too. Christy Kalishian explains.
Say it loud, say it clear. Immigrants are welcome here. Immigration advocates and political leaders using 26 Federal Plaza, which houses the city's ICE field office, as a backdrop Saturday. Immigrants and even Comptroller Brad Lander have been detained here by ICE agents with masks on.
No excuses, no cover-ups. When law enforcement hides who they are, there is no accountability.
That's the message behind Congresswoman Nydia Velasquez's No Masks for ICE Act, introduced earlier this month, requiring that ICE agents be unmasked during their enforcement actions, unless it's for a serious health issue, which has to be explained in writing.
And require them to wear clothing that clearly shows they work for ICE.
In a statement from ICE, a spokesperson says the masks are optional, but that, quote, ICE law enforcement and their families are being targeted and are facing a 500% increase in assaults due to the demonization of ICE by hostile groups and irresponsible elected officials. And that, quote, politicians and activists must turn the temperature down and tone down their...
Oh no, the poor ICE agents. They're being repressed right now by all of the rhetoric. Oh, God.
Help! Help! I'm being repressed!
Oh, God, these poor ICE agents. All of this rhetoric around them having to, reveal their identities while conducting law enforcement-related activities. Or not law enforcement. Immigration law, specifically, activities. Yeah, wow. That's got to be tough. Having to hear rhetoric that makes you seem like a bad guy. That's, oh, God. Aww. My heart is just bleeding for those poor ICE officers who are being asked to demask in New York. Gotta make that a law. Let's make that a law. Let's make that a federal law, actually.
Professor, it's good to see you, and we really need your help today, not just in opinion, but in trying to make sense of this. What does this mean? What is the court, what are the dissenters saying about the danger of this decision when it refers to people who have not yet sued, people who are not part of a lawsuit?
What it means, Ali, is that the Supreme Court has made it much easier, not only for this president, but for any president, to get away with violating any law, including the Constitution. The example of a hyper-liberal president ordering that agencies of the federal government take away everybody's gun,
get rid of the Second Amendment,
restrict religious exercise of a kind that doesn't satisfy the views of the majority. Those kinds of examples, too, would be subject to this entirely new regime. It's a regime that is completely inimical to the rule of law. In a nation of 300 million people, you can't possibly say that when the Constitution or a federal statute is clearly and outrageously violated, they get to keep violating it unless and until everybody has sued or someone representing everybody in a cumbersome process has achieved standing to sue, unless and until the U.S. Supreme Court speaks. That kind of ruling establishes not just an imperial executive, but an imperial Supreme Court. They have the only binding word. And it's useful, Ali, to take a step back and ask what this is all about. To read the majority opinion, you would think that we were taking a class in civil procedure. Justice Barrett, who knows her procedure going back to the courts of chancery in England, which, by the way, as Justice Jackson pointed out in her dissent, were basically impotent against the Crown and hardly established the relevant precedent for us. She knows her detailed civil procedure, but she never takes a step back and asks, what are we talking about here? No judge of any court who has heard a challenge to this president's attempt to say that even if you are born in the USA, you may not be a citizen unless your parents meet certain criteria. No judge has failed to say, my golly, that's obviously unconstitutional. Right. It's been the law ever since the founding that if you're born here, you belong here. You're a citizen. That was embodied textually in the Constitution, in the very first line of the 14th Amendment, which overruled the infamous Dred Scott decision that carved a terrible hole in that principle by saying that if you are born to people who were slaves, you don't get the benefit of birthright citizenship. Right. But nobody in the majority even hinted that this might be valid. But what they did was say, unless you can meet the requirements of a very cumbersome class action procedure, or maybe take some other circuitous path, you are not going to establish your rights.
Yeah, it's fucking insane. Is this new? No. No, it's not new. It's not a new emote. Neither of those are new. We've had both. We haven't gotten a new emote for months now. I think we haven't seen a new emote since April. Maybe May. Like early May. We're still stuck on 18. We still have 18 emotes. Count them. Count them, folks. You got them in front of you. Still stuck on 18, unfortunately. But if we get more YouTube members, we can get more emotes. I can tell you that much. I can tell you that much is for show. Where do we? We don't need to listen to this whole thing. Speaking of the Supreme Court and the law, one man has been a huge victim of the law just existing. It's very, very painful for him. He's actually the one who's being oppressed. It's not immigrants. It's not minorities in this country or women or LGBT folk.
Industries such as crypto, people involved in that. Would you be open or interested to sign such an executive order targeting debanking and what might...
Well, I think the debankers, I think that banks, I can tell you because I've been a victim myself.
Big victim.
Because of my politics, that big banks.
Nobody wants me at their bank.
Very nasty to us.
So nasty.
And I actually think it was Biden's people that told them to be, because politics, that big banks were very nasty to us. And I actually think it was Biden's people that told them to be, because the one group of people that banks are afraid of are the regulators. They are petrified of the regulators. And I've seen the biggest banker. I can tell you, you see him on television all the time. If a regulator walked into the room, he gets all nervous and crazy. They're afraid of the regulators. And if the Biden people order the banks to be virtually closed, they can do anything they want. The regulators control the banks. It's not the president.
So here we go. Donald Trump claiming that he is a victim of the banks. And I was wondering to myself, what did he mean by being a victim of the banks? Like having them want their money, like for all the loans he's taken out and tried to not repay, or like having to pay interest on those loans? Or I couldn't understand it, because I know that he's got plenty of relationships with banks, and I don't know in what time period, but he's saying it was Biden. So like in the last 4 years somehow, he was debanked in the last 4 years. I find that claim to be fucking laughable. Boy. But yeah, Donald Trump, big victim. Just can't get a loan. Why can't a billionaire get a break? All right, we're going to go back, see what's going on in the Senate, because they're still reading that big billionaire beneficiary bill.
27, $1 billion for the expansion and acceleration of qualification activities and technical data management to enhance competition in defense industrial base. 28, $400 million for the expansion of the Defense Manufacturing Technology Program. 29, $1,685 million for military cryptographic modernization activities. 30, $90 million for Apex accelerators, the Mentor Protege Program, and cybersecurity support to small non-traditional contractors. 31, $250 million for the development, procurement, and integration of Air Force low-cost counter-air capabilities. 32, $10 million for additional Air Force wargaming activities. And 33, $20 million for the Office of Strategic Capital Workforce. B, appropriations. In addition to amounts otherwise available, they are appropriated to the Secretary of Defense out of any money in the Treasury not otherwise.
By the way, I just realized that the Cash App was from someone named Michelle, not Michael. And if you were listening when I said that, I'm sorry. I don't know how I confused that. I looked at it really, really quickly. I was in the middle of trying to do the stream, but I made a huge, tiny mistake. And that's my bad. Thank you, Michelle. You know who you are.
Is appropriated to remain available until September 30th, 2029, $1 billion expenditures as provided under Section 149E5B of Title 10 U.S.
This guy is going to be reading for the next, 15 hours. It's a 1,000-page bill. So we'll tune back in, but it's not, I don't think it's super important for us to hear the contents of the bill. Not gonna lie. I don't know what it would do for us aside from putting us to sleep. It's painful. It's painful to listen to this man read just line after line. Figure number 4962.3-4 USC. Blah blah blah. Let's go back to talking about the Supreme Court. What do you say?
And another blockbuster ruling on the final day of opinions for the term. This one concerns LGBTQ plus content in elementary school classrooms. The case stemmed from a lawsuit out of Maryland. The question at the heart of the case, do parents have the right to opt their children out of exposure to themed storybooks with that content? All on the grounds that it violates their First Amendment religious rights. The justices decided, yes, the parents can opt out their children. The conservative majority court ruled 6-3 along ideological lines. Joining us now, NBC News legal affairs reporter Gary.
You know, this is going to this decision is fucking insane. Okay, this is going to create a truly perverse situation on multiple levels, right? It'll force teachers to somehow notify parents of what they're going to teach their children every single day. I don't know how they're going to do it, but they're going to have to, so that they can opt their children out, right? Or, you know, in that same scenario, right? This is also going to, I mean, do you know how kids are? Anybody, you ever been a kid, or do you have kids? Because this is going to create all sorts of strange things, probably very, like, what do you call it? Like, oh God, like potentially bad situations as it relates to, I don't know, bullying and sort of like just further like kids are already terrible to each other, but this is just gonna add to that 100%.
Grumback. So, Gary, first, how did the justices explain how they ultimately came to this conclusion?
So this is their conclusion right here, Zinkley. It's more than 100 pages, and it includes pictures of the books at the center of this case. And at the center of this is a religious rights case, right? Conservative justices expressed deep concern that parents wouldn't have the ability to opt their children out of some of this content. Justice Samuel Alito, writing in his opinion, quote, the board's introduction of LGBTQ plus inclusive storybooks, along with its decision to withhold opt-outs, places an unconstitutional burden on the parents' rights to free speech of their religion. And as you can imagine,
no, it is not.
It
is not. It 100% is not. These are public schools that are supposed to be completely devoid of religion, okay? Not supposed to be, you know, like, the teachers are not there to teach religion. And if that's a problem, you need to send your fucking kids to a religious school, okay? I'm so sick of us now undoing everything about this Constitution that once made this country great, right? Rather than erring on the side of education, we're now erring on the side of religion in educational institutions. That's what we're doing here. It is fucking disgusting. It really is. And this is going to happen with everything now, right? I mean, maybe we should just get rid of all the classes and we'll just turn all the schools into churches. It would be easier for the religious parents, so they wouldn't have to worry about whatever being taught to their kids. Or we could continue as we have for so long and have parents take their kids to fucking church on Sunday. And if they are extra weird, they can sit around reading Bible verses in the goddamn den. But I don't care. Do whatever you want. You know, outside of school, outside of, you know, public institutions intended for everyone. That's fine. But in school, I don't care. I don't care about your religion. And if you have a problem with certain aspects of the curriculum offending you, then you should probably take your kids out of school. Figure out how to educate them on your own, okay? If you have all these objections to your kids learning things about people in their community or about uncomfortable past or science or whatever else that offends you, just fucking remove yourself from society. Go off the grid. Take those kids into the great wilderness and teach them how to pick berries, and you can name them Jebediah and Ezekiel.
Split along ideological lines. The liberals were very upset with this decision, and Sonia Sotomayor, the justice, did have something to say about that, as she often does in these cases. She wrote in her dissent, quote, "The result will be chaos for the nation's public schools. Requiring schools to provide advance notice and the chance to opt out of every lesson plan or story time that might implicate a parent's religious beliefs will impose impossible administrative burdens on schools." It's just one of the many wins that the Trump administration had at the Supreme Court today. Clay.
And so how broad is this specific ruling? What does it mean for LGBTQ plus content as well as religious rights in classrooms beyond Maryland, but across the country?
Yeah, so I think part of what Justice Sonia Sotomayor was getting out there is the practicality of all of this, right? How do you go about going in every single classroom across the United States in what is, frankly, as we're talking about today, a nationwide injunction, right? This is stopping this from happening, making sure these opt-outs are available, and making sure that these teachers are actually allowing these students and these parents of these students to opt out. I think there's a lot of different plans and technicalities that do need to be figured out here, and this is going to be district by district, right? There's not going to be one size fits all for all public schools around the country.
And what this is going to cause, once again, it's not only going to, remove kids from class and perhaps cause bullying to occur, and have kids' educational opportunities dwindled. This is. The teachers are going to start having to make decisions, especially in red states where people are going to be, I assume, worse about this, and are going to have to say, well, do I even present this to the class? I know it would be useful for some people in here, but maybe I just opt out of telling people about this or that. High schoolers, maybe, instead of learning about sex ed, maybe we'll just teach the Bible instead. We'll just have Bible class in schools instead, I don't know. It's not going to be, none of it's going to be good. Still got one more on this. And CNN, oh boy.
The court sided with a group of religious Maryland parents who want the option to keep their elementary-age children out of lessons involving books with LGBTQ content. President Trump celebrated this as a win for the court's conservative majority.
It's really a ruling for parents. They lost control of the schools. They lost control of their child. And this is a tremendous victory for parents.
We're going to talk to folks on both sides of this issue. Let's bring in Cecilia Wong, the National Legal Director for the American Civil Liberties Union. And Cecilia, the ruling does not remove these books from the shelves. It doesn't stop schools from teaching them. Why do you think this was a bad decision?
Well, thanks, Jake, for having me on. I think today's decision by the Supreme Court is unfortunately a drastic break from decades of precedent and has the potential to sow real chaos and disruption in public schools across America. For the first time under the Supreme Court's order today, parents with religious objections are empowered to pick and choose from a secular public school curriculum, which interferes with the school district's legitimate educational purposes and its ability to operate schools without disruption. And ironically, this ruling comes in a case where the curriculum is designed to foster civility and help young learners foster understanding across differences and agree and disagree with civility. So I think it's a very unfortunate decision that really is at odds with the history of the court's precedents on the First Amendment.
And let's read some of the decision written by Justice Alito. He talks about one of the books in question. It's called Uncle Bobby's Wedding. It's about a same-sex wedding. Alito writes, quote, It presents acceptance of same-sex marriage as a perspective that should be celebrated. Other Americans wish to present a different moral message to their children, and their ability to present that message is undermined.
I just want to point something out. With this sort of argument, if you replace the noun with a host of other nouns, this is basically, this is the Supreme Court giving credence to schools. This just basically on a whim, based upon people's personal beliefs, removing stuff from the curriculum. Replace same-sex marriage with black people, with just take anything, with women, with women's empowerment, right? With any minority group. Pick a minority group, right? I know this is just same-sex marriage but just replace it. It presents acceptance of black people as a perspective that should be celebrated. Other Americans wish to present a different moral message. It presents acceptance of, you see what I'm saying here? We go over it presents acceptance of Muslim people as a perspective that should be celebrated. Other Americans wish to present a different moral message to their children, right? We should celebrate everybody in this country, okay? That is what it's supposed to be about. Instead, now they're saying, well, if a parent objects to celebrating a certain group of people in this country, well, they should have the right to not celebrate them. Where does it stop here? Where does this stop?
And the exact opposite message is positive, reinforced in the public school classroom, unquote. So Alito's argument is that parents should have the final word when it comes to teaching their children about morality, that they should have the final word when it comes to their education, especially if the government, the school, is teaching something that contradicts their religion. Why is that a problem for you?
Well, as Justice Sotomayor pointed out in her dissent, which includes the entirety of that book, Uncle Bobby's Wedding, points out, what really happened here is that the Montgomery County Schools District decided to have books that were inclusive on LGBT themes, as well as other themes about inclusion of people of different races and people of different religions. And the issue is that these were all age-appropriate materials that portrayed an inclusive attitude toward people from across differences. The book itself, whether parents object to it or not, they can teach their kids what they want and react to those books at home. But in the classroom, up until today's decision, the Supreme Court has always said that as to a secular public school curriculum, parents don't get to pick and choose in that secular curriculum.
Yeah, it's like the Supreme Court forgot who they were all of a sudden, and just they've not all of a sudden, honestly, for the last 9-12 months they've just completely reversed so many of their previously held positions. It's mind-boggling to me. We're not going to end there with this CNN interview. I found it fascinating that CNN decided to bring on this woman who was at the head of this lawsuit. But they did. Did they ask her any hard questions?
With one of the parents who first brought this case in Montgomery County, Maryland, Mom Grace Morrison. Her attorney Michael O'Brien joins us as well. So Grace, thanks so much for joining us. Really appreciate it. Montgomery County first removed the opt-out choice in 2023. You're a mom of public school kids in Montgomery County. Why did you bring this case?
I brought this case because my husband and I have an adopted daughter from Ukraine. She had been in the public school system for 7 years.
Okay.
She is a child with special needs. She has Down syndrome.
Great.
And we became aware that in her special needs classroom, they were presenting books on sexuality.
I just want to point something out. This woman just won this thing. We could change same-sex marriage to people with disabilities. If it presents acceptance of people with disabilities as a perspective that should be celebrated, other Americans wish to present a different moral message. Maybe maybe this woman's daughter doesn't belong in school, according to some people, because they don't like their children seeing disabled people being celebrated or being given an education. This fucking victim.
Mom Grace Morrison.
This woman's a fucking bitch.
A fucking bitch.
I'm sorry for my language, but it's true.
Heavy topics of gender ideology, and we
Gender
became very
ideology.
alarmed by this.
Gender is not an ideology.
Heavy topics of gender ideology, and we became very alarmed by this. Then to find out that we could no longer opt out of these materials, nor be even informed of what she was being taught. The books were being presented and discussed.
Oh.
So we had to make the very difficult decision to remove her from the school system, and that came at a great personal cost. And we have been, you know, walking through this case. So today.
Oh, it's so unfortunate. You had a very specific ideological set of beliefs that you wanted your daughter to learn. And so now you're forcing the school to teach your daughter that rather than teaching her yourself. How great. How fucking great. By the way, Jake Tapper asks this woman no difficult questions like, why are you such a fucking bitch? Or why is it that you won't just, why not just teach your daughter yourself? Why can't you stop complaining so much? Why can't you, leave everyone else alone? You know, don't you see yourself as being kind of a horrible person that is attempting to force upon everyone else your personal beliefs? All of society has to now, because of this one woman? Wow. I was just disgusted. Ugh. That one really pisses me off, honestly. Like send your fucking kids to private school or teach them yourself. Having them find out that LGBTQ people exist and that we shouldn't be mean to them just because they're LGBT is, that's on you. Okay, if you don't want them to learn about that, you gotta deal with that. You gotta deal with that. Not us, but no, we do. Now we do. Supreme Court says we do. Because of that one woman, Grace Morrison.
A fucking bitch.
Let's go here. Talk about the Constitution. By way of Al Green. Representative from Texas.
Chair, now recognize the gentleman from Texas, Mr. Green, for 5 minutes. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, and still I rise. And I rise today, Mr. Speaker, with a very special message, an admonition, a pre-warning for the most powerful man in the universe, I'm told, the President of the United States of America. Mr. Speaker, there is talk of having to go back into Iran. There is talk of the job not having been done as expected. I make no comments about whether he should or shouldn't go, but I do comment on the Constitution. And I do say to the most powerful man in the universe, Mr. President, if you go back into Iran and you do not get the consent of Congress or appropriately notice Congress, Mr. President, I will bring articles of impeachment against you again. Mr. President,
if not sooner.
no one person should have the authority to take 300 million plus people to war on its own volition. The Congress of the United States must be engaged in this process. Mr. President, it's pretty simple. Either you will respect the Constitution of the United States of America, or you will expect Al Green. I yield back.
Respect or expect. There it is from Al Green. Telling it to Donald Trump. Hey, another impeachment's coming. And I appreciate that sentiment. All right, let's go talking about journalism vicariously through this unfortunate story. A former PBS journalist and icon, according to Democracy Now!, has died. One Bill Moyers, who Democracy Now! Spoke to a number of years ago, many years ago, on their show about corruption in journalism and corporate media and power of public broadcasting.
This is Democracy Now!, democracynow.org. I'm Amy Goodman. The legendary journalist Bill Moyers has died at the age of 91. In the 60s, he was a founding organizer of the Peace Corps, served as press secretary for President Lyndon Johnson. In 1971, began an award-winning career as a TV broadcaster that would last for over 40 years. During that time, Bill Moyers received over 30 Emmys, countless other prizes, many first programs on PBS. Also a longtime champion of public television and independent media. His death coming at a time when the Trump administration is moving to strip federal funding from PBS and NPR. In 2011, Juan Gonzalez and I interviewed Bill Moyers. He outlined his critique of the corporate media.
Well, the consensual seduction of the mainstream media by and with the government is one of the most dangerous toxins at work in America today. They wouldn't see it this way, and there are exceptions, but the corruption of corporate media, corporate power, and government is what makes so vital what the two of you do. I'm serious about that. You don't have the scope of Meet the Press. I mean, look at Meet the Press. Who's been on Meet the Press more than any other figure in Washington in the last several years? Newt Gingrich. Newt Gingrich, I later learned when I was briefly at NBC as an analyst doing commentaries, controversial commentaries, actually came to the brass of NBC and GE. Newt Gingrich has had some nefarious relationship with General Electric, which is one of the huge government contractors, as well as the owner of Meet the Press. And it's just an example of what I'm talking about, the consensual seduction of the mainstream media with power, corporate power, government power, with exceptions, I repeat, is something that without the antidote of independent reporting and analysis that you do and others, we would be in a dark, dark pit with no light shining on us.
I want to go back, since we're talking about broadcasting, right back to the Johnson era and then jump back to here, which is about the founding of public broadcasting and the Corporation for Public Broadcasting, especially for young people, to understand why it began and where it's gone.
Well, there were three. Believe it or not, I mean, nobody below 40 will believe this. You may not believe it because both of you.
This is not that long ago. She looks so young, though. Oh, my gosh. Jesus Christ, how time goes by.
Understand why it began and where it's gone.
Well, there were three. Believe it or not, I mean, nobody below 40 will believe this. You may not believe it because both of you are much younger than I am. But when I was 20 years old, there were 3 networks: ABC, CBS, and NBC. And ABC was only half a network, no news division, all of that. And so we were dependent upon 3 corporate, advertising-driven, commercial networks for our information. And to his credit, Lyndon Johnson, who made his fortune, part of his fortune, by controlling the 3. He had one station in Austin that had a monopoly over broadcasting the product, the content of all 3 networks. I mean, that's how he made his money, much of his money. But he really did believe. He was a teacher. He had taught poor Mexican students in the little town of Cotulla, Texas. He was a populist from a poor part of Central Texas. Yeah, but he went to South. He came from Central Texas, went to South Texas to teach in this Mexican school. And he really cared about poor, and he cared about education. He felt there should be one channel that was free of commercials and free of commercial values, because he knew what commercial values will do to people who are reporting the news, producing content. The desire to amuse and entertain will cause us to compromise the truth. So when the Carnegie Corporation and the Carnegie Commission, John Gardner had been head of the Carnegie Corporation, and they did a study of what to do about educational television in this country. The report was actually delivered to my desk when I was still at the White House. The Carnegie Commission became the Public Broadcasting Act of 1967. And I wish we had it here, because the speech Lyndon Johnson made when he signed the Public Broadcasting Act of 1967 is a great...
When did Fox become a channel? I don't know, So Life. I want to say it was like the 90s. I could be wrong. Should look that up.
Johnson made when he signed the Public Broadcasting Act of 1967 is a great tribute to a network devoted to the life of the mind, the life of the spirit, and the diversity of American voices. He believed that only white, male, straight guys got on national television in those days, and he was right. And he saw the value, the changes coming in America, and he believed there should be a public media that was devoted to the diversity, the pluralism of American life, and to the highest expression of the creative and journalistic arts.
And the actual act of the creating the Corporation for Public Television talked about serving underserved communities of America.
And unfortunately, as you've probably noticed, that there was a report done by Fairness and Accuracy in Media, a public interest group. Fairness and Accuracy in Reporting, right? Fair. And they showed that.
I just looked it up. I was right. It was the 90s. 1996. It wasn't officially the Fox News Network. At that time, it was called, what was it here? The News Corporation. Yeah.
Even on public broadcasting today, in our mainstream broadcast, it's usually the official view of reality.
Wait, Nightbot saying 1986? Who's wrong? Wikipedia or Nightbot?
That's represented, far more corporate spokesmen than labor or working people spokesmen, far more white male figures of authority than people of color and marginalized people. That's just a tendency of human beings that always has to be resisted. And public television, public radio belongs to the people. Go back and read a great document, the Public Broadcasting Act of 1967. And when we stray from it, as we sometimes do, the public has to rise up and say, we own you, we are your shareholders, come back to first principles, come back to first things.
So what has happened to public broadcasting right now? The onslaught. You talk about You just wrote a piece about NPR and PBS, and you talk about, well, Nixon first tried to gut it and then take it forward.
Richard Nixon he did succeed in fragmenting our authority, because he didn't like, I was on the air, Robert McNeil was on the air, we were doing journalist work, but he called us liberals because we were trying to get at the facts. He and Pat Buchanan, his communications director, succeeded in harming, injuring public broadcasting back in the 1970s. Thanks to a great Republican who was chairman of the public television station in Dallas, we beat him off. They wanted to defund us completely, but they didn't. Then Newt Gingrich comes along, Robert Dole comes along with the right wing in the late 80s, and he tries to defund public broadcasting. Then comes Newt Gingrich in 1994, and now then we had George W. Bush and his team, who came after some of us on public broadcasting. Conservatives, on principle, don't believe that federal funds should be used to support the media. But then also they don't believe in allowing any alternative voices, any alternatives to the official view of reality to be heard. So they have always been against public broadcasting. And sometimes self-censorship occurs because you're looking over your shoulder and you think, well, if I do this story or that story, it'll hurt public broadcasting. Public broadcasting has suffered often for my sins, reporting stories the officials don't want reported. And today, only about a very small percentage of funding for NPR and PBS comes from the government, but that accounts for a concentration of pressure and self-censorship. And only when...
Yeah, I honestly was not all that familiar with Bill Moyers. I think he was probably before my time, at least on Earth. But yeah, I mean, this is why we've been so, up in arms around here about the Republicans', determined effort to stop funding PBS and NPR. But we need it, we deserve it, and it's without PBS and NPR, we lose something. We absolutely lose something. Especially people without access to, traditional or any forms of media. Although these days we all have our phones, sure. But, there's plenty of times where we go to PBS, NPR for stories. And without that, and if they are completely beholden to, corporate forces, moneyed interests to make their journalism rather than being able to have some baseline of funding through the government, well, then there's going to be some issues, right? There's going to be some issues with that. They're going to wind up not doing this or that story in the same way that the Washington Post, was forced to not do a number of things recently by their owner, Jeff Bezos.
Get a trust fund only when the public figures out how to support us independently of the federal treasury, will we flourish as an independent media.
Are you hopeful these days, despite the what we discussed about the state of the media? We've obviously seen these enormous uprisings throughout the Arab world. On Democracy Now! We've covered the democratic popular renaissance that's occurred throughout all of Latin America in recent years, that there are parts of the world where things are hopeful. But right here at home in the United States, things don't always seem like they're heading in a good direction.
I think this country is in a very precarious state at the moment. I think, as I say, the escalating, accumulating power of organized wealth is snuffing out everything public, whether it's public broadcasting, public schools, public unions, public parks, public highways. Everything public has been under assault since the late 1970s, the early years of the Reagan administration, because there is a philosophy that's been extant in America for a long time that anything public is less desirable than the public than private. So I think we're at a very critical moment in the equilibrium. No society, no human being can survive without balance, without equilibrium. Nothing in excess, the ancient Greeks said. And Madison, one of the great framers of our Constitution, built equilibrium into our system. We don't have equilibrium now. The power of money trumps the power of democracy today, and I'm very worried about it. I said to her, and if we don't address this, if we don't get a handle on what we were talking about, money and politics, and find a way to thwart it, tame it, we're in trouble. Democracy should be a brake on unbridled greed and power, because capital, like a fire, can turn from a servant, a good servant, into an evil master. And democracy is the brake on my passions and my appetites and your greed and your wealth. And we have to get that equilibrium back. I said to a friend of mine on Wall Street, how do you feel about the market? He said, well, I'm optimistic. And I said, why do you then look so worried? And he said, because I'm not sure my optimism is justified. And I feel that way. So I fall back on the balance wheel in the Italian political scientist Gramsci, who said that he practices the pessimism of the mind and the optimism of the will. By that he meant he sees the world as it is, without rose-colored glasses, as I try to do as a journalist. I see what's there. That will make you pessimistic. But then you have to exercise your will optimistically, believing that each of us singly and all of us collectively can be an agent of change. And I have to get up every morning and imagine a more confident future and then try to do something that day to help bring it about.
I honestly love that philosophy. I'm not going to lie. Pessimism of the mind, optimism of the soul. Yeah, I think that is, I mean, honestly, I think that's how I think oftentimes. I do have a lot of pessimism in my mind, but then I have hope too. You know, completely ridiculous hopes, but we got to have enough optimism inside of us to be able to continue forward, to be able to, you know, make a difference about the things that we are so pessimistic about. Stop them from coming about, from, you know, doing whatever we can to fight back against that. You can't do it without a hope. We need a vision for the future, which also, you know, requires some amount of hope, in my opinion. We're not done talking journalism. I actually got a few other stories, or 2 other stories, I think, on journalism. But we gotta take a quick break, chat. We are almost basically done, though, with U.S. news. We move on to environmentalism and weather stories, climate change, all that stuff after that. And then, of course, we'll go on to the Earth news as well. But first, quick break. Don't worry, though. We'll be right back after these brief space messages. I hope everybody's been enjoying the show so far. If you haven't already, hit the like button and don't forget to subscribe. Hit that bell icon too. Otherwise, you might miss one of these shows. Then you'd be very, very sad. While you're at it, do also consider contributing to the Galactic News Network, as we are completely funded by space fams such as yourself. And without you, we would cease to exist. Got a lot of great ways for you to contribute, of course. YouTube, super chats, super stickers, memberships. Just watching the stream is also great. You know, if you're watching an ad, you're technically contributing. Even if you're a premium member and you're not sending a super chat, some portion of your YouTube membership goes to the streamers that you watch. But if that's not enough for you, you go to Cash App and PayPal, where your dollar goes even further, as Of course, YouTube takes a 30% cut of everything that we make around here. But of course, the best way to get the most space benefits for your Earth dollars is to go on to Patreon and become a Galactic patron. Just $3 a month will get you access to a bunch of sweet, sweet space benefits unseen by the rest of the goddamn Milky Way galaxy. So, you make your decision however you want to support us. We appreciate you, space fams. Now enjoy this break. should know that because, well, your ears just heard the sound that is intended to alert you to the fact that this break is over. And it is now time for us to go into the third half of the stream. Soul Life is getting old.
I'm staying in the race.
All right, Space Fams. Prepare yourselves. As the Galactic Stream is about to get started once again.
Immediately, if not sooner.
Left off talking journalism, the necessity for independent journalism, undeterred by corrupt capitalist and other forces, undue influence. Now let's talk about a capitalist force, which is, on the verge of putting journalism, what's the phrase? 6 feet under a frickin' eye.
Time now for Scoop, our weekly conversation on international media and the political and economic headwinds confronting the industry. With trust in the press at a nadir, it's a critical eye on a critical profession. They say print is dead. They say TV is dying. But today we're asking if online journalism could be on life support. News sites or publishers are fighting for their survival amid generative AI products like Google's AI Overviews. It summarizes information extracted from various websites which do not receive compensation. That summary is then prominently displayed at the top of the page, while conventional search results are further down. It launched just over 1 year ago in the United States, and from the start there was concern about its impact.
Possibly lead to less website traffic and in turn lost ad revenue since users might not visit the source website. If you're a smaller, less reputable online resource, it's quite possible you may never appear as a source since the algorithm might be inclined to promote more established websites instead.
Fewer clicks on links means fewer ad dollars. Now, earlier this month was the annual Cannes Lions Festival for Creativity and Advertising, a swanky event in the south of France. One of the talking points there was how global ad revenue over the past decade has doubled to $1 trillion, a boom for many, but not all. A decade ago, for every 2 pages Google extracted information from, it sent 1 visitor to a publisher. That ratio has shifted dramatically within the past 6 months, from 6-to-1 to today's 18-to-1. OpenAI's ratio jumping from 251 to 1,500-to-1.
Wow.
Look at Anthropic, from 6,000-to-1 to a staggering 60,000-to-1. That data coming from Cloudflare's CEO, who says publishers face an existential threat.
We've been saying it for a while, but if half of the shit that AI purports itself to be in terms of future outlook and all this other stuff, everything is under threat. And it's stories like this that make it just that much more clear. How fragile is everything? Soul Life, pretty fragile as it turns out. Democracy, civil rights, journalism, the ecosystem.
And what I'm worried about, why I'm wearing black today, and motorcycle boots, even though it's like 32 degrees outside, is I don't know if you can't sell subscriptions and you can't sell ads and you don't get an ego hit from knowing that people are consuming your stuff, why anyone's going to create content.
The stakes are high for the fourth estate. As trust increases in AI products, critics say the likelihood of users clicking through links will continue to diminish. Citing SimilarWeb, the Wall Street Journal wrote that, quote, traffic from organic search to HuffPost websites fell by just over half in the past 3 years and by nearly that much at the Washington Post. This Wednesday, The Atlantic published an article entitled The End of Publishing as We Know It Inside Silicon Valley's Assault on the Media, and it said some have speculated that traffic drops resulting from chatbots were part of the reasons outlets such as Business Insider and The Daily Dot have recently had layoffs. For more, let's speak to our guest, Claudia Jasminska, a research associate at the Tau Center for Digital Journalism. Hello to you, Claudia. Thank you for patiently waiting. Google used to want to get users off its site as quickly as possible. Now it seems that these new tools are designed to keep them on the Google platform. Media executives are worried about what they call Google Zero. Can you explain what that is?
Yeah, Google Zero is something that has been looming for the last couple of years, a fear in the journalism industry. It's a concept coined by the journalist Nilay Patel for the moment where Google search stops sending traffic outside its search engine to third-party websites. And as you mentioned in the clips that just preceded, Google is introducing AI overviews and AI mode, and there's a lot of new chatbots that have live search functionality. And when you can ask a question as a user and get a summarized answer, you are unlikely to then click through to the sources that are linked and to fact check that information because the summary is already there. And that really disrupts publishers' relationship with their audiences and can have significant financial consequences for publishers that rely on click-through traffic to generate advertising revenue.
Last month, you co-published a report along with me.
And just to be clear, Life, I see you talking about people not being able to afford news subscriptions. I get that one. But we're not talking about that. We're talking about click-through traffic. We're not talking about subscription revenue. This is just purely ad revenue on either free stories or just people visiting the site.
Brown. It's called Journalism Zero, How Platforms and Publishers Are Navigating AI. Can you take us through the main takeaways of this report?
Sure. So for this report, we interviewed several dozen representatives from the news industry and the technology industry about the state of the relationship between those two industries and how AI is impacting on it. And given the state of the relationship between those two industries over the last few years, the withdrawal of Facebook and Google from news initiatives that they've had, a lot of news organizations were more cautious around entering formal relationships with AI companies. We've seen the shrinking of journalism partnerships teams at tech companies, and a lot of publishers have decided to reprioritize more stronger and sustainable relationships with their audiences through their own platforms, such as through newsletters, podcasts, and other programming. However, we're seeing now that AI companies really have a strong demand for fresh, trustworthy content, which is what news organizations produce. And so some are wondering whether the approach that AI companies will be more respectful of news organizations.
Yeah.
I'm sure the guys who have literally scraped the entire internet without permission are going to be more considerate to the journalists. Yes, I'm sure that'll happen. Sure. Yeah, definitely. There's no way they would just continue doing what they're already doing. Even, with that knowledge, of course, they're going to stop. GSL, Tamara. At least I think that's who that is. Hard to tell from your little icon. It is still frustrating the hell out of me that we have handles instead of display names. I've noticed somebody told me earlier that some channels already reverted back to display names. Why don't we deserve display names? Don't we deserve nice things too?
Come on!
All right, now let's talk about the Voice of America and the woman who is currently heading that organization. Former Fox News anchor? Wait, Carrie Lake. What organization was she at before? It was Fox, right? She had a Fox show at one point. Media career. Yeah. Yeah, I think she was a Fox anchor, right? Local Fox anchor? I could have sworn she had a national show at one point. Whatever. Carrie Lake, she's the one who's in charge now.
Of my time.
What I love most about this is that now, instead of having a sort of balanced, if you even can say that, but I mean, it was pretty balanced, honestly. I think it was more to the right than it was to the left, if you ask me. But the Voice of America is now going to be run by a complete insane ideologue, Carrie Lake. And so we're going to send out all of our craziest ideology to the world. That'll be good. Sorry, world. Enjoy that.
I thank the ranking member for his comments. I'd say be careful what you wish for. Ms. Lake has provided binders and binders of information that have been included in her opening statement, so they are in the official record, and I'm sure everybody will looking forward to reading that documentation. Other members of the committee are reminded that opening statements may be submitted for the record. We are pleased to have the senior advisor for the U.S.
Are we pleased? I'm not pleased. Can we move it along? There we go.
Good morning, and thank you, Chairman Mast and Ranking Member Meeks and members of this House Foreign Affairs Committee. Thanks for having me. My name is Carrie Lake. I'm the Trump administration senior advisor to the U.S. Agency for Global Media. Before I get started, Mr. Chairman, I'd like to let you know this opening statement I'll be delivering is a shortened version of a longer version that I have submitted to you earlier and would love to be put into the congressional record. Last December, President-elect Donald Trump called me and asked if I would help reform U.S. Agency for Global Media and the Voice of America, and I said yes. I was honored and eager to help these institutions tell America's story to the world. But within days in my role as senior advisor, it became increasingly clear that reform was nearly impossible. The agency was incompetent and mismanaged and deeply corrupt, politically biased, and frankly, a serious threat to our national security. USAGM oversees VOA, Office of Cuba Broadcasting and grantees like Radio Free Asia, Radio Free Europe, Middle East Broadcasting Network, Open Technology Fund, and Frontline Media Fund, all of which are 100% funded by the hardworking American people. Over the past 15 to 20 years, the agency has become a significant national security risk. They hire a shockingly high number of foreign nationals, and they conduct subpar security vetting, so bad that top intelligence agencies revoked this agency's ability to do even the most basic background checks. So many of USAGM's hires come from countries hostile to the United States. Over the decade from 2010 to 2020, Office of Personnel Management and the Office of the Director of National Intelligence repeatedly flagged severe security failures, but USAGM leadership ignored them. They continued to grant journalists and technicians, many from foreign nations, high-level security access based on falsified documents and incomplete background checks, phony names, phony social security numbers.
Really?
Even after corrective actions were taken in the final months of the Trump administration, these safeguards were reversed by the incoming Biden administration. The scale of the problem is staggering. During the first Trump administration, the political appointees led by CEO Michael Pack got to work fixing it. And they discovered that out of 150 people who were hired during that time period when they weren't doing appropriate vetting, 500 of them were still out there and they could not find them. They went back and re-vetted everybody, but 500 had gone missing. They could not be located for further screening. Foreign employees with Social Security numbers that are fake.
We failed to be able to find people in other countries? I'm sorry. Huh? And what is the problem with not being able to... I don't understand what she's crying about right now.
Fake names given top secret access now missing. That keeps me up at night. My team is working to track them down. Our new security director is working to try to turn this agency around and make it where it's safer. It's a vast problem that we've uncovered. We've also uncovered that the grantees like Radio Free Europe hired people later identified as foreign spies. At one point, they nearly hired more than 20 spies from a nation hostile to America. Those hires were stopped thanks to a timely tip, and I'm happy to give you more information on that in a secure setting. Voice of America has employed individuals with direct ties to hostile nations. They even once paid paid for somebody who worked previously in Russian media writing anti-American stories to come on the staff and continue to write anti-American stories. At one point, a serious security threat to America, an office of Cuba Broadcasting Cuba was declared to be a national security threat. He was fired, thankfully, but he worked there for quite some time. Wow. So how do they get so many foreign nationals in? Well, they abuse the J-1 visa program, which is a pathway to citizenship intended for exchange students and cultural exchanges.
Oh my God, Carrie Lake is freaking out right now over I don't know what. I guess Voice of America is filled with spies. Nasty spies that hate America from foreign countries, who are trying to destroy America through journalism that America doesn't really hear. I'm just going to point that out to everyone. The Voice of America is heard by everyone else but America, right? Everybody understands that, right? Voice of America, it operates in all countries but America. Intended to be America's voice. Hence the name. Quite literally. But yeah, Carrie is very upset about this. She believes the Voice of America is a leftist, Marxist, deep state collaboration with, I don't know, Cuba and China, and Iran, I guess. Carrie Lake does suck, though. She really is bad. She is the worst. I don't know about the worst. That might be going too far. But she's not my favorite woman. She's not my favorite. Well, I think I can listen to her longer than Megyn Kelly without ripping my hair out. But like 15%. Why didn't I reload this? I forgot to reload this. I forgot Lennon. John Lennon. Did John Lennon work at Voice of America? I don't recall that. Or do you mean the other Lennon with an I? Of which Lennon do you speak, sir? All right, that's enough journalism talk. Let's talk environment. And it's getting hot out there, people.
So hot right now.
Let's go to Los Angeles, where officials are prepping for what they say could be an incredibly busy fire season.
That's hot.
The LA County Fire Department and other local fire agencies gave an outlook on the 2025 fire season.
They outline the resources they'll have on the ground, also in the air, as well as how to stay prepared. Alina Bovine is live in the City Terrace neighborhood of East Los Angeles with more. Hi, Alina.
Hi, Lou and Glenn. That's right. We had LA County Fire here, also Orange County Fire, coming together for this joint press conference and really looking at the rest of 2025. We have about 6 months left, and coincidentally, it's also approximately the 6-month mark since the Palisades and Eaton fires. So really looking ahead at the strategy of what we need to do, considering it is not going to be an easy fire season. Now, they did give us a demonstration today of a very critical resource, and that's a water drop. So take a look at this happening here today earlier, and you could really see the impact these water drops have when you are fighting a fire from the sky. Looking ahead for the remainder of 2025, forecasters are calling, unfortunately, for a significant fire season here potentially in California, driven mainly by hot and dry conditions. We also had a very dry winter, which fueled the fires in January. And unfortunately, a major setback that was discussed today. Fire officials say they are concerned about President Trump's allocation toward 3 major federal agencies, which make it critical to fight fires. The U.S. Forest Service, FEMA, and NOAA could put California at a dangerous disadvantage during fire season. And when we talk about fire season, it really is not seasonal anymore in California, but rather a year-long event, considering
It's terrible, but she's right. Fire season is getting longer and longer, and in some cases never ending. Just all year fires now. That's the world that we're living in. Thanks to insane people like Donald Trump and idiots like him. One day later, fire broke out in California, in Southern California. Here's KTLA 5 from an hour ago.
Sure, we begin with breaking news. A fast-moving brush fire is triggering evacuations in the San Bernardino Mountains.
Yeah, and that situation is still evolving at this hour. The lake fire ignited just before 4 this afternoon near Silverwood Lake, but then quickly jumped Highway 138. It has since grown to near...
One thing I want to point out, that first image, what's that? Uh-oh. A power line.
Wood Lake, but then quickly jumped Highway 138. It has since grown to nearly 500 acres, and there is heavy smoke in that area, and structures are being threatened as that fire continues to push north.
Evacuation orders are in place, with the fire potentially growing to 1,000 acres. KTLA's Sarah Welch is live in Summit Valley near Hesperia with the latest developments tonight. Sarah, how's it looking on the ground?
Hi, Corinne. Good evening. It's a busy night for firefighters. Some 400 firefighters are out here fighting this fire from the air and the ground. Let me step out and you can see this hillside here. You can see some of the hot spots on this hillside. The weather, good news for tonight. The weather is cooperating. The winds have died down. The temperatures have dropped. You can see some of those fiery hot spots that I was talking about here. This is along the 138, and it's just across the way from Silverwood Lake, and that's where the helicopters are dipping into the lake for those water drops tonight. Let's take a look at some footage from earlier, some of the flames when this fire, the lake fire, first broke out this afternoon. And it's been just an incredible sight to see the fixed-wing aircraft dumping the Phos-Chek to stop the flames from spreading, and also those helicopters dipping into the lake. Now, firefighters told us about 150 people were evacuated from this area earlier today. They were recreating up here near the lake, and they were taken to safe refuge by the sheriff's department. We're also told that a child out with their parents was treated for smoke inhalation here at the scene and is okay this evening. Now, as you said, Rick and Corinne, there's about 30 homes in this area, this mountainous terrain. Many of those folks have also left as a precaution, and tonight an evacuation order does remain in effect. That is south of Highway 138 from Highway 173 to Summit Valley Road. Now we want to bring in Chris Prater. He's with San Bernardino County Fire to give us the very latest. What's happening right now?
So right now we have crews on the ground. What we're really trying to emphasize is getting a good containment around this fire. We are expecting some high winds tomorrow and some high temperatures. So in anticipation of that, we got crews on the ground, dozers putting in some containment lines, and those are also being reinforced with our aircraft to try and get some containment on this.
What a difference some few hours make. The weather seems to be cooperating, at least right now.
Correct. When we first got here, we had high temperatures and some very erratic winds. Those winds were pushing the fire in all directions, so it made it a little difficult for us to get ahead of it. Once the temperatures went down and the winds died down, it made it much more easier for us to get around this, and we're going to continue to try working on that so we can be ahead of this tomorrow morning.
In terms of the people living out.
Yeah, I mean, this year's wildfire started off with LA's wildfires. And now we're in a moment where the whole country is drying up and getting hotter. And well, we're probably going to be seeing a lot of fires starting to pop up. You know, it's the end of June, almost July right now, and the likelihood of fires is just increasing by the minute. For example, Montana. Here we go, from yesterday. This was in Big Arm, Montana. You can see the entire hill is on fire. Can't really see the flames because it's light out right now. But look how far the smoke is going. And this is clearly pretty windy. You can see that the smoke is going flat against the ground from where it's coming from, but that whole fucking hill is on fire right now. This is NBC Montana from 57 minutes ago. I don't actually know if this is the same fire. I just got this notification while I was streaming. Apparently there's multiple wildfires.
Crews are continuing to battle a new wildfire in Big Arm, just north of Polson. The fire is currently estimated at 83 acres, and officials say it was caused by fireworks. Crews are reportedly working on containment lines around the flames. Meanwhile, officials say an air attack slowed the spread of the fire, and crews continued to mop hotspots. Residents were evacuated from early dawn last night. However, the road has since reopened. Meantime, in the Beaverhead Deer Lodge National Forest, crews are battling a new wildfire in the Ramshorn Mountains, burning northwest of Ennis. The cause and size of this fire are still under investigation at this time. However, an engine with 4 personnel responded to the scene and are working to suppress the flames. Also in Powell County, crews continue to make progress on the Jericho fire that's burned nearly 500 acres. Officials report the fire is now 21% contained and more than 400 firefighters are on the ground, working to strengthen containment lines. An evacuation warning remains in place for Rimini Road and nearby feeder roads south of Bear Gulch. A temporary flight restriction is in effect, and evacuation warnings remain in place for those in the area.
There we go, Montana, in a stretch of 24 hours. Was that 3 or 4 fires there? So we got a fire going in California, multiple fires in Montana. And there is also other fires burning across the country in Colorado. Here's Denver 7 from yesterday.
Happening now, firefighters are battling a wildland fire in Moffat County. This is on Highway 40 near the town of Dinosaur, not far from the Colorado-Utah state line. The sheriff's office there is urging drivers to watch out for first responders working around the 700-plus acre fire. It is 10% contained tonight.
We're going to go straight to this one because I got multiple videos on
some new video
Colorado
just into our
fires.
newsroom showing that fire that we've told you about burning in Garfield County on Colorado's western slope. You can see just how much area has burned here. A lot of smoke. Some Colorado Springs firefighters are helping crews try to put out these flames. CSFD says 3 members of the local force arrived on the western slope late last night. The hilltop fire sparked near Rulison, close to I-70, just before 3 yesterday afternoon. The sheriff's office says the fire is now 40% contained. It's 326 acres total. Initial reports say that 1 home and 1 RV were lost in the fire. Evacuations are also in place in the surrounding area.
Okay, now this is the last one in the Colorado on this fire here, what they're calling the Hilltop Fire. This is from 7 hours ago out of CBS, Colorado.
Well, despite the wet weather we had seen recently, the risk of fires, well, it is still high, especially as we climb back into the 90-degree temperatures. The horse straw fire in Moffat County is just around 748 acres with about 45% containment. That fire broke out Thursday and forced the closure of Highway 40. Now, the highway has since reopened as crews continue to fight the flames there. And in Garfield County, the Hilltop Fire has prompted some evacuations. The sheriff's office says at least 1 home and RV has been destroyed. At last check, the fire was about 300 acres and 40% contained.
Okay. Now, it's not just
a severe thunderstorm.
Excuse me, sir. You are screwing me. What was I saying? Ah, yes, thank you. Now, it is, of course, like I said, it's fire season now. At least through September, October, technically. It depends on where you're at. Through fall, basically. At least it's the official fire season. Of course, this year we saw the LA, one of the biggest fires in California history happen in January. But it's also tornado season. It's also hurricane season. Don't worry, don't have a hurricane for you, but I do have tornadoes to talk about. I certainly do. Let's go to Canada first. Talk about how they're preparing for tornado season. Now, of course, Canada gets tornadoes just like the United States does, although not as many. But it has been getting worse over the years as Tornado Alley has been shifting in recent years.
A severe thunderstorm capable of producing a tornado is moving through western Manitoba. In the past 2 weeks, twisters have touched down in Saskatchewan, North Dakota, and most recently, Minnesota. CTV's Daniel Halmerson joins us now live. And Daniel, has Manitoba fully escaped this extreme weather up until now?
Well, for the most part, John, we have seen some severe storms where the risk of a tornado is present, but fortunately, they haven't developed. However, experts say stay alert because tornado season is just starting.
When you're watching that tornado reach from the sky and touch the ground, it's just pure adrenaline. It's everything you could think of when you see a cloud touch a ground.
Manitoba storm chaser Ethan Caners was on the ground when a tornado ripped through Cass County, North Dakota, west of Fargo last Friday.
We got to document the entire genesis of the storm itself and all the tornado genesis that occurred. And we kept on following it as it transitioned from south to north to west to east.
3 people were killed and at least 10 homes were destroyed in the storm's destructive path.
Definitely very sad day for the communities in those towns.
Another twister struck Heartland, Minnesota Wednesday, and 8 confirmed tornadoes touched down in Saskatchewan on June 19th.
We've sort of been in this pattern where all the ingredients are in place for such types of storms.
Tornadoes haven't developed here in Manitoba over the past couple of weeks, though 2 were confirmed in the province back in May. However, John Hanasak, an atmospheric science professor at the U of M, says it's only a matter of time before we see more form this summer.
We typically see anywhere between maybe 10 to a dozen at sort of that's kind of an average years.
That's because Manitoba is on the northern tip of Tornado Alley, and catastrophic twisters like the F5 tornado that hit Eli in 2007 can develop under the right conditions.
EF5s are pretty rare. Even in the U.S., not even just in Canada, right? So they're pretty uncommon, which is rather fortunate. Obviously, you don't want to see too many of those nasty type storms.
But both Hanasak and Kaner say if severe storms roll through and a tornado alert is issued, be vigilant.
When you see
You know, these dudes like this, like Storm Tracer dudes, I always feel like they get a little too excited about this stuff, you know? Like, the fact is, these tornadoes cause massive destruction, and I feel like you should take it a little bit, with a little bit more gravity, a little less, you know, bro-citement, okay? That's just my personal opinion. All right, let's go not far south from Manitoba to North Dakota. Right across the border, where tornadoes were touching down yesterday.
Back across the road.
Yeah, it's on the left side of the road.
We can go back to it. We can go back to it if we want.
Consolidated, look.
They gotta stay away from my back end.
Behind us.
Yeah, they drove right up on our tail.
Oh my God! Woo! Yep, that thing is crazy.
Hey, power's down! Power line's down!
Big time tornado! Right next to it!
Oh my God! These power lines in front of us are gonna drop in a second.
Dangerous tornado. We're gonna have three coming. We're gonna have three coming. Here we go.
Drop it.
That's what we got to make it. Hey, this stuff on the right's gonna hit us. We got another tornado coming.
Well, not good. We're in it. We're recording 100+ mile-an-hour winds. You see this? See it?
See. I got it. That's how you do it.
I fucking got it! Look at it, man!
Jesus fucking Christ. Hold on, I gotta go back. I'm gonna full screen this for you people.
It's gonna hit us. We got another tornado coming.
Well, not good. We're in it. We're recording 100+ mile-an-hour winds. You see this? See it?
See. I got it. That's how you do it.
I fucking got it! Look at it, man!
For the love of God.
You're good. Just do your thing. This is just massive circulation right on top of it.
Yeah. Oh, debris going crazy.
This is ridiculous.
Jesus Christ. You know, I appreciate the footage, but it does seem like an insane job to have. This is more from the same storm system in North Dakota, from the same people. these guys still just standing here for? Look at the... Oh my god. Just driving closer to it.
Debris coming down! We're in it! We're in the tornado, guys!
Quote unquote, we're in the tornado, guys. That is a sentence no one should ever say. Maybe get out of the tornado? Just an idea.
Look at that knob! It's up your side almost. We're in it!
I'm sorry, did he just say look at that knob?
Phrasing?
Need to see that one more time.
That knob! Look at that knob! It's up your side almost. We're in it!
Phrasing?
Your side! Over there! Get up! Yep! Yep!
Going wide on it. That's crazy.
Keep looking at it! Pull your window down, there you go! Pull your window down, look up! Look up! Yeah, get it! It's right there in the road!
You want it?
Yep.
Coming back to you.
Matt, it's amazing! Left side! Get on the left side! Back to the left! It's amazing!
It's amazing, dude. It's fucking gnarly, bro. Oh my god, dude. Oh, it's crazy.
It's the most beautiful thing I've ever seen.
It's the most beautiful thing I've ever seen. Is it the most beautiful?
Look at this thing!
These guys need help. Swear to God, these guys need something else. Sorry, I've had enough of them. I've had enough. Just leave it there. You can remember North Dakota was having some crazy shit go down. Now, earlier this week, storms hit central New York with great ferocity. Here's Fox weather from 6 days ago. I guess this would be Monday.
We've got some new flooding video coming in. This is in Morrisville, New York. Thunderstorms bringing heavy rain over central New York this morning, prompting flash flood watches across the area. Some areas even received between 2.5 to 3.5 inches of rain. So you can see how quickly things can change. These flooded waters overtaking some of the roads. Some of the storm reports, Michael, we've been getting out of this area have been pretty staggering. Reports at one point of 10 people stuck in the flood waters, probably just in their homes, and they can't get out because they don't know how deep it is, etc. But a dangerous turn for Sunday morning, for sure.
Absolutely. 3 to 5 inches of rain has fallen, which obviously you can see what that does. Little tiny creeks at the sides of roads literally turn into raging rivers, as you can see there. And unfortunately, what we're learning is that, quote, numerous roads and bridges are flooded as well. This is going to be in Chenango County, that's how we're pronouncing.
I think, yeah.
Yeah, Chenango County, New York. And as Haley just mentioned, in places like Sherburne and New Berlin, New York, that's where at least 10 people were stranded due to the floodwaters. And as we were saying before, Chenango County is in a state of emergency as we speak. So let's get you right to the maps, show you what the big picture looks like real quick, and then show you again what that satellite imagery looks like, because it wasn't just there. It was also a derecho that blasted through parts of the Dakotas, unfortunately killing at least 3 people. And we've also learned that power, of course, being knocked out at one time to over 13,000 customers. All of that energy, and unfortunately in those areas that you're seeing and where we have seen.
Okay. We don't need all that. We just talking central New York right now. Now we're talking about North Dakota all of a sudden. Not helpful. Not at all helpful. This is some of the footage from Syracuse.com. Showing all these downed trees after this storm here in central New York. You can see them, quite a few of them are down, causing some amount of property damage, as you can see. Ton of water got dropped, as you can tell here. They did say there was like 5 inches of rain dropped in like an hour or something like that. See, all these fields are flooded. These parking lots are flooded. Okay. All right. Now let's go to Europe, where there are health and fire warnings being issued across the south of Europe right now, as temperatures are reaching over 40 degrees Celsius, which I think is close to like 110. Hold on, I'll look that up.
All right, we're back with the original in-depth reporting on a topic we've been watching closely. And today we're picking back up on a story we've been following, the dormant nuclear reactors at 3 Mile Island. Because decades after a partial reactor meltdown shut down part of the facility, the plant is now poised for a comeback ahead of schedule to help power the tech world's AI ambitions. NBC News got exclusive and rare access to the plant as old technology gets ready to power up the future as well. Here's NBC's Tom Winter.
What is this? Oh, shit.
Rising from the banks of the Susquehanna River.
I forgot about this story. I didn't even notice it was in my list. How did I overlook this? Okay. Right. 3 Mile Island. Sorry, I gotta go back. I totally blanked. I was going back to reading chat. Jesus Christ. Is this what we're doing right now? Okay, yeah, let's do this.
With the original in-depth reporting on a topic we've been watching closely, and today we're picking back up on a story we've been following, the dormant nuclear reactors at 3 Mile Island, because decades after a partial reactor meltdown shut down part of the facility, the plant is now poised for a comeback ahead of schedule to help power the tech world's AI ambitions. NBC News got exclusive and rare access to the plant as old technology gets ready to power up.
Okay, that's all we needed of this. I just needed the first 30 seconds of this puppy. Okay, so this one really pisses me off. A lot. For a lot of reasons. But really the main reason is the fact that this is being used to help power AI. It's insane. It is fucking insane. All right. Now, I've talked about in the past my feelings about nuclear and that I have some issues with it in terms of whether or not it's being done in a safe manner. But so long as it is, I would prefer its use over fossil fuels. Right. And it's like at the very bottom tier of it's not renewable energy, but like less damaging energy to, as it relates to climate change than fossil fuels. But there are greenhouse gases associated with nuclear, so it's not perfect. And of course, there's also the radioactivity element. If it's not dealt with properly, we got real problems, right? But I've said it time and time again. In no way is it acceptable for us to be reactivating nuclear plants, building new ones for these AI freaks. Okay? That's all. That, in my opinion, is not a good use of this technology and is in no way helpful to anyone. It won't even, like, it's idiotic, and it makes me very angry. Rather than, having this help power the grid, it's going to power Jeff Bezos' fucking bottom line. Elon Musk, whoever else. Well, it's Microsoft, so I guess it's Bill Gates. Now let's go to Europe, where it's getting hot. BBC from yesterday.
Southern Europe is expecting an intense heat wave this weekend, with temperatures likely to exceed 40 degrees Celsius in some areas. Spain, Italy, France and Greece have warned about wildfires and the impact of the heat on health. Guy Hedgecoe is in Madrid and gave us the latest from there.
Well, Martina, I'm in the centre of Madrid, and the temperature here at the moment is in the mid-30s Celsius, still climbing, and it's going to get hotter than that. It's going to get much hotter than that in the south of the country later today and tomorrow. And in terms of how the heat is being managed, the authorities have issued advice regarding how people should manage themselves and stay out of the sunlight, and if possible, stay indoors during the hottest time of the day, which tends to be in the mid to late afternoon here in Spain. And there is, in fact, legislation in place to protect manual workers during the heat. And it says that during a heat wave like this, manual workers should not be working outside during the hottest time of the day. So that, for example, would protect construction workers and agricultural workers. But I think this heat wave has come earlier than many people would have expected, although we are seeing more heat waves in June and more frequently here in Spain. But the National Weather Agency has said that it expects this month to be the hottest June on record.
Guy Hedgecoe in Madrid. Well, as we mentioned, here in the UK, heat health alerts have also come into force as England braces itself for a second heat wave in just over a week. Our weather presenter Ben Rich told us more about the forecast over the coming days.
Let's talk about those heat health alerts first of all. These are issued by the UK Health Security Agency. They are only issued for England, and this time the amber alerts cover these parts of southern and eastern England. Now, these heat health alerts are designed to warn vulnerable people, so the elderly, people suffering from long-term illness, for example, of the potential impact of the heat upon their health. So why is this heat wave happening? Well, it's all to do with the heat we've been hearing about in continental Europe. Over the next few days in southern Spain, we could get to 43 or 44 degrees. That heat has been building under an area of high pressure, descending air drying out and warming. And as that area of high pressure moves eastwards over the next few days, we will tap into southerly winds and we will pull more of that heat and humidity in our direction. Temperatures peaking probably across the southeast of England on Monday at 33 or 34 degrees, but even further north and west, while it won't be as hot, parts of northeast Scotland will still get into the middle 20s. One other key reason for this heat is climate change. Analysis from scientists at Climate Central suggests that the sorts of temperatures we'll be seeing over the next few days in England have been made 3 to 5 times more likely by climate change. As the world continues to warm, we expect our heat waves to become more frequent and more severe.
Yeah, that's right. Climate change. It's happening. Right now. And right now. We're continuing to add more and more and more carbon dioxide and other greenhouse gases to the atmosphere. And in turn, is warming the planet. And like the guy said at the beginning, this is another historically hot. It should be strange. I'm just going to point this out. We've been measuring a lot of this stuff for a long time. Okay, since like, since like the Industrial Revolution. All right, like 150 years we've been measuring this shit. And it's just getting hotter and hotter and hotter and hotter and hotter. At some point, we're going to have nothing. Okay, a lot of stuff can't survive certain temperatures. Humans might be quasi-resilient in terms of being able to regulate heat, but without, I don't know, plants or fish or other things, might be completely screwed, because we need those things. People, like 2 billion people on this planet depend on fish existing in the oceans and streams and whatever else that are nearby them. Also, we need those plants for oxygen, so those are all we're gonna want to keep those. And having historically hot months over and over and over again is not normal. It's not normal at all. When you hear the word historic or hottest on record or whatever, right? You should be alarmed. Right? Especially if you're hearing it a lot. And that's absolutely a phrase we've heard so many times over the last, year and a half since we started this stream. Everybody should be fucking, we should be losing our goddamn minds at this point.
I feel like I'm taking crazy pills!
Because not nobody, but not enough is being done about this. And it's causing irreparable harm. Let's go to China. Because over this week, they were hit by some of the worst flooding that has been seen in decades. According to New York Post. From Thursday. You see rescuers saving people from these floodwaters, children, women, old people being carried. Oh my God. Where did that guy come from? How deep is that fucking water? Dude, that's gotta be, it's gotta be like 6 feet deep. Maybe a little less. It looks incredibly deep. Because you can see the doorways back there, right? Like if you go, like you can see, it's hard to tell here, but like back here you can see the doorways. Okay, wait, that's not a doorway. That's all. Is it a doorway? Or is it an alley? Seems hard to tell. That's a door. That's definitely a door right there. You can see that it's almost completely submerged. Now, supposedly thousands of people have been displaced by these storms. Who knows exactly how much damage has been done, but one massive, and I mean massive, massive fucking bridge was utterly decimated by these floodwaters, causing this to happen. Prepare yourselves, chat. This. Hello. What's going on in this picture? This truck driver found himself trapped midair after a bridge collapsed. Holy shit. Look at it. My God. I'm sorry. We gotta go back to this. This is insane. Look at this bridge. It goes across an entire gorge, just gone. This guy, like, what do you even do if you're this guy right here? You better be good at climbing, pal. You better be real good at climbing. You do not want to fall from there. Holy shit. It's insane. This is insane. Look at this footage. Yeah, I'm sure he feels lucky. Boy, aren't you lucky. I mean, I guess. I mean, he didn't go plummeting off the cliff, but, you know, I wouldn't get ahead of yourself here. You still got to make it back onto the land. Yeah, that would be smart. 3 other vehicles were spotted under the bridge, but they were empty. Rescuers managed to bring the truck driver back to safety after an hour. An hour of dangling over A crevasse. Meanwhile, in residential areas, many vehicles were washed away by floods. Floodwaters reached the 3rd floor of the largest shopping mall. The basement is flooded. My supermarket is too. Rescue workers had to carry kindergartners on their shoulders as the water level was up their knees. About 32,000 residents have been evacuated from the county, according to reports. The local meteorological department has issued a warning signal. Might want to do that ahead of time next time. Oh, God. As more rainfall is expected in the coming week. Oh, God damn it. I got ahead of myself that time. Apparently, there's more of this to come. Look at the size of that bridge. Completely wiped out. Look at the side. Like these pylons fell down like nothing. Completely taken out. We're all going to be amazed how fast China rebuilds that bridge.
I have to have my China.
All right. Keep us updated. All right, we got more now from Weian on these floods in China.
At least 6 people are dead and dozens remain missing after catastrophic flooding swept through southern China's Guangxi province this week. Many villages are completely partially submerged, with more danger looming as the tropical cyclone nears landfall. The surging waters, fueled by runoff from upstream provinces, swept through towns and rural communities, inundating homes, farmland and entire villages. Streets turned into rivers as water surged through the mountainous region, forcing evacuations and crippling local infrastructure. The water levels have begun to recede in some areas. Officials warn that the crisis is far from over. The saturated terrain has left the area vulnerable to landslides, collapsing roads and dam breaches, raising the threat of secondary disasters. Rescue and cleanup operations are underway, but the arrival of a tropical cyclone later today is expected to worsen the situation, potentially hampering relief efforts and adding to the destruction. Experts link the intensifying storms and deadly floods to climate change, which continues to challenge China's disaster preparedness. Aging flood defenses are being stretched to the limit as well as infrastructure damage and humanitarian concerns mount.
Completely partially submerged. She also said the word mountainous. I don't know what mountainous is either, okay? Let's not nitpick what Weian says, okay? Weian is located in India, all right? Sometimes maybe their English not so good. All right, let's leave the. Let us leave the storms in China because we may be having to go back to them here any day now if the forecasts are correct and this cyclone makes landfall. I'm feeling there's going to be a lot more flooding there in the coming days. Let's leave China for New Zealand and talk about the storm that hit them yesterday. I'm sorry, not New Zealand. Yeah, New Zealand. Sorry, yes, New Zealand. We got thrown off.
Communities have been cut off and...
This is definitely ABC Australia, but okay.
Communities have been cut off and evacuations are underway as New Zealand is lashed by a severe weather system. Much of the country has been under warnings today, including Auckland and the Bay of Plenty in the North Island. The South Island has seen the brunt of the system. Road access to the Nelson Tasman district has been cut. Weather warnings are also in place for Dunedin in the lower south. A possible tornado ripped through Auckland this morning, causing a building to partially collapse and roofs to lift. These strong winds also caused the cancellation of 30 flights out of the country's busiest airport. At the top of the South Island, the Nelson, Tasman and Marlborough districts have declared a state of emergency after heavy downpours caused widespread flooding there. And a driver in Marlborough is in a serious condition after their car became submerged in floodwaters and hit a tree. Well, I'm joined now by Nelson Deputy Mayor Rohan O'Neill-Stevens. Rohan, welcome to you. What's it been like where you are?
Good evening, Lorna. Yeah, Nelson itself has fared relatively well in this round of flooding, but our neighbouring districts, Tasman and Marlborough, have seen some pretty devastating effects, a number of evacuations and significant road closures right across the region.
Rohan, when did the rain start and how heavy has it been?
It's been ongoing for a while now, but really was raining right through the night and all through today. We've seen some pretty significant peak flows, but we're hopeful now that we've seen the worst, and whilst some of that water will still be working through our river systems, we're pretty hopeful that we'll be seeing better things from here out.
Yeah, let's hope so. Those pictures devastating of people's houses being inundated. Have evacuation centres been set up?
Yes, a number of evacuation centres are open for those residents who need to get out. Our key message has been don't wait for official information if you're feeling that you're at risk. Get somewhere where you feel safe and call emergency services.
And are the authorities there helping people with things like sandbagging and door knocking?
Yes, yeah, there's been extensive door knocking where needed, and we've got a great system of collaboration across all of the agencies. So it's really been a team effort to help residents respond to this significant event.
I think the thing is, when you look at the map that we showed before, it's so widespread, isn't it? It almost covers the whole country.
Yeah, and we're expecting other parts of the country to feel the brunt tomorrow and across the weekend. And even locally, we've seen certain areas really impacted, and then somewhere like Nelson City, we've had a couple of slips, but on the whole have got off very lightly.
There was some concerns about a stop bank, a levee holding in one of the areas. I mean, what are authorities doing to keep an eye on those river systems?
Yeah, so that's across in Marlborough, and I'm sure their team there is keeping a very close eye on that. In general, we take a very precautionary approach of making sure that we're putting the livelihood and lives of our residents first in all of our decision making.
Rohan.
There you go. And actually, we watched the video of this one. This building, we saw this yesterday. This building got hit by a tornado. We saw that report. Yeah, the whole, well, not the whole, but the multiple areas in New Zealand hit by intense flooding from this storm. Damn, New Zealand looking a lot like China. Yep, they are. Yeah, it would seem so. Although not quite as bad. Not quite as bad. All right. Where are we? At 5 hours. Okay. Doing pretty good. Making progress, although we do have a lot of Earth news to get through today. A lot of Earth news. A lot has happened, and we didn't do the Earth halves for the weekending report, so some of that's definitely made its way into this stream. Hopefully that doesn't hurt anybody's feelings. Sometimes, these things happen. All right, let's do some space news before we get to the Earth news, because, of course, Around here, we try and cover the space news every single goddamn stream. And got some very strange stuff that's happened in the last couple of days. Well, one particular thing, I mean. NBC News has the story from 2 days ago, where in the southeastern part of the United States, near Georgia and the Carolinas, a frickin' fireball.
That's hot.
Was seen.
We are following some unusual
sky.
breaking news. People from at least 3 states have reported seeing a fireball falling to earth from the sky. This dashcam video was taken this afternoon in South Carolina. You can see the streak moving quickly near the left center of your screen there. So let's bring in NBC News meteorologist Bill Cairns. Bill, make this make sense. What do we know?
Yeah, there are some mysteries with this because it's been seen in many locations, you know, from Atlanta, areas of South Carolina, Tennessee, North Carolina, people reporting that their homes were shaking, almost like people were speculating that maybe it like broke the sound barrier and it was almost like that type of sound. And so people were calling the fire departments. They thought maybe it was landing in their backyard. And you can see when it's low on the horizon, it's kind of hard to tell, how far away in the distance that really is or where it landed. So the National Weather Service in Charleston came out with this map. They think that their lightning detection system picked up the fireball, the flash from it, the heat from it. That's these blue dots right here. So this would typically be lightning, but there's no white, there's no clouds. This is in clear air. So they're thinking this was a piece of this. There may have been multiple pieces because everyone in Atlanta thinks it was right over the top of them also. So you're going to hear a lot of terms over the next 12, 24 hours as we cover this story. So a meteoroid is just a small piece of rock. It can be dust. If it's a big, it becomes an asteroid. Now, what you see in that video there on the left side, that is when the meteoroid becomes a meteor. When you see the streak, when it enters the atmosphere, it starts to break apart, it starts to burn. And a lot of times don't even make it past that. A lot of people at night, you'd call this a shooting star. If any of these fragments did make it, or a piece of it, down to the Earth, then it becomes a meteorite. And Zinkley, we haven't heard any reports of any damage or anything like that, and no reports of any meteorite being found. But this was a significant, quote-unquote, fireball.
We thank you for watching, and remember...
Whoa, where's Lester? Who the fuck are you, buddy? Who is this smarmy? Bring back Lester to tell me about how we should click like and subscribe. I don't need you, Tom. Tom? Who is Tom? I don't know you. No new people over here. Okay, pal? I don't need you. There you go. There's your space news for the day. Fireball shrieking across the southeast, being sighted by all sorts of people all over the place. Very likely a meteor coming down. Could be space lasers. Hard to say. Probably not. Almost definitely a meteor. All right, let's go back. Let's go back to the United States. That's right. Ha! I tricked you. They're still reading this goddamn bill.
Gross income. In general, in the case of any taxpayer for any taxable year, the $6,000 amount in Clause I shall be reduced, but not below zero, by 6% of so much of that taxpayer's modified adjusted gross income as exceeds $75,000, $150,000 in the case of a joint return. II, modified adjustment gross income. For the purpose of this clause, the term modified adjusted gross income means the adjusted gross income of the taxpayer for the taxable year increased by any amount excluded from gross income under sections 911, 931, or 933. For Social Security number required, one general clause, I shall not apply with respect to a qualified individual unless the taxpayer includes such qualified individual's Social Security number on the return.
This guy's falling asleep back here.
2. Social Security number. For the purpose is of subclause 1, the term Social Security number has the meaning given such term in section 24H7. 5. Married individuals. If the taxpayer is a married individual within this meaning of section 7703, this subparagraph shall apply only if the taxpayer and the taxpayer's spouse file a joint return for the taxable year. B, omission of correct social security number treated as mathematical or clerical error. Section 6213G2 is amended by striking and at the end of subparagraph U by striking the period at the end of subparagraph V and inserting and by inserting after subparagraph V the following new subparagraph W. An omission of a correct social security number required under section 151D5C relating to deduction.
How long has this guy been reading for? Jesus Christ, he's been going for 4.5 hours? Jesus Christ.
That's too much, man!
What's with the music, though? I mean, because it's so freaking boring. I mean, we've been going back and forth to this footage, and it is maybe the most boring possible. It feels like being stuck in an elevator with someone talking to you that you don't want to talk to. I'm not gonna lie. It's almost incomprehensible. So I feel like the music helps, honestly. Not gonna lie. All right, let's get back to talking about the stuff we're supposed to be talking about. I just keep checking back in to see if this dude's done yet. I just think it's hilarious. He's gonna read the whole thing, all 1,000 pages. He'll be reading until we finish the stream, I'm fairly certain. Let's go to the UK to get us started off with the Earth news portion. I guess you could call it the geopolitics half. Channel 4 News 5 days ago. Let's talk about how the United Kingdom, at least its government, is apparently attempting to make the Palestinian activist group Palestine Action a terrorist group.
A what now?
Yes, no, I'm reading this right. Well, actually, I'm not reading it. It's actually nowhere in the title, but it is, this is a fact. I'm not making that up. The UK is making the Palestine Action Group a terrorist group.
This was the moment Palestine Action caused a major security breach at the military base Brize Norton. In protest at what they called the UK's collusion with Israel's alleged war crimes in Gaza. This was in a series of militant direct actions from Glasgow to Newcastle.
Paint is terrorism now. I love that. Paint equals terrorism. Everyone write that down. In case you thought maybe paint wasn't terrorism, well, no, you're a big stupid head. Of course it's terrorism because paint is scary, okay? That's why.
Of militant direct actions from Glasgow to Newcastle. Today the government said these acts go beyond legitimate protest as they announced plans to ban the group under terror legislation. The Home Secretary said Palestine Action have become more aggressive and that her decision was reached following a robust evidence-based process by a wide range of experts that included this man.
Would you have considered the suffragettes or the anti-apartheid movement to also be terrorists and therefore be prescribed groups, considering there is a long history of direct action in progressive campaigns?
The activists there were campaigning for the right to define their own future through the democratic process. We have a whole array of ways in which people can get their point across, including creative but peaceful protest.
But
is paint in any, how do you make paint unpeaceful? I feel like the only way to make paint violence is by spraying it into the eye of your your enemies. I don't know, but this is complete garbage, okay? It's complete garbage from this guy. This guy right here, yeah. This twit.
Including creative but peaceful protest.
But is it appropriate for a non-violent, direct action group to be banned alongside groups like IS that decapitate people and take their lives?
There are very serious criminal trials going through at the moment, which involve serious violence against individuals. So it hasn't all been about economic damage.
Oh, I had no idea the Palestine Action was beheading people in the streets. I have seen nothing even close to that, actually, as it turns out. But this is just complete bullshit and garbage, like, coming from the UK government. It's maybe to be expected, but is fucking everything about this is wrong. To do such a thing, to put an activist group under a terrorism watch list, essentially banning them from doing any activism, as if they're ISIS or Al Qaeda, something like that. It's just insane.
But that is contested by the group and their supporters protesting the decision to ban Palestine Action.
We brought attention to a story that Yvette Cooper doesn't want to talk about. She doesn't want to talk about the RAF's continued role in the genocide against Palestinians. And after we embarrassed her, she made this decision to try and ban us.
But doesn't kind of breaching national security cross the line?
Two people on a scooter with some paint doesn't cross the line.
I mean, this could all be illegal very soon.
Yeah.
If it is, will you continue your actions?
We are committed to ending this genocide. What is happening in Gaza needs to stop.
But that call has become drowned in confrontation.
Palestine Action are in that tradition of direct action, speaking for morality, and to ban that, to say that we are terrorists, is a disgraceful attack on our democracy.
And would you be prepared to continue making those expressions if the group are prescribed?
I'm not sure, to be honest. I'm very easily intimidated, but I mean, that's what they want, you know. I don't know whether I would continue expressing that view.
As conflict.
And there we go. That's exactly what the UK's government is hoping for, is that this action will cause people to not speak out against what the government is doing. And, oppression is happening all across the planet right now, people. And our rights are being infringed upon. And when that happens, we have to if democracy doesn't work, direct action is the next step. Let's go to a sensible person to talk more about this. Owen Jones from 2 days ago. Give us a little bit more on this.
The British government's decision to ban Palestine Action and anti-terror legislation, putting a non-violent protest movement in the same legal bracket, literally, as ISIS, should absolutely terrify you. It represents a crucial landmark in Britain's descent into naked authoritarianism. In of itself, in combination with other deeply disturbing developments, I'll discuss those, it shows exactly what the direction of travel is in this country, which is the criminalisation of resistance to the involvement of Britain in genocide and, more broadly, the crushing of our hard-won democratic freedoms. Let's be clear here. Palestine Action are a direct action movement. They stand in the very long, proud tradition in this country of direct action and civil disobedience, which helps secure many of the rights and freedoms we take for granted today. That's not a history we talk about or indeed celebrate as much as we should, or anywhere near it, because our rulers try to stop us doing that, because they fear we might want to emulate our ancestors' behaviour. Palestine Action are not terrorists. Describing them as a terrorist organisation as though they are ISIS is completely deranged behaviour. ISIS kill people. They actually behead people, and amongst other atrocities. We all know about those. Palestine Action do things like smash up machinery and arms factories in opposition to British direct involvement in genocidal extermination, as well as spraying Gaza is not for sale and Donald Trump's golf course, more lately breaking into RAF Prize Norton to spray paint 2 planes. That's what has prompted...
Hold on, I'll be right back, chat. I'll leave you with Owen Jones. He's a trustworthy guy. He's got this pretty well covered.
Prescription, which the government is rushing through. These are activists who, unlike the terrorists rightly conjured up in your heads, are opposed to killing people. They're trying to stop people being killed. It's the exact opposite of what terrorists are understood to do. Indeed, it's the Israeli state which is perpetrating terrorism on a mass scale. State terrorism against the Palestinian people. But of course, terrorism has long been redefined to exclude the mass violence perpetrated by the West and its allies. Now, Yvette Cooper, our Home Secretary, who is a soulless political robot, said in her statement, the disgraceful attack on Prize Norton in the early hours of the morning on Friday 20th of June is the latest in a long history of unacceptable criminal action committed by Palestine Action. The UK's defence enterprise is vital to the nation's national security, and this government will not tolerate those that put that security at risk. I say Yvette Cooper, she didn't write that. One of her aides wrote that. Now, we should note, of course, the likes of the suffragettes were demonised, and they actually were far, far more militant than Palestine Action, because they killed people, they blew things up, they smashed up art galleries, but they actually bombed things. Yvette Cooper has stood up in Parliament dressed in the clothing of the suffragettes. She has literally worn the garbs of a far more extreme in terms of tactics, a movement far more extreme than Palestine Action. Those people were demonised and hated at the time. They were portrayed as terrorists. But how did history judge? How does history judge the suffragettes? And how does history judge those who persecuted them?
I mean, this woman is dangerous, ladies and gentlemen.
Look up some history before you wear the garbs of people who actually fought against injustice at the time when it was hard, rather than when history took a different view. Let's just hear some of this guff, excellently torn apart by Zoe Gardner, who does particularly excellent work on the rights of migrants and refugees. She was on LBC alongside the former Labour MP Luciana Berger.
And Palestine Action have been involved in a sustained, aggressive, broad campaign that undermines the rule of British law and undermines Britain's national security. They've engaged in 356 direct attacks to the tune of £55 million worth of damage. And underneath our Terrorism Act, they've met all the conditions which are very tightly laid out, which means that they are now, and have been, as we've heard from the Home Secretary earlier today, prescribed.
Zoe Gardner.
I mean, absolutely terrifying to hear that. I think we really need to take a step back from the concept of whether we agree or not with their aims and ask ourselves, is this terrorism? Is the intention of this to sow terror? Absolutely not. Absolutely not. And this is not even the thin end anymore of that wedge. I think this is a serious threat to our civil liberties. I think it is quite clear, and if you would just indulge me for a second, I did make a very short list of a couple of other instances where this same type of action of attempting to disarm RAF jets has been taken in the past. In 1996, 4 women vandalised an RAF jet, preventing its travel to Indonesia for complicity in the East Timor genocide. They were found not guilty. In 2003, activists sabotaged fuel tankers to disrupt US warplanes reaching Iraq. It was Keir Starmer, who was the lawyer who defended them on the basis that they were acting for the greater good to prevent war crimes from taking place. And in 2017, 2 activists attempted to...
So the Prime Minister literally defended in court basically identical actions. And now, as Prime Minister, he is, and his government is going to designate... This is... What the fuck are we doing?
This is ridiculous.
What are we doing right now, humanity? Humans, what in the fuck?
planes reaching Iraq. It was Keir Starmer, who was the lawyer who defended them on the basis that they were acting for the greater good to prevent war crimes from taking place. And in 2017, 2 activists attempted to disarm Typhoon jets to prevent them reaching Saudi Arabia and to take part in war crimes in Yemen. And they were again found not guilty on the basis that they were attempting to prevent war crimes, which is the true intention, actually, of this group. It is not their intention to intimidate or to damage national security. It is their intention to prevent war crimes from taking place, which are taking place. And while we can agree that they took the matters into their own hands, they knew they were committing criminal damage, they knew they were committing vandalism, and they should be charged under those terms. The idea that they are terrorists and that I, now for expressing my support for them, could face serious terrorist charges, up to 14 years in jail, is a terrifying escalation and abuse of state power, and we should not stand for it for a second.
Well, indeed. Some crucial points made there by Zoe Gardner. Firstly, this abuse of the so-called, the term terrorism. In another life, I worked in the office of the veteran left-wing Labour MP John McDonnell. The first week I started work in his office was November 2005, when Tony Blair was trying to introduce 90 days detention. And in fact, I started on quite the week because that turned out to be the first parliamentary defeat suffered by New Labour since it came to power in 1997. Not because I turned up as much as I'd like to suggest there's a correlation there. The point made consistently in that period during New Labour's anti-terror legislation is that it would be used and abused to crack down on civil liberties when the threat of terrorism wasn't even relevant. Nobody actually thinks Palestine Action is a terrorist organisation. I mean, it's just a lie. Nobody actually thinks they're terrorists. They're being terrorism legislation is being used against them opportunistically, but no one actually thinks they're terrorists. They might say they think it. They're lying through their fucking arses. I'm sorry to swear. It's absolutely true that Palestine Action breaks the law. You might completely reasonably interject here and say, what, you're saying Palestine Action shouldn't be prosecuted for breaking the law? Look, while it's true that if I was serving on a jury personally, I would support acquitting them on the grounds they are trying to stop a much bigger crime than, say, throwing some paint at a plane. When activists take direct action, they do expect the law to come after them. That is a sacrifice they are prepared to take. It comes with a package. The argument here isn't actually the state shouldn't prosecute people who take direct action, given that does come with a territory. Look, if I was to wave my magic wand, obviously I would just get rid of the reasons for why people are taking direct action, which is that Israel is committing genocide with the
We need to get Owen Jones a magic wand. I think I figured out how to solve a bunch of world problems. We just got to get Owen Jones. We're gonna go to what's it called? Not Gringotts, whatever the goddamn Harry Potter store, Oliver or something. I forget.
People, that's not the point here. The question here is Palestine Action a terrorist organisation, which should be treated as a terrorist organisation? With legislation, that means if I express my support for the courageous, principled, dedicated fighters for justice who are, and always will be, Palestine Action activists, I could end up being sent to prison for up to 14 years. This video
Yeah, I mean, this whole thing is fucking insane. And the fact is the UK is doing a lot of the same stuff that the United States has been doing. Just deciding, and the fact is, Britain, I'd like to speak to you right now specifically. You invented the English language. Why is it that you seem to be struggling to interpret it properly? I mean, I understand why the United States is struggling with it. But what is up over there? What is going on? Do you not understand the very words that you're saying? I mean, we're doing it over here with anti-Semitism and the word terrorism and all sorts of other words, but you're the original. You're the ones that came up with this language, and now you're also struggling with understanding its meaning. It's very confusing to me. I'd like to urge you.
Precision of language, please.
Precision of language, please. For the love of God.
Making in a week's time, if I made this video, I could be sent to prison for up to 14 years. Does that sound like a democracy to you? What I'm saying here, do you think it is a proportionate response that a sentence of up to 14 years should hang over my head like a sword of Damocles?
It's fucking insane.
Do you think that's proportionate? Do you think that's how democracies behave? That's what this prescription means.
I mean, yeah, this is the question. Does anybody in chat here think that Owen Jones is a terrorist? That's the question that we have to ask ourselves amidst all of this. Has Owen Jones ever done or said anything even remotely terroristic? I can't think of a single thing. All he's done is do journalism and some activism stuff out there in the streets. And that all seems well above board, if you ask me. And it's very strange that Britain's doing this right now. Fact is, I think that much of the, UK government is just ashamed of themselves and what they've supported, this genocide specifically, and they're just looking for ways to blame other people, basically, or to put the people who are blaming them like in jail or into forced silence under threat of criminal action. Oh, and the Osama. Yeah, is Osama bin Jones, huh? It's just insane. I can't imagine anybody thinking that Owen Jones deserves to be in jail for anything that he has done as a public figure. It's insane. All right, now let's go to the rest of Europe, the EU, something Britain is no longer part of, so this next video does not mean very much to them. This is from 2 days ago. Ursula von der Leyen had this to say.
I briefed leaders on the current state of play in our trade talks with the United States. President Trump and I had a good discussion at the G7 summit in Canada. Back then, we agreed to speed up the work with a clear goal, an agreement before the 9th of July. Today, we received the latest US document for further negotiations. We are assessing it as we speak right now. So our message today is clear. We are ready for a deal. At the same time, we are preparing for the possibility that no satisfactory agreement is reached. This is why we consulted on a rebalancing list, and we will defend the European interest as needed. In short, all options remain on the table.
There we go. That was Ursula von der Leyen. Saying that the EU is ready to make a deal. What that means exactly, I don't know. My understanding was that they were ready for a deal a while ago, and there still has been no deal made. And we got, what was it, 10 days left, I guess now? 10, 11 days till Re-Liberation Day, when all the tariffs go back on. Yet no deals. No deals whatsoever. I don't think Wall Street knows about Re-Liberation Day. Maybe they're still betting on the taco trade. But here's Reuters from yesterday. According to them, Wall Street pushing to all new highs.
Wall Street renews its push to all-time highs on trade deal optimism. It's Friday, June 27th, and this is what you need to know. Traders were gifted a long list of positive headlines to end the week, with the S&P 500 on the cusp of an all-time high. Commerce Secretary Howard Lutnick announced that the US and China have finalized a trade agreement reached last month. The deal includes a commitment from China to deliver rare earths that's used in everything from turbines to jets. Lutnick added that the White House has imminent plans to reach agreements with 10 major trading partners. Let's look at the euro, our chart of the day. Its recent rally is pushing the common currency close to 120 versus the dollar, a pivotal level not seen since 4 years ago. The Wall Street Journal reported yesterday that the EU is considering lowering tariffs on a range of US imports. That's in a bid to clinch a speedy trade deal with President Trump. Meanwhile, the White House fueled optimism on a possible extension to July's tariff deadline. Our number of the day today is 0.1%. That's the expected reading for US core PCE price index for May. That would mark the tamest 3-month stretch since the pandemic 5 years.
Okay, there we go. Stock markets across the globe is hoping for Donald Trump to chicken out once again, extend the Re-Liberation Day deadline. But who knows what's going to happen with all that. I'm not even sure that Donald Trump could say 100% what is going to happen. Fairly certain he has no clue what he's going to do. And he's just going to come up with it on the spot. He's like, tariffs. Let's do it. Re-liberation, here it comes. And then, like, in the middle of signing, he'd be like, actually, unliberation. Pause. Re-liberation. Pause. He's just an erratic psychopath with the nuclear codes and now apparently the ability to just wage trade wars against whatever country he wants. Wait, why is this story over here? How did this get over here, dude? Fuck. Alright, whatever. Alright, let's go to France. Wait, what the fuck? Why is this here? Yes, to France. I don't know why my list is acting like this. This is making no sense. Whoa. What just happened? Don't do that. No. No. What? What the actual fuck just happened? Please hold, everyone. Okay. All right, let's go to France. Talk about what French universities are looking to do in the midst of Donald Trump's war on immigrants, students, and basically everything.
A welcome for the first of a series of American researchers applying to relocate to the south of France. The Aix-Marseille University program is called Safe Place for Science. The university president said it was a sad twist of history that some American scientists are coming to France seeking a space of freedom, thought and research. He wants the creation of a new status of refugee scientist.
I believe that when you set up a scientific asylum program, you have to be consistent and also have a law protecting them as scientific refugees. That'll speed things up and protect them and their families better.
The Safe Place for Science initiative was launched earlier this year. It has attracted scholars from prominent US institutions such as Stanford, Yale and NASA, offering them access to the university's laboratories, research facilities and funding. Two of the US academics spoke about their recent experiences in the United States and reaction to being in France.
The politics is very much impinging on science, making it difficult to carry out scientific endeavor. I did not plan to come to France before Trump's election. I do not wish to say I classify myself as a refugee.
The principle of academic freedom, as well as the entire system of research and higher education in the United States, is really under attack.
In his second term, the US President Donald Trump has targeted research, including cuts to university funding over equal employment and diversity offices. Speaking last month, the French President Emmanuel Macron said that Europe had to open the door to US researchers and academics, saying it had to become a refuge.
Okay. There you go. France opening its doors to American
For Jeff Bezos
refugees from American colleges and universities and research institutions where they can no longer do science. And honestly, I don't think there's any other good word for what's happening. The people that are running away from the United States because they can no longer do their jobs anymore, fairly certain they could probably classify as refugees, since a political regime is impinging on their ability to do their life's work. Now let's go over to Italy. And I think many people probably know what's been going on. One man, so what is he, like the third richest man on the planet? Jeff Bezos has rented out half of the city of Venice for himself and guests of this perverse wedding, which is being held here. You know, if you're a sick psychopath with too much money, you know, I guess a regular wedding venue is not good enough. You just got to take over an entire city where people happen to live. People come from all over the world to enjoy, and I guess you just ruin it for them. I guess there's nothing else one can do as an evil space villain.
For Jeff Bezos and his fiancée Lauren Sanchez, there are no limits. But even for a couple that's been to space, a wedding in one of the world's most enchanting cities poses incredible challenges. Bezos and Sanchez's wedding in Venice has been one of the most anticipated nuptials so far this year, with an estimated cost of around $56 million. And in a city where even the ambulances are aquatic, that sum is triple what similar weddings would cost on land.
$56 million on a wedding. What kind of sick person spends $56 million on a wedding? How many people could that have fed? $56 million. $56 million. US dollars. On yourself. You just spend it just for no good reason. He's an elderly man. I don't even know this guy can have kids anymore. But you know what? Fuck it. $56 million. Spend it on that rather than helping to feed children or, I don't know, pay your workers more money. No. Totally. You don't even need to pay your workers more because you're turning them all into robots. Come on! This guy is so self-satisfied.
Celebrities of all stripes have arrived in the Canal City, from Oprah to Tom Brady, Kim Kardashian to Ivanka Trump and Jared Kushner, and many more. But despite the sunny weather and romantic facades, unrest has been bubbling underneath the surface of Venice, with regular protests from around a dozen Venetian organisations characterising the wedding as a decadent display of wealth amid rising global inequality, and an example of tourism taking precedence over ordinary Venetians' needs. Greenpeace unveiled a massive banner denouncing Bezos for paying insufficient taxes, and activists floated a Bezos-inspired mannequin down the canal. Despite these efforts, authorities have remained positive about the nuptials, saying the wedding brings free publicity and an economic boost to the city.
I think this is the right publicity for Venice. I really don't. The fact that authorities in Venice allowed this to occur, allowed one man to take over an entire city, their city, doesn't seem very good. Doesn't make me want to go to Venice. I know that.
Well, it's being described as one of the most lavish wedding extravaganzas of all time. Amazon boss Jeff Bezos has married Lauren Sanchez in Venice this weekend. A whole red carpet's worth of A-listers jetted in for the festivities, but not everybody is happy about it.
The Amazon tycoon's wedding was never going to be a low-key affair. And Jeff Bezos and his fiancée have made the canals and palazzos of Venice their own. Among the famous faces joining the party, a clutch of Kardashians, including Kylie Jenner, Oprah Winfrey, philanthropist Bill Gates, and former American football star Tom Brady.
I'm so sick of people calling Bill Gates a fucking philanthropist. Why can't we just call him a billionaire? A billionaire fucking sociopath, okay? Dude is not a philanthropist. He does not help humanity, okay? I don't like Bill Gates. I don't care if he thinks he's you know, like some sort of a liberal whatever. He's not. You're not. You know, like you can pretend all you want that giving your money to charities, you know, is somehow helping everyone. It's not. It's not helping everyone. You know, you pick and choose. They pick and choose which charities they give to, rather than just, you know, paying their fair share in tax, rather than spending that money to lobby Congress to increase his taxes. I'm sure if Bill Gates has got enough money to get Congress to change the tax code, I'll bet. You know, and instead of doing that, you know, he ruins the education system in multiple places in the United States. All sorts of things. Basically all over the United States. And you know, like, this guy is not helping anybody. He's not helping anybody but himself. And the fact that he's at this event tells you everything that you need to know. He's just another billionaire.
And former American football star Tom Brady. But protesters have also been out in force. This farmer scaled a flagpole in St. Mark's Square to protest against the dominance of the world's richest 1%. Many locals are also appalled by the extravagance on display.
Never, like Jeff Bezos, has anyone had this hubris, this arrogance to regard all of Venice as his personal property.
Seriously.
They're ruining the planet.
Seriously, that guy hit it right on the fucking head. Never has anybody been filled with as much arrogance and hubris as people like this. We live under a global oligarchy. It's people like Bill Gates, Jeff Bezos, Elon Musk. They in many ways, this capitalist society has given them the purchase to do exactly that. To be filled, to have their ego filled to the brim. And to, you know, just enact their will upon the planet. On, you know, whatever part of the planet they want. Doesn't matter if there's, you know, whatever, 1 million people living there or something like that. It's totally fine. You just show up with a checkbook
It's just a money business. What about our grandchildren? What will they be left with?
There's only one thing that rules the world now. Money, money, money.
A Bezos lookalike is proving a big hit with a selfie crowd. Venice clearly has more mixed feelings about the real thing.
Scott Ellis is a senior member of the organization Patriotic Millionaires. It's a group set up by people with at least $1 million in annual income or over $5 million in assets. And they advocate for fairer tax and that the wealthy should pay more to reduce inequality and protect democracy. Welcome to DW. When you look at Jeff Bezos hosting this multi-million-dollar wedding, while there's so many Americans who are struggling right now with housing, with food insecurity, what goes through your mind as a patriotic millionaire?
I think this is just an example that more and more people are paying attention and seeing examples of what extremely wealthy people do with their excessive wealth. There are so many things that our society needs to make things better and fairer for all of us. And those with excessive wealth are choosing to do things like this. More people are noticing, and it's starting to matter.
And it sounds like you also think that the public resentment that it might be fueling is justified.
Absolutely. At the Patriotic Millionaires, we're worried about our democracies and our capitalist economies. We want to preserve them, and we're worried that the biggest threat facing them is this accumulation of excessive wealth. And so we're advocating for raising taxes on the wealthy, raising the minimum wage, and spreading the power to create a better and safer society for us all in the face of this accumulation of massive excessive wealth.
And Bezos is really one of the most recognizable faces. He's reportedly paid zero income tax some years. So when you look at that and you look now at the wedding and also at his lifestyle, you know, what does that tell people about the need for reforming how we tax wealth versus income?
I think it's just such an example of how important this is. And the most important thing for all of us is to pay attention. Because while there are actors like Bezos and many others who are doing things like this, we are the ones who can take action to make the change. We have chosen to accept the tax laws that exist and to support them. We need to change the laws. We need to change the rules of the game to make it fairer for everyone. Because when people get so much wealth, they exploit the political system, other people, and the planet, and they harm all of us. And we all need to work together to create a better, fairer world. We want people to be financially successful. It's very important. But there is such thing as enough. And the way to fix it is by changing the tax code, increasing taxes on the wealthy to create a better world for us all.
And could you maybe just expand a little bit on what you hope to change in the U.S. tax code, and then maybe
Okay, we don't need any more of this patriotic millionaire talk. Making me grossed out. Like, settle down, buddy. Although Jeff Bezos is no millionaire. I mean, he's 1,000 times richer, 10,000 times richer than a person with $1 million, more than that, actually. How many billions of dollars is Jeff Bezos? He's at like $150 billion or something like that. So I guess that would make, he'd be like 150,000 times, right, richer than a millionaire. Looks like YouTube's running ads again. All right. Shit. We just hit 6 hours. We're going to have to break up this Bezos coverage. We're going to have to skip the Bezos coverage. Not skip it, but we're going to have to split it up, like I was saying. We'll get back to that after these brief space messages. Alrighty then. Hope everybody's been enjoying the stream so far. If you haven't already, hit the like button. Don't forget to subscribe and hit the bell icon too, so you get the latest galactic notifications at your fingertips, ensuring that you don't miss a single episode of this Spacecast. While you're at it, do also consider contributing to the Galactic News Network, as we are completely funded by individuals such as yourself. Ton of great ways for you to show your support. YouTube, of course, with the super chats. Super stickers are great. Love those. Memberships are maybe even better because they give members of our community ability to become even more galactic. With access to 18 sweet space emotes, stuff like that. So do consider spreading the wealth and the galacticness around. All right, of course, you have Patreon, PayPal, and Cash App, but check out Patreon. Why not? It's pretty cool. You can get yourself an avatar, hanging out at the pool, or maybe the bar. Shout outs at the end of the stream. All things maybe you might be interested in. Anyway, that's enough for me. Enjoy the break. Grab yourselves a drink, maybe a snack. And I will be right back. everybody. You know what that sound means. Time for us to get on back to the stream. The fourth half is about to begin, Space Fam, so you better get back in those seats immediately, if not sooner. And with that, we're going to get right back to talking about Jeff Bezos and this obscene, ostentatious display of oligarchic bullshit. I don't know. Wait, can people hear me? Okay, okay, good.
Tonight, Lauren Sanchez is now Lauren Sanchez Bezos, according to her new Instagram post, sharing a picture of the beaming couple, revealing her custom Dolce & Gabbana gown, now gracing the digital cover of Vogue.
Hi, Lorene, congratulations!
Just hours earlier, before changing into her wedding gown, Sanchez stepping into her own boat, a chic headscarf protecting her hair.
Hey, Jeff!
Bezos, dressed in a tux in the 90-degree heat, speeding down the Grand Canal in a flotilla of paparazzi and security. Arriving at the stunning San Giorgio Maggiore.
Directly across from St. Mark's, you have San Giorgio Maggiore, a beautiful church on an island, and behind it, an amphitheater.
Joined by some 200 A-listers, from Tom Brady to Oprah Winfrey.
You know what I love most about this piece? It's that this is basically an NBC glow up of fucking Jeff Bezos. They're glazing this guy so hard right now. They're like, oh, billionaire Jeff Bezos and his wife are such a beautiful couple. And look at all the beautiful, powerful, rich people hanging out with him in Venice. Oh, it's so good and so great.
Don't be creepy.
Okay, I'll settle down.
Gayle King, Orlando Bloom, Usher, the Kardashians, and Jared Kushner offering Ivanka Trump a hand into their boat. And tomorrow, the final show-stopping party.
Saturday night's exclusive party, even more off the beaten track. It is at the Arsenale, the city's old naval shipyard, still controlled by the military. And it is incredibly hard to get to for the public, for the paparazzi, and most importantly, for the protesters.
The main protest group, No Space for Bezos, has been small but noisy in recent weeks, planned their biggest day of action yet for 5 p.m. Saturday. But protests not the only distraction. A bald Jeff Bezos lookalike has been walking around the city, even waving at our camera as the real Jeff Bezos got into a water taxi nearby. But most Venetians we met, and tourists alike, not all that bothered by the spectacle of the estimated $50 million extravaganza.
This city is for everybody, for Bezos, for her wife, and for you, for me, for everybody, for every person.
I don't see no problem with it. As a Venetian, we're not getting any kind of troubles or problems with public transport. I can get wherever I like.
Passport
and
problems.
These American women
It's
from
good,
Texas
don't you see?
staying at one of the hotels hosting dozens of the wedding guests.
We had some great dinner reservations, lunch
So good,
spots,
so great.
and then we just went to what we had already planned. And then next to us would be, Jerry Seinfeld.
See, it's been
Oh, good. Jerry's there. Nice.
It's been exciting.
Nice.
Tom, and tonight's party is still raging. I can actually see the blinking lights of the police.
The fact that Jerry Seinfeld is at this thing, I think it tells you exactly the kind of person that is at this wedding. Garbage people. Garbage fucking people. Jerry Seinfeld's there. Tom Brady's there. For the love of God. Jerry Seinfeld. Just a bunch of rich fucking assholes are there. If your net worth is under $50, $100 million or something, you're probably not at this thing. Unless you're married to somebody whose net worth is over that number. Jerry Seinfeld there. Woody Allen's there. Oh, God. Weinstein's there. All right, I don't actually know that Weinstein's there, but might as well throw him in the mix. Jesus Christ. It's obscene.
Today in Venice, Italy, hundreds of protesters took to the streets saying kisses yes and no to Jeff Bezos. The floating city is where the Amazon billionaire married Lauren Sanchez in an extravagant wedding. Tonight, the newlyweds are celebrating with guests at a final party. For more on the buzz and the backlash, here's CBS's Elizabeth Palmer.
Jeff Bezos and Lauren Sanchez tied the knot in Venice, a gorgeous Italian backdrop for an American extravaganza, with water taxis instead of limos, and a guest list that included 200 of the couple's close.
Yeah, Oprah's there too. And I mean, you might be shocked to hear this. I don't like Oprah. First off, Oprah's is the gal who brought us, what's his face? Phil McGraw, Dr. Phil. And fucking Dr. Oz. She's also obscenely wealthy, and like Jeff Bezos is running around buying up, land for herself in ways that I find obscene. Maybe she's slightly better than some of these people, but everybody here needs to be paying more fucking taxes, okay? First, to start it off, everybody at this wedding needs to be paying more goddamn taxes. And then we can get to the rest of it. But yeah, it's true.
A-list friends. The Kardashians, Tom Brady, Usher, Oprah, and Ivanka Trump and Jared Kushner. Masked paparazzi vied for celebrity shots. Some, like Tommy Hilfiger, made it easy. Some, like Leonardo DiCaprio, did not.
Boo.
All week, there had been protests.
Do you see how ashamed Leo is to be seen? See, Leo doesn't want to receive criticism. Look at him.
Hilfiger made it easy.
Please don't criticize
like
me.
Leonardo DiCaprio did
Please.
not. All week, there had been protests
Sorry for doing this
ranging
shameful
from the
thing.
bizarre to the blunt. Critics say Amazon should pay higher taxes. Locals blame it for forcing small shops out of business. And many just object to the opulence of a blowout party for the 1%. Wealth doesn't get more conspicuous than this. The yachts,
Jesus
the couture,
Christ.
the bride's diamonds. How much is it costing? We don't know.
What?
But tens of millions.
I'm sorry. She got 2 wedding rings? What the fuck is that? Why?
How much is it costing?
What is that? What is the point of that? What the fuck is going on?
We don't know. But tens of millions. For tourists, it was all part of the spectacle, right down to the Bezos impersonator in St. Mark's Square. After exchanging vows yesterday on the island of San Giorgio, the Bezos Sanchezes are throwing a final party today. And tomorrow, everyone heads home, leaving.
For the love of God. These people have too much goddamn money. They have no idea what to do with it. They just take over towns. They take over entire cities and buy their wives 2 just gargantuan diamond rings rather than paying their taxes or paying their workers. Amazon it's just like one of the worst employers out there. All they do is like, I mean, if they can't replace their workers, they treat them like shit. And yet you can afford a $56 billion wedding and 2 wedding rings for fucking Lauren. Great. Great. That makes sense. All right. That's enough. Let's go to an actual celebration that we can enjoy. Or at least, well, before we get to the celebration, let's talk about something just bad, actually. I'm sorry. I take it all back. Can't talk about the celebration until we talk about this. Let's go to Hungary and talk about what it's like to be LGBT in Viktor Orban's country. Spoiler alert, it's bad. It's bad. Especially because, Viktor Orban's government has been oppressing LGBT people as much as possible. Passing a bunch of just ridiculous laws. Like, I don't know, you're not allowed to be openly gay in public, including having pride parades, maybe kissing your spouse, or well, I don't think you can be married. I don't think you can technically, officially. I don't think you can get married to the person of your choice if you are LGBT in Viktor Orban's Hungary. So I guess your partner. This is from 2 days ago out of Reuters.
Lau and Vivi often hold hands as they walk through the streets of Budapest. But as a lesbian couple in Hungary, they have started to rethink this show of affection since the government ramped up its anti-LGBTQ+ campaign. Right-wing Prime Minister Viktor Orban has passed several laws affecting the lives of Hungary's LGBTQ+ community over the past decade. These include banning a change of gender in personal documents, legislation that effectively halts adoption by same-sex couples, and a law banning the use of materials in schools seen as promoting homosexuality and gender transition. And in March, Parliament passed a law that created a legal basis for police to ban Pride marches.
And let's not forget that Donald Trump's administration very much sees Viktor Orban as a good guy, right? And are trying to model some of the things he's been doing in his country to crack down on LGBT people and, you know, non-Christian nationalists. They think that everything Viktor is doing is good. Let's not forget that Viktor Orban visited the United States in Trump's term to hang out with him. Didn't just visit him at the White House. He had the full-on Mar-a-Lago visit. Got to bro down at the Lago.
Orban's party said pride could be harmful to children, and so protecting them should supersede the right to assemble. Vivi says they have been forced to consider leaving Hungary.
We have talked a lot lately about how interesting it is that our very existence is now an activism in itself, just us walking naturally in the street, hugging each other. Maybe giving each other a kiss now counts as some crude thing, which is against the law when I simply love her. It is surreal.
Orban has repeatedly told his mostly rural conservative supporters that pride marches and demonstrations will not go ahead. Pride is no more, he says in this clip. Organisers hit back, saying they would not ask for permission. And despite a police ban, Budapest's Liberal mayor said the 30th annual Pride March could go ahead on June 28th as a municipal event celebrating freedom, allowing it to circumvent the ban. Marta Hegedus is Budapest Pride's spokesperson.
There's a lot of international solidarity protests happening and a lot of people commenting on our Facebook page and an Instagram account that they want to join and they want to stand up for our rights and in some way their rights.
The erosion of LGBTQ+ rights has had a chilling effect on the community, says Armin Ehrers Koenig, who is trans and non-binary. Koenig was personally affected by the 2020 law which made it impossible for transgender people to legally change their gender.
In the world out there, it's very hard to be a trans person, and I've faced harassment in the street, with people asking, so what gender are you really? Boy or a girl?
Yeah, it's not easy being trans in Hungary. LGBT, for that matter. In general, seems to be tough. But that Pride Parade did happen as a parade of freedom. I don't know why changing the name changes anything about it. But it would seem a massive amount of people came out to show that they do not appreciate what Viktor Orban has been doing. Okay. Yeah, let's go to, this is also another one. Tens of thousands of people gathered for Bucharest Pride, despite the government's threat of legal consequences.
Illegal.
Hungarians joined forces with campaigners and politicians in a march that became a potent symbol of pushback against the right-wing populists. It was this year that the situation got so toxic in Hungary, including in Budapest, that now we need to make our voices heard a little bit more loudly. Definitely peacefully, but we need to be present and need to be out here. This is about much more than about homosexuality, about equal LGBTQ+ rights in the first, but more than that. This is our last moment to stand up for our rights. The country's ruling Fidesz party backed legislation that created a legal... God damn it. What did that say? Legal basis for pride to be banned. I think this is outrageous because the right to assemble is a basic human right. Just because someone does not like the reason why you go to the street, or they don't agree with it, you still have the right to do so. Not everyone has to be here. It's not mandatory. The government also said it would use facial recognition software to identify people attending any banned events, fining them 500 euros. Wow, fined 500 euros for... Oh my god. For walking down the street with your friends and your community. That's illegal.
Illegal.
We're headed down this path. In the United States. We cannot forget this. That's where we're heading. You know, Donald Trump's going to start fining people for protesting. You know, every mean tweet will cost $1,000. All mean JD Vance memes will result in, I guess that'll be like a $500 fine. Repeat offenses, jail. Immediately jail.
At some point, you have to stand up and show you what you want to do in this country.
It is this year that the situation got so toxic in Hungary,
Okay, we already watched.
Including in Budapest, that now we need to make our voices.
Already watched that. Okay. Now, Donald Trump and crew made it to the NATO summit this week. And before we go into talking about that, earlier in the week, I think it was technically Sunday, Donald Trump reiterated for, I don't know, the 50th time that he thinks NATO needs to spend more money.
Countries spend 5% of their GDP on defense spending.
Well, I think they should do that. I don't think we should, but I think they should. We've been supporting NATO so long. In many cases, I believe paying almost 100% the cost. So I don't think we should, but I think that the NATO countries should, absolutely.
And if a country like Spain decides not to?
Well, NATO's going to have to deal with Spain. Spain's been a very low payer.
NATO's going to have to deal with Spain.
They're always a very low payer.
We're going to have to bomb Spain. Spain doesn't pay. We bomb them. Now, the United States does not pay 100% of NATO funds. We certainly do pay more in dollar amounts than other countries, although we do pay less in percentage of GDP than many. Okay. Let's go here. This was at the NATO summit. I found this to be fascinating. This reporter was trying to ask Donald Trump a question. A Ukrainian reporter. And Donald Trump, rather than answering the question,
probably the most emotional moment that we
did some real weird shit.
Probably the most emotional moment that we saw in this press conference from President Trump was when he directly engaged with one of the reporters who asked a question. She was from the BBC Ukrainian service, and she asked him about Ukraine's need for more Patriot missiles. Have a listen.
Where are you from?
I'm from Ukraine.
Oh,
so my question to you is whether or not the U.S. is ready to sell anti-air missile systems Patriot to Ukraine. We know that Russia has been pounding Ukraine really heavily right now.
Are you living yourself now in Ukraine?
My husband is there.
Wow.
And
I can see you're very, it's amazing.
And me with the kids.
I can see,
you're very... Because he wanted me.
It's amazing. It's amazing. This guy is such a piece of shit. Why can't he just listen to this woman? Why is he why is he talking like this?
Is your husband a soldier? No?
He's
there now?
Yeah.
Wow. That's rough stuff, right? That's tough. And you're living here?
In Warsaw.
And you're a reporter?
I am.
Good. So let me just tell you, they do want to have the anti-missile missiles, okay? As they
anti-missile missiles.
The Patriots.
We call them the anti-missile missiles.
We're going to see if we can make some available, They're very hard to get. We need them too. We were supplying them to Israel.
Israel needs them too, okay? All right? They're being attacked. It's not like we can just give them to you. We'll think about it, though. We'll think about it. I get it. Your husband might die, but actually Israel needs them. Because they're starting wars with Iran. And things like that.
They're very effective. 100% effective. Hard to believe how effective. And they do want that more than any other thing, as you probably know. That's a very good question. And I wish you a lot of luck. I mean, I can see it's very upsetting to you. So say hello to your husband, okay? Thank you.
Quite an emotional exchange there between Miroslava Petska from BBC Ukrainian service and President Trump. So, of course, we got on the phone to her as soon as...
I mean, I guess that counts as Donald Trump showing emotion. I don't know if I would characterize it that way. She certainly seemed to be full of emotion. Donald Trump, it's hard to see any emotion in that man most days. And I struggle to see him getting even in that moment. I struggle seeing that as being an emotional moment for Donald Trump. But what an answer from this guy. What an answer. Well, we'll think about Patriot missiles for you, but first, Israel is, more important.
He came out of that press conference and asked her to come and talk to me about that exchange.
Really overwhelming to me because it's sort of a personal issue that you're not usually talking about that to politicians.
Not just politicians, the President of the United States.
Absolutely, and I was not ready to disclose my family situation with him, but because he asked, I couldn't really lie to him. And in Ukraine the army is 1 million strong, so many men are fighting on the front lines, and the reality is that some of the female journalists, have their husbands on the front line, and that was my my situation.
It really seemed to resonate with him, what you had to say. Can you tell us about not just your husband, but your situation and your child as well?
I have 2 children, actually. They were 6 when the full-scale war broke out. They were born during the war, actually, in 2015.
Jeez. Feel terrible for that woman. Forced to reveal details of her life because the president decided to get a little too interested in her. Honestly, Donald Trump's creeping me the fuck out lately. And that's not the only weird sort of interest Donald Trump has taken with a female reporter in the last week. But before we get to that, at some point we're going to get to that. That's all I'm saying. I have the clips. Before that, we got more stuff to talk about with all this NATO stuff going on. So we're here to France 24 from a couple of days ago.
Kyiv had been pushing for its creation since the start of the war, and the idea of a Ukraine War Tribunal has now become real. The Ukrainian president signed the agreement with the Secretary General of the Council of Europe this Tuesday, but the work, Volodymyr Zelensky says, has only just started.
Today's agreement to create the tribunal is just the beginning, and now we must take real steps to make it work. And it will take strong political and legal cooperation to make sure every Russian war criminal faces justice, including Putin.
Ukraine accuses Russia of committing war crimes since the war broke out in 2022. It says that Moscow's forces have bombed civilian infrastructure, as well as killed, raped, and tortured civilians. Claims that Russia denies. Current tribunals, including the International Criminal Court, which has issued an arrest warrant for Vladimir Putin, don't have the powers to prosecute Russian nationals for such offences. The Council of Europe, which oversees human rights matters on the continent, is confident that it would be able to hold those responsible to account.
Ukraine and the Council of Europe are signing an agreement to establish a special tribunal for the crime of aggression. A tribunal to judge between victims and aggressors, between impunity and accountability. Because without accountability, there can be no lasting peace for Ukraine and Europe as a whole.
But whether we will one day see Vladimir Putin in the courtroom is very uncertain. Russia doesn't extradite its own citizens, and leaders benefit from immunity from prosecution while in office.
Okay. Sorry. I got distracted.
NATO leaders agreed on...
Set it all down there, Mark. What was I doing? All right. Okay, I'm good. Yeah, no, let's do this video. Let's do this. Mark Rutte, NATO Secretary General, had this to say a few days ago. As it relates to NATO member spending.
NATO leaders agreed on the The Hague Defense Investment Plan. And this will fuel a quantum leap in our collective defense. They agreed to boost our defense industries, which will not only increase our security, but will also create jobs. And we have reaffirmed our unwavering support for Ukraine. All of this is crucial. It means that no matter the challenges we face, whether from Russia or terrorism, cyber attacks, sabotage or strategic competition, this alliance is and will remain ready willing and able to defend every inch of Allied territory, and ensure that our 1 billion people can continue to live in freedom and security. These decisions will have a profound impact on our ability to do what NATO was founded to do: deter and defend. And the key decision in that regard is to adopt the The Hague Defence Investment Plan. With this plan, allies have agreed to invest 5% of GDP in defence. This is a significant commitment in response to significant threats to our security.
There you go, Mark Rutte, NATO Secretary General, saying that all NATO members are now, aside from the United States, agreeing to spend 5% of GDP on military defense. Oh boy, everybody's arming up out there. Yeah, I'm pretty worried. I'm not gonna lie. The more people that arm up and increase defense spending and all this other stuff, the more likely I feel, and I could be wrong in this estimation, maybe it will deter people from fighting more. I don't know. I could be completely wrong about this, but I don't think it's going to deter people from fighting more. I think it's going to make people want to use these weapons, or, you know, whatever. It just adds to the potential for, you know, more fighting, more wars to go on, rather than less. It's very frustrating to me, because I just want the wars to stop. You know, not just for the human suffering of it all, but of course all these wars contribute greatly to climate change. Every time they blow up a building in Gaza, or in Ukraine, or in the Sudan, or in Myanmar, or, you know, any of the other places where there's conflicts, or drive around these massive trucks to transport military equipment or whatever else. Like, it all just adds up, and it's just unnecessary. It's just all unnecessary.
I'm Amy Goodman with Nermeen Sheikh. This is Democracy Now!
President Trump is back in Washington after the NATO summit, where leaders agreed to increase their military spending to 5% of their GDP by 2035. The NATO summit occurred just days after Trump ordered an attack on 3 Iranian nuclear sites. This is Trump speaking with NATO Secretary General Mark Rutte about the Israel-Iran ceasefire, which continues to hold.
They're not going to be fighting each other. They've had it. They've had a big fight, like 2 kids in a schoolyard. You know, they fight like hell. You can't stop them. Let them fight for about 2-3 minutes, then it's easier to stop them.
And then Daddy has to sometimes use strong language.
You have to use strong language. Every once in a while, you have to use a certain word.
That was President Trump and NATO Secretary General Mark
Rutte,
who referred to Trump as Daddy. Earlier
What word is Donald Trump talking about? Allowance. Don't make me take away your allowance. Eric Donald Jr., why are you two fighting? Don't make me take away your allowance.
Iran's supreme leader, Ayatollah Ali Khamenei, issued a video statement where he claimed Iran had won the war and vowed that Iran would never surrender.
This all comes as Israel's mass killing in Gaza continues. Palestinian officials say Israeli forces have killed another 90 Palestinians over the last 24 hours, including dozens waiting near new food distribution centers. To talk more about NATO, Iran, and Gaza, we go to London, where we're joined by Gilbert Achcar, Emeritus Professor of Development Studies and International Relations at SOAS, University of London. He's the author of several books, including The New Cold War, The United States, Russia, and China from Kosovo to Ukraine. His recent piece for the French paper Le Monde is headlined History's Crossroads, Gaza or the Failure of the West. And he's writing a new book. It's just about to come out Gaza catastrophe, the genocide and world historical perspective. Professor Ashkar, it's great to have you with us. Let's start off by what came out of NATO. Trump has been pushing this since his first term, that the 32 member countries spend far more on weapons, which means cutting social programs, green programs, and you have the NATO Secretary General sitting next to him, Mark Rutte, calling Trump daddy. Your response?
Don't be creepy. Yeah, good morning, Amy, and good morning, Nermeen. Very nice talking to you. Well, that was a pathetic spectacle, what we've seen, this NATO summit. That was the shortest of all NATO summits, probably. I mean, it was cut to the size that fits the attention span of Donald Trump, which is no longer than 2 hours, seemingly. I mean, if you just imagine that you have 32 countries represented there, just divide the 2 hours by 32, you'll see how long it gives everyone. And the result was, you know, very much meant to please Donald Trump. This decision that you mentioned to increase military expenditure to the level of 5% of GDP, which is a very high level, even if you take into account that that means practically 3.5% for strictly military expenditure and 1.5% on security.
Yeah, I mean, it means that one in every $20 that these governments spend are going to have to be on military spending. You know, at some point soon, they're all just going to wind up turning into the United States. You know, considering how much we spend, I mean, it's not one of every $5, one of every $20. Well, actually, it's actually of GDP. GDP isn't all government spending, so it's actually much higher depending on government spending per country. I just realized I was sort of misconstruing what this would mean. It's actually probably much higher than 1 in 20 for many of these countries. But this is the Americification.
And other kind of related expenditure, that's still absolutely huge. And for many of those 32 countries of NATO, that would mean doubling, more than doubling for some, their military expenditure. And that's absolutely huge and can only happen as it is happening in the United States, where you have record military budgets.
Yeah, actually, I think the better way to say it, rather than one of every $20 being spent by the government, it's just basically one of every $20 in all economic activity in these countries is going to be spent on increasing the military industrial complexes of each and every one of these NATO member countries.
With Donald Trump, and cutting in Medicaid, cutting in social expenditure of every kind. You know that better than I know. So that's exactly what is going to happen at the level of the whole of NATO, and is happening. And basically, this meeting was a convergence between two factors. One, the Trump factor, of course, but we have to be aware of the fact that Trump does not really give a damn about NATO itself. He doesn't regard Russia as an enemy. He actually has more affinities with Vladimir Putin than most of these European leaders. And the summit proved that. I mean, there were hardly a mention, just one, of Russia. What he is interested in is catering to the military-industrial complex of the United States. And when he asks these NATO countries to increase their military expenditure, he means by that, buy more U.S. weapons. That's what he is doing. He's a salesperson for the military-industrial complex, along with the Trump organization and other businesses.
That's a good point. But I mean, that gambit may not work out in this way. And I would point out, we talked about this in earlier months this year, that some countries were looking to increase their defense production. The United Kingdom was talking about it. France was talking about it. It's Germany? I can't remember who it was. Can't remember. But I think there's like at least 2 or 3 countries that were talking about, oh, we'll step it up. We'll step up our defense production.
Countries, it's
so, you know, whether or not that winds up happening in you know, the level needed to increase defense spending to 5%, I don't know.
exactly the same. He got them to promise hundreds of billions of dollars of expenditure on military purchases, and so you have a convergence between that, and now the military-industrial complex of those European countries that have a large military industry, and that is mostly countries like Germany, France, Britain, the United Kingdom, that is, and Poland, and these are the countries that are now pushing for more military expenditure, and you can see that most of the countries where you don't have such industries are very reluctant to follow. So there is this convergence of interest of military-industrial complexes wanting more money, more expenditure on means of destruction at the very time when we are lacking every kind of things. And you know, just to give you an illustration of someone who got the lesson, because he is following in the footsteps of the poodle tradition of Tony Blair, and that's Keir Starmer. I mean, he is happily increasing the military budget of the United Kingdom, and part of that is buying, just a very recent decision, 12 F-35 from the United States at a cost that has been estimated overall, hardware plus what comes with it, at close to $2 billion.
Jesus Christ.
And that will, I mean, these are...
Can't pay for heating fuel for the elderly, but you can pay for $2 billion in F-35s. Okay, Keir Starmer, I see where your priorities are at, pal. Okay. Now, Donald Trump and the royalty of the Netherlands met up. King Willem Alexander and Queen Maxima met with President Trump earlier this week. And something strange happened at this meeting. People were speculating about what this facial expression from Queen Maxima, well, what did it mean?
I'll start right here, and in 3, 2, 1.
Somebody that's actually asking.
Can you believe it? Thank you.
That's amazing.
That's the picture we want.
Yeah.
That's the picture we want. It's a great picture.
Yeah.
Great.
Thank you very much.
Wonderful.
That's absolutely.
Thank you very much.
Wonderful.
Thank you, Dad.
I'll start right here, and in 3.
Now, people were speculating that this sort of expression from Queen Maxima was actually her making fun of Donald Trump.
Thank you very much.
Dude, it's a pretty good Trump expression. Did Queen Maxima of the Netherlands mock Donald Trump on live TV? Yeah, I think she did. But you know what? She's a queen. Much better than a president, actually. They tell me being a queen's actually better than a president because no one elects you. You're just a queen.
Thank you very much.
Internet ablaze after Queen Maxima appears to mock Trump. She does, yeah. Well, She's doing a pretty accurate impression of our Supreme Leader. That's exactly what he looks like when he talks. Netizens ask for more as Trump mocked by Queen right beside him. Queen Maxima of Benevolence has been accused of mocking U.S. President Donald Trump. Accused, that's a funny word to use. I don't think it's a crime.
Illegal.
She was spotted in a viral video apparently mimicking Trump on June 25th. It's great. She's got it down. That's the Trump. That's the Trump. You show your bottom teeth more than your top teeth. When you're talking, for emphasis, it's like, actually, it's really great. People don't see. But bottom teeth are better than top teeth. You just sort of flick your tongue over the bottom ones when you're talking. And it's great. It's really, people don't get just how great it is. All right. There's a little fun for you. I figured I'd chuck in here. So that was hilarious. Okay. She sounds like a character from Mad Max World, Queen Maxima. It does have sort of a sci-fi-esque kind of sound to it, doesn't it? Queen Maxima of the planet Catiliana. Sorry, I gotta stretch. Okay, stretch. That was good. It's a good stretch. All right. What next? Where am I? Oh, okay. Let's go to Serbia real quick. Now, Serbia has been seeing a great number of protests over the last 6 months or more now. When did it start? January? Might have been before it. It's been going on for a while. Ever since that train collapsed. Things have been getting worse and worse. Well, depends on how you want to put it. The sentiment about the government has been getting worse and worse. And these protests continue. This is footage. France 24 dropped during the stream. I figured I'd add this in here.
Tear gas clouds the air in central Belgrade as Serbian police move in to disperse demonstrators. Just hours earlier, the rally had begun peacefully. Tens of thousands flooded the streets Saturday, demanding early elections and an end to government corruption. The movement, driven by students and now in its 8th month, has already forced the resignation of the Prime Minister and several ministers, but protesters say their fight is far from over.
We are here because we cannot take it anymore. This has been going on for too long. It is time to finally cut all this off.
Today we're here to change Serbia and to finally see an end to this government. Somehow, I don't know, get those elections, to call them. And yes, I hope that they will be as fair as possible, because there will never be completely fair ones.
Well, the hope is that something will change, that after 30 years we'll be able to truly live in the society we've been fighting for since the 90s. That's why I'm here.
President Alexander Vučić has dismissed the protests, accusing organizers of being puppets of foreign powers bent on destabilizing the country. Police say they made several arrests during Saturday's demonstration. Meanwhile, in front of the presidential palace, supporters of the government staged a counter-rally.
We are real fighters and we came here to support the state. These protests that have been happening are no good at all. We're against that.
You're a fighter, sir?
Serbia's next elections aren't scheduled until 2027.
I love how this 80-year-old dude's like, I'm a fighter. Are you? You sure you still got your fighting days ahead of you right now? Because you appear to be 80 years old. I love how the counter protest is just a bunch of old dudes. It's just a bunch of old dudes. Great counter protest, boys. All right. Let's get to talking about Iran. Let's start it off here. This is from a couple of days ago. Little channel you might be familiar with by the name of The Majority Report. And this whole Iran situation has been causing something of a divide in sort of the Republican right-wing crowd, whether or not this was good or bad. But also some awkward moments.
Marco Rubio trying to address the fact that all of the U.S. intelligence on Iran has consistently shown that the Iranians are not pursuing a nuclear weapon and have had no program to do so since 2003. How do you deal with this? You don't want to go on there and go, but Israel says it's the case. Because Israel's been saying it's the case for 25 years. This is the slowest march to nuclear weapon in the history of nuclear weapons. Here is Marco Rubio. Here's the best he came up with.
Up on a phrase you just word, weaponization ambitions. Are you saying there that the United States did not see intelligence that the Supreme Leader had ordered weaponization?
That's irrelevant. I think that question being asked in the media, that's an irrelevant question.
No,
They have
but that is
everything
the
they need
key
to build a
point in
weapon.
U.S. intelligence assessments. You know
No,
that.
it's not.
Yes, it was.
No, it's
that
not.
the political decision had
well,
not
I know
been
that better
made.
than you know that, and I know that that's not the case.
But
You don't
I'm
know-
asking you
don't
whether
know
the
what you're
order
talking
was
about.
given.
And the people who say that, it doesn't matter if the order was given. They have everything they need to build nuclear weapons. Why would you bury things in a mountain, 300 feet under the ground?
Right.
Why would you bury why do they have 60% enriched uranium? You don't need 60% enriched uranium. The only countries in the world that have uranium at 60% are countries that have nuclear weapons because they can quickly make it 90. They have all the elements. They have. Why do they have a space program? Is Iran going to go to the moon? No.
Pause it for a second. I want to remind you that 20 years ago, George W. Bush said that Iran was part of the axis of evil. It was Iran, Iraq, and North Korea. Iraq was shattered. If I'm Iran, why would I have 60% uranium? Because I need some type of protection.
There's an old
I
saying in
need
Tennessee,
the idea
I know
that
it's
I
in Texas,
could
probably in Tennessee,
do
that
this,
says, "Fool
even
me
though I
once,
don't want to.
shame on you. If fool me, we can't get fooled again."
I have 60% uranium because I need some type of protection. I need the idea that I could do this, even though I don't want to. Because how else do I stop the world's most powerful military from bombing me? It's a very basic, easy question. How do I,
supposedly why we have them.
I look at Libya, and they gave up their nuclear program. It was a guy named Muammar Gaddafi, who is 6 feet underground now.
Very much, yeah, not alive.
It's the only possible protection that they have. And so despite the fact that they don't want to have a program, despite the fact they don't have a program, they imply that we could have a program if you continue to do something like bomb us. Good.
You don't need 60% enriched uranium. The only countries in the world that have uranium at 60% are countries that have nuclear weapons, because they can quickly make it 90. They have all the elements. They have. Why do they have a space program? Is Iran going to go to the moon? No, they're trying to build an ICBM.
No, but
so
that's a question. That's a question of intent, and you know in the intelligence assessment that it was that Iran wanted to be a threshold state and use this leverage. I'm talking about the public March assessment, and that's why I was asking you if you know something more from March.
That's also an inaccurate representation of it. That's an accurate representation of it. That's not how intelligence is read. That's not
now. First off,
how do you read intelligence?
Marco Rubio is saying that it's the wrong takeaway from that intelligence assessment. The next question really should be, then why is the director of national intelligence not invited in the room as you guys are making these decisions? It's almost like you don't want to hear from the intelligence community. Good.
Not going to do it. Wouldn't
That's
be
an accurate
prudent at this
representation of
juncture.
it. That's not how intelligence is read. That's not how intelligence is used. Here's what the whole world knows. Now, forget about intelligence. What the IAEA
Forget about
knows,
intelligence.
They are enriching uranium well beyond anything you need for a civil nuclear program. So why would you enrich uranium
She
at
just
60%
answered threshold.
if you don't intend to one day use it to take it to 90 and build a weapon? Why are you developing ICBMs?
Leverage.
Why do you have 8,000 short-range missiles and 2,000 to 3,000 long mid-range missiles that you continue to develop? Why do you do all these things?
I think we found out the answer about those short-range missiles 2 weeks ago when Israel unilaterally started a war on Iran.
They have a crazy neighbor they want to deter, is the answer.
They got a crazy neighbor with illegal nukes, as Chatter has pointed out. Yeah, Israel keeps pretending they don't have nukes, but they absolutely do have nukes. And that might be somebody you'd want to deter somewhat.
Why do you have 8,000 short-range missiles and 2,000 to 3,000 long mid-range missiles that you continue to develop? Why do you do all these things? They have everything they need for a nuclear weapon.
Why do we
do it? They have the delivery mechanisms. They have the enrichment
Why do we do
capability,
it?
They have the highly enriched uranium that is stored. That's all we need to see.
Right. Well,
why do we do it? We have a lot more than 8,000 missiles. Why do we do it?
Yeah, and I mean on that point, like does the United States having all of those same things that Rubio is talking about right now justify other countries in striking us? Just asking for a friend, you know, like what, you know, like what is the threshold here? Is it on a case by case basis, or is this across the board? Anybody with nuclear, not even nuclear capabilities, but the potential for nuclear capabilities militarily is big enough of a threat to attack? I mean, that's what it seems like he's saying. I mean, am I wrong? Anybody, feel free to push back in chat if you think that I'm saying crazy things. But in my estimation, it sounds like Marco Rubio is suggesting somehow that this is justification, and that, you know, if it's just for us to do it, then wouldn't it not be just for others to do the same? To look around and say, hey, these guys have a nuclear reactor over here. Maybe I should blow it up. They might turn it into nuclear material capable of being put into a warhead and then shot at us. Like, where's the line? Where's the line? And that's what worries me, honestly, is like about the way that we're talking about this whole thing. You know, we're telling everybody to arm up. Right now, we're literally telling all of NATO to arm up. And we got, you know, I mean, Vladimir Putin is doing all sorts of stuff and, you know, has been for a while using similarly sort of bonkers justifications. Like just the potential for Ukraine to join the EU and NATO as somehow being justification for their war, right? Even though neither had happened and there was no timeline on either. Now, this was Donald Trump talking to reporters on June 25th. Anybody missed this one?
Yeah, I do. They violated it, but Israel violated it too. Israel, as soon as we made the deal, they came out and they dropped a load of bombs, the likes of which I've never seen before. The biggest load that we've seen. I'm not happy with
the biggest load we've ever seen.
When I say, okay, now you have 12 hours, you don't go out in the first hour and just drop everything you have on them. So I'm not happy with them.
The biggest load, when Donald Trump saying the biggest load he's ever seen.
Phrasing?
It just kills me. I kind of want that as a sound shot. The biggest load we've ever seen. It's a huge, huge load.
You don't go out in the first hour and just drop everything you have on them. So I'm not happy with them. I'm not happy with Iran either. But I'm really unhappy if Israel's going out this morning because the one rocket that didn't land, that was shot, perhaps by mistake, that didn't land. I'm not happy about that. You know what? We basically have two countries that have been fighting so long and so hard that they don't know what the fuck they're doing. Do you understand that?
Whoa.
Illegal.
Well, there you go. President of the United States saying fuck on public television. I'll bet a bunch of kids learned that word for the first time thanks to Donald Trump. Fuck? What's fuck? I don't know. A classy man. And then there's that one clip of Trump saying, "I'm gonna come." That does exist. Isn't that an R.M. Brown sound shot? I don't know the entire library of R.M. Brown sound shots, but I could have sworn that was one of them. I'm gonna come. He's gonna come. I'm gonna come. They're gonna come. We're all gonna come. Everybody's coming.
Illegal.
Okay, let's go here now. This was at the NATO summit. Another Trump quote. What the hell? Oh, shit.
Purchase oil.
How to get... What the fuck? How did that happen? Well, no. Yeah.
Thank you so much, Mr. President. Yesterday you said China can now
Oh, it's the
continue
Daily
to purchase
Show.
oil.
That's right. It's the Daily Show who uses it. That's right. Thank you.
much, Mr. President. Yesterday, you said China can now continue to purchase oil from Iran.
Yeah.
Are you giving up on your maximum pressure campaign? Because
With
there's
who?
sanctions right now.
With who?
On Iran?
No, look, they just had a war. The war was fought. They fought it bravely. I'm not giving up. They're in the oil business. I mean, I could stop it if I wanted. I could sell China the oil myself. I don't want to do that. They're going to need money to put that country back into shape. We want to see that happen. No, if they're going to sell oil, they're going to sell oil. We're not taking over the oil. We could have, you know. I used to say with Iraq, keep the oil. I could say it here, too. We could have kept the oil. China's going to want to buy oil. They can buy it from us. They can buy it from other people. But you're going to have to put that country back into shape. It desperately needs money. Yeah.
I mean, in many ways, we did keep the oil and or destroyed the oil fields or got, friendly companies to come drill it. Or, I don't know, stick military installments around the oil. But whatever. All right, but there we go. Donald Trump hasn't completely given up on his maximum pressure, but Iran, they need, they just fought a war, a brave war, according to Donald Trump. Bravely fought, brave Iran, according to Donald Trump. Something I never was expecting him to say. Honestly, the fact that he called Iran brave, I found to be pretty hilarious. It could just be me who finds that funny. But it really does feel funny. Like, it really is. It's kind of hilarious. Hearing a U.S. president call Iran brave. Very brave Iran. Actually, people say they're nasty. I've said they're nasty, but they're actually very brave.
I will say it is a challenge to cover the news with Donald Trump. Obviously, we had to do some late-breaking guests switches yesterday. Then we pulled some clips. Brian pulled some clips based upon the ceasefire. Well, first it was the war, then it was the ceasefire. Then this morning, there's no ceasefire. Very difficult to follow the news. It's especially difficult if you are attempting to cheer on what the president is doing, because at any given moment, the president could be doing something different. And if your only North Star is to care less about what actually is done, but more about that Trump is doing it. In other words, if you're a boot-licking sycophant.
Yes, that's a good description.
This becomes harder and more of a challenge.
An obsequious
because
weasel.
You don't subscribe to any rational thing. It is all kayfabe and pretending for you. And you have to keep doing these backflips. So which number is this?
This is first 2 months ago. We have Can We Disarm Iran from Charlie Kirk's YouTube.
This is 2 months ago. Charlie Kirk.
Because while Iran should not have a nuclear weapon, going to war with Iran would be catastrophic. Going to war with Iran would be a dreadful mistake, and that includes American military strikes on the interior of Iran.
I'm sorry. I need you guys to explain this to me. We don't want Iran to have a nuclear weapon, but it would be catastrophic for America to strike within Iran.
Even strike, yep.
Okay. But this clip is back from 1997. When is it?
This is from specifically, April 18th, 2020.
April, May.
Of this year.
June. Okay. So 2 months ago. All right.
American military strikes on the interior of Iran. Two things can simultaneously be true. We need to exert maximum leverage while also saying we are not going to go to war with Iran. Doesn't matter if Tom Cotton wants it. Doesn't matter if Lindsey Graham wants it. It doesn't matter if all the U.S. senators and the deep state cabal wants it. we will clearly say we are against a war with Iran. Let's play first.
But wait a
Cut 9.
second, Charlie. What if Daddy says it? What will you say if Daddy says it? And here is Charlie Kirk 2 days ago.
So I'd say the emails are about 50-50 right now, support and oppose. Now, if you email me, freedom@charliekirk.com, I want to hear from you. Please include your age. Please include your age. I'm curious if the age has any determining factor of whether you support or oppose this. And you might say, Charlie, do you support or oppose this? I support President Trump. That's my answer. I know the man. He's the commander-in-chief. He's the man for the hour, and he's had the weight of the world on his shoulders. So in a situation like this, I support my friend, and he's had my back, and I have his.
Good boy, Charlie. And let's be honest, you're not supporting my back. You're licking my dirty little boot.
Yeah.
Good boy.
Lick the loafers, Charlie.
Good boy, Charlie.
I think I stepped in
Look
some
how
time.
easy that was. Wasn't that easy? Look at what you said 2 months ago. Today, it's all over. Good boy, Charlie. Good boy, Charlie.
That's a good
That's a good boy. That's a good boy. Who wants a treat? Do you want a treat?
We'll pay for some more hotels and college
Do you
towns.
want a treat now? You're going to get to go to a big college and have a big debate with somebody.
Stick to abortion, Charlie, okay?
There you
Not
go.
foreign affairs.
Good boy.
Yeah. Yeah. Trump sycophants, as Sam deftly put it, they seem to be struggling keeping up with Supreme Leader Trump and his sort of inconsistencies. It'd probably be easier if they just stopped doing their streams, honestly, because it's tough to, feel maybe it's not tough to maintain an audience for those guys, honestly, now I think about it, but I feel like it's got to be tough on your psyche, trying to repeat things Donald Trump has said, that he's going to end all the wars and all this stuff, and here you are, you're thinking, he's Donald Trump, he hates wars, and he would never start anything with, and then while you're saying that sentence, he does the thing that you're saying that he's not going to do. That's probably awkward. Now, Pete Hegseth also was in the news this week after these attacks on Iran. He's been upset, honestly, a little upset about people saying nasty things.
Hi, I'm Scott McFarlane in Washington. In for Major tonight, we welcome you to The Takeout. In the 1975 movie Rollerball, it was dystopian. Instead of waging war, the powerful decided disputes through this violent game that was played on skates. In real life, war is not something you want to compare to sports, nor should us sports fans casually be using terms like war and battle to describe games. But there was a moment today, where there was one unexpected parallel. Just like we see coaches and players yelling at or working the refs, sometimes yelling the loudest, not at their competitor, but at the refs or the umpire or the judges. Today, it was the nation's defense secretary speaking to the country from the Pentagon, championing last weekend's U.S. military airstrikes against Iran. But he saved his harshest words, not for the Iranians, but for the reporters who've been trying to understand the impact of those bombs.
See, this is a point. This is how difficult it is to actually manage. You just watched a video of what this weapon is capable of. Jennifer, you've been about the worst.
Jennifer,
the
you
one
are
who
the
misrepresents
fucking
the
worst.
most intentionally.
Oh
See,
my
this is the
God.
kind of thing.
Jesus Christ, Pete, settle down.
How rude.
Jennifer, you're a piece of shit. Like, what the fuck, dude? Jesus. She's not your wife, okay, Pete? Let's not start a domestic situation here.
You just watched a video of what this weapon is capable of. Jennifer, you've been about the worst. The one who
bitch.
misrepresents the most intentionally.
It's
See,
so
this is the kind of thing
angry.
the press does, right? We don't do that anymore. We don't play your little games.
We don't play games anymore. Aren't
White House
you?
press secretary
I'm sorry.
picked up from there.
We don't play your. What I found funniest about that last piece of this is we don't play the games of the press. Says Pete, a fake journalist who used to work for Fox News. I struggle to call it journalism, which is why I'm calling him a fake journalist. But he used to work on Fox News. So, in a way, does that mean we should also not take your shit seriously as well, Mr. Fox News guy?
Anymore. We don't play your little games.
The White House press secretary picked up from there, attacking a CNN reporter who reported on what she'd learned about a U.S. government assessment of those strikes.
She should be ashamed of herself. And that's not what reporting is. Journalism is trying to find the facts and the truth. And this week, we saw this same reporter being used to push a fake narrative to try to undermine the President of the United States.
Whether or not the administration is working the refs here today, there remain questions about just how much of a victory was actually won. Our Eleanor Watson was in the room for today's press conference with the Defense Secretary. She joins me now from the Pentagon. Ellie, what was your big takeaway from what you heard today?
Okay, we don't need all this breakdown from CBS. I just loved those clips. I was like, Jesus Christ, Pete, settle the fuck down over there, pal. Would ya? Take it down a notch. I don't know. It's out of control. Out of fucking control. All right, how are we doing on time? 7.5 hours in. Boy, oh boy. Okay, we've gone through a lot of videos. Quite a lot. Let's go here. This is Zateo from yesterday. I think this was some sort of Zateo town hall, I guess you might call it.
I think the coverage is such a disservice to the audiences. I mean, from day one, the Israeli strikes were, of course, by the Israelis called preemptive strikes. And the media just started repeating that. Preemptive strike has international legal connotation. It means your enemy was about to attack you. You figured it out and you went for the attack first. And the Israelis haven't produced evidence for why this was a preemptive strike on Iran or the civilian casualty. From day one, the media refused, or at least Western, U.S. global media, mainstream legacy media, wouldn't cover the civilian costs of it. They would try to portray this as just a bunch of targets, very targeted nuclear sites, maybe a few scientists and military figures. But I think it's just such a disservice. And if you talk maybe not to this audience, but if you speak to an average American audience and ask them what is the one country in the Middle East that actually has nuclear weapons, a lot of them tend to say it's Iran, whereas it's Israel. So just because the Israelis have an undeclared nuclear weapons program doesn't mean it doesn't have to be reported also in the media.
And I mean, honestly, I put this in here because this is what I've been saying this whole goddamn time. Ever since this strike happened, I literally came out on multiple occasions and said, look, this is not an actual preemptive strike. There's a difference between preemptive and preventative, right? Which is what I've been calling this strike. It's not a preemptive strike, it's a preventative strike, right? They're trying to prevent Israel. I mean, Israel was attacked, preventative of Iran getting nuclear weapons, right? That was the justification that they took. But it's complete Minority Report type bullshit. They have no idea. They don't have the goddamn precogs in some pool of water and telling the future. And the fact is most intelligence pointed to Iran not actually having a nuclear program, nuclear weapons program, at all. And you know, the distinction is important because it has, like she just mentioned, international law all tied up with it, right? And one is legal, the other one is illegal. Do you know which one's illegal? Can you guess? It's a preventative strike. You can't do that. You're not Nostradamus. You can't tell the future. You don't know what you don't know what your neighbor is thinking day to day. You can't just suddenly be like, oh, a soothsayer just told me that Ayatollah Khomeini just thought about nuclear weapons. No, can't do that. Preventative strike is when you have actual verifiable intelligence that there's some sort of a military buildup on your border, right? Or that they're moving like tons of military equipment to prepare for some sort of strike on territory that you could actually point to. None of that. They have none of that. They have none of that. All they have is Benjamin Netanyahu saying they are 2 weeks away from a bomb. That's all they've got. And it's ridiculous.
This is ridiculous!
But the media has been lapping it up and regurgitating it on the entire electorate. Thanks for that, media. The military now has precog technology. Yes, correct. That's correct, Columbia Rican. The military now has precog technology from the Minority Report. That's right. Correct. They can tell what you're thinking on a second by second basis. In fact, they can tell what you're thinking, that you're going to think. That's how good they are. You might not even know you're going to commit a crime, but they do. All right? They do. All right, to wrap up our discussion of Iran, I figure we'd end it with this one from Forbes breaking news from yesterday. Donald Trump responding to questions about what he would do if Iran were to start enriching uranium again.
You tell me when it gets boring, okay?
If Iran...
Are you from Iran?
No, I'm not from Iran. I'm from the UK. But if the intelligence reports conclude that Iran can enrich uranium to a level that concerns you, would you consider bombing the country again?
Without question.
Sure, absolutely. I'd bomb them.
Turned out to be unbelievable.
I'll bombardier. Of course I'll bomb them. I'm big into bombs.
Uranium to a level that concerns you. Would you consider bombing the country again?
Without question, absolutely.
Have you had any conversations?
Turned out to be unbelievable. But, our incredible flyers and our
incredible flyers.
I call them the shots. These guys are...
I call them the flyers, the shots. They're the great flyers. Has anybody seen A Land Before Time? When I hear the word flyer, that's all I can think of. That's all I can think of. Our great flyers.
Unbelievable. Think from 52,000 feet, they hit the equivalent of a refrigerator door. They actually hit it right in the center, so it's much smaller than that.
It's actually much smaller.
Bomb after bomb going deeper, blowing up. Incredible thing. I don't know if you heard the general. He was very impressive. Raisin Cane. He's the one that beat ISIS for me. And he did it in a matter of weeks. And I was told it was going to take 4 or 5 years. And when I got this job, I always said, if I get this job, I'm going to put that guy as the head of the Joint Chiefs of Staff. And Dan Kane, and he... You
guys did such a great job, I might give you a promotion. Those flyers really showing their stuff. And absolutely... I'll put the flyers back to work. If Iran thinks about enriching uranium again, I will unleash all hell on their country. All right. Let's talk Gaza for a little bit. How does that sound? Bad? That's fair. That's fair. Probably is. It's probably, I mean, nobody said bad, but that's what I thought. I was like, it sounds terrible. It sounds like talking about literally hell on earth, considering everything Israel's been doing to it and to the people. But we can't shy away from things that are tough. We must press on. How are we doing on time? Okay, all right, we're still fine. We're doing fine. Doing good. This is from 3 days ago. Start us off, global news.
This is the aftermath of an Israeli strike on a fuel station in Gaza City. It was being used as a shelter when it was hit overnight. This man says 12 people were in the building. They've recovered the bodies of only 3. As the world fixated on Israel and Iran, more people died in Gaza than in both countries combined. But there is a feeling it has been ignored. This woman says the world no longer remembers the Gaza war. It's only concerned with the Iran issue. During just the 12 days of the Iran-Israel war, the Hamas-run health ministry in Gaza says more than 860 people died, and the war there has been going on for 615 days longer. This man says all eyes were on Iran, but hunger here got worse. The tragedy was forgotten. The displacement of Gazans has continued as well. The Israeli military dropped leaflets this week ordering people in several areas of northern Gaza to move south, likely meaning Israeli strikes against Hamas were in the works. There is no safety anywhere, this woman says. There is bombardment and humiliation everywhere.
I think great progress is being made on Gaza.
With a ceasefire between Iran and Israel, there is a push from international leaders for a ceasefire.
Great progress from Donald Trump. Really great progress has been made. Donald Trump could end this war tomorrow. All he would have to do is tell Israel, stop. I mean, he's already proven that. He literally straight up just went to Israel and said, hey, stop that. Stop making me look like an asshole. I said there's a ceasefire. Now, ceasefire. After we called the ceasefire, Israel started what? Like you just said, unleashing all hell, a amount of bombs I'd never seen before. And within like 6 hours, less than that, like he calls up Benjamin Netanyahu and says, what the fuck are you doing? You're making me look like a fucking asshole out here. And then they stopped. You know what? He could do the exact same fucking thing with Gaza. All he has to do is say stop. But you know, he's not gonna do that. Even though out of all of the things he could do, that ending a genocide. If he really wants the fucking Nobel Peace Prize, he should have done that like 6 months ago. Instead, he's talked about ethnically cleansing the state, building a hotel on it, and continued funding it. So I think it's going to be a struggle to get that old Nobel Peace Prize. Now, we've been talking about these fucking farces that are these Gaza Humanitarian Foundation aid sites. And the evidence keeps mounting up. So that's the only way I can put it. Because the fact is, even the Western media is like, these Gaza Humanitarian Foundation sites might just be killing fields. I've been waiting since 12:30 and I didn't get anything. I've been staying for long hours every day for the past 10 days for nothing. My children have nothing. There's no money. And people's savings have run out. There is nothing. How would you feed a family of 8 members? A kilo of flour at the market costs 40 or 50 shekels. I came to take aid, but nothing was left for me. I came today and was able to take a kilo of flour and a kilo of rice for me and my wife and 6 family members. We're living in humiliation. I can't feed my children. To when will we remain like that? So these places where people are being slaughtered, these aid sites, many people are leaving without aid. And that's not how humanitarian aid is supposed to go. It's supposed to ensure that everybody gets food who comes there. But that's not happening. What is happening is people are being murdered. But we're going to double down on funding. Apparently we're going to be giving 30 million more U.S. taxpayer dollars to fund the Gaza Humanitarian Foundation. That sounds nice.
The United States is to give $30 million in funding to the Gaza Humanitarian Foundation, which is a US and Israeli-backed body set up to distribute aid in Gaza. It's the first known direct US funding for the group. The GHF, backed by armed US contractors and Israeli troops, has been operating in the Strip since the end of May following an 11-week aid blockade by Israel. On Tuesday, the UN said more than 400 Palestinians had been killed in recent weeks by the Israeli military while trying to collect food at the distribution sites. Well, let's speak to our Gaza correspondent, Rushdie Abu Alouf, who's in Cairo for us. Rushdie, just explain why we're seeing the level of casualties, according to the UN and other sources, at these distribution sites, because it's to do with how concentrated the crowds are around them, because there are just 4 main sites, aren't there?
Yeah, and all of them are in the south, not in the north, where half of the population exist. You know, in the south they have 4 distribution centers, 2 in Rafah, 1 in Khan Yunis, and 1 in the middle camps. And it's all in an area under Israeli security control. So there is always a presence of Israeli troops around, not inside the centers. And we see every night thousands of people. They gather, they queue, and then they push towards the center in under darkness where the troops are there. And every night we get report about Israeli drones and tanks open fire on the ground. When we did ask the people, why you go, why you risk your life, they always say because we have no other alternative. They prefer the old mechanism of food distributing to their doorstep, or at least to their neighborhoods. And the only organization capable of doing this is the UN agencies, which the Americans are not supporting, and they prefer this new Gaza Humanitarian Foundation.
And Rushdie, just very briefly, what is the hope that that situation may improve for Gazans in desperate need of aid with this huge injection of funds from the US?
Well, from Gaza point of view and Palestine, the people who work in this aid organization, $30 million is very little comparing to what is needed. Each truck costs about $500,000, and Gaza needs 400, 500 trucks every day. So the people were appreciating, and any money given to Gazan, but this $30 million is considered very little to what.
Yeah, that's because this isn't a real aid organization. It's just not. It's fake. It's a fake aid organization. It's working with the military, the Israeli military. People committing this mass starvation, as well as the apparently CIA operatives involved. It's really just a ruse. It's just a fucking ruse. But you know what? This BBC did 2 stories on this. Just how... Just exactly what I'm saying. It's just how this, 1 month in, this new Gaza Aid Foundation, whatever we're calling it, is seemingly just a system of death.
This Gaza really need.
Rushdie, thank you. That's our correspondent, Rushdie.
The volume was bad. I'm sorry. It was down for a second. That's my bad.
The medical charity MSF has called for the controversial Israel-US-backed relief effort to be halted, branding it slaughter masquerading as humanitarian aid. There have been hundreds of deaths close to the sites run by Gaza Humanitarian Foundation since they opened a month ago. The head of GHF has denied that the shootings are linked to its aid distribution centres. Well, all of that comes as the US revealed it will give $30 million of funding to that organisation. It's the first confirmation of direct US funding for the group, which has been operating in the Gaza Strip since the end of May, following an 11-week aid blockade by Israel. So let's go to my colleague Mark Clowen. He's there on the Israel-Gaza border for us. Mark.
Matthew, thanks very much indeed. Let me just explain where we are. We're at the Kerem Shalom border crossing here. Over there in the distance, you can see Egypt. This, of course, this is the Israeli side of the border crossing. And then if we just pan across over there, you can see in the distance the grey border gate into Gaza. Now, that is where, before the 7th of October, 500 or 600 trucks of aid per day were getting into Gaza. But of course, since then, it has gone in peaks and troughs and really slowed to a trickle for a long time, and no aid at all for a 12-week blockade. And then, since then, far, far too little for the 2.1 million people on this ground in Gaza who are facing catastrophic levels of hunger. And I can tell you, Matthew, that here at Kerem Shalom today, there have been no trucks crossing. The Israeli government blockading it again for a couple of days to try to stop what they say is looting of aid by Hamas. Well, the UN has said that 400 Palestinians have been killed inside Gaza in recent weeks.
I'm sorry. Hal Sparks, is that who we're talking about? Hal Sparks says that Gaza protesters aren't serious because they don't talk about Sudan. Has he seen this show? How many times have we talked about Sudan in the last year and a half? How many times have I brought up Sudan in the last week? like half a dozen times. I talk about Sudan all the goddamn time. It's an atrocity. It's a goddamn atrocity that needs to be ended immediately.
Immediately.
20 million people are in famine conditions right now. The media is like completely ignoring those people. Or not completely, but almost completely. And not nearly enough aid is getting in, because it's either, you know, like, what are we talking about? What? They just don't. They don't care about. They don't talk about Sudan at the Palestine protests. Well, I'm sorry. I'm sorry, Hal Sparks. That's so sad for you. For the love of God.
Many of them.
It's a very unserious criticism of people.
Queuing for aid at the distribution sites, and many of them at sites set up by the Gaza Humanitarian Foundation. That is that controversial US and Israeli foundation that started operating 1 month ago. Merlin Thomas from BBC Verify has been looking at dozens of videos of people who have been killed at the distribution sites, and all have been since the GHF started operating. Here's her report.
After a month of US and Israeli-backed operations in Gaza, there have been repeated reports of killings of Palestinians trying to access aid. We've been investigating footage from Gaza to see just how dangerous it's become for Palestinians. Now, on May the 26th, the privately run Gaza Humanitarian Foundation began its operations. This controversial new scheme, which bypasses the UN's operations, was introduced after Israel lifted its 11-week blockade on aid. There are 3 here in the south, and 1 here in the north, near an Israeli security zone known as the Netzarim Corridor. The distance between them sometimes forces Palestinians to make long journeys, and in a war zone, that comes with added danger. In statements over the past month, the IDF has repeatedly said it's fired warning shots at individuals who they described as suspects or said posed a threat. Now, in videos we verified,
You know, they called them warning shots, but people died. Like, warning shots are supposed to be, like, I don't know, above people's heads, not into their stomachs and heads. You know, that's the thing about a warning. It's supposed to be before you shoot them. Not that doing that, not that that would justify it, but just for specificity
you
here.
can see hundreds of people, some holding what appear to be empty flour sacks, scrambling over mounds of rubble and hiding in ditches. Several bursts of automatic gunfire can also be heard. The person who uploaded the video told us that people had been traveling to access aid at SDS-4 from the coastal roads west of the Netzarim corridor. We've also verified this video, posted the next day. We know it was filmed nearby, and you can see crowds panicking, and then you can see what appears to be an explosion. Video from the scene goes on to show a number of injured people, including children. The GHF announced secure routes for those who needed to access aid, and they are marked here in blue. Now, while analysing videos relating to people trying to access aid, we found that several videos were located near to the SDS-4 distribution site. Now, each corridor has a start point and a stop point. Palestinians are warned that crossing without being given the go-ahead is dangerous. The red dots marked here are the location of videos we verified that appear along the route. Now, some of those are where gunfire can be heard, others show injured Palestinians being carried. Now, the GHF has denied that there had been any incident or fatalities at or near.
Everything about this is fucking wild. Going past the stop point, which is before the aid site, is dangerous. They're just trying to create justifications for murdering Palestinians. That's literally all they're doing. It's ridiculous. This is all this is just so unjustified. It is disgusting. Now, a State Department spokesman was asked a question over this increased funding for the Gaza Humanitarian Foundation. That name is a farce as well. Humanitarian. It's not that. It's not that.
Thanks, Tommy. Sticking on the JHF, do the Americans plan on playing, other than the role of a benefactor here, any other role in terms of management, in terms of security? There were 8 Palestinian GHF contractors that were shot dead, last week. What is the role here other than here's cash?
Well, look, fundamentally, again, we're wanting to make sure we get those resources in a way that helps deliver that food, helps deliver that aid. I have no further details for you at this time. We may have more details.
Who is this fucking weirdo? I've never seen this. Tommy Pigott. Tommy Pigott. Ah, yes. Tommy. Mr. Pigott. Mr. Piggy Pigott.
Days ahead. But ultimately, this is about those 46 million meals and trying to get more aid into Gaza in the sense of that $30 million that's been approved for the Gaza humanitarian.
Great. Great. We're more money so we can get more meals that people were going to let the IDF shoot. That makes sense. Good plan. You know, it would be more useful telling Israel to stop murdering people and just allow aid in through the normal venues, normal routes. That would be much more efficient. This is like the Gaza aid pier from the Biden administration, but instead, we're actually gonna it's gonna be a facilitation of the genocide. At least the Gaza aid pier didn't have any plans of IDF involvement. Not that it ever actually worked. The United States military trying to pretend that we're doing humanitarian work when we're actually clearly not. Okay, we gotta take a quick break. Sorry, everyone. Probably need one after all of that. Tough stuff. We're at 8 hours now. We still got more content to get through. Probably won't take a full half to get through it all, but we still have more stuff. So, we'll be right back after these brief space messages. Okie dokie. Hope everybody's enjoying the stream so far. If you haven't already, hit the like button and don't forget to subscribe. Hit that bell icon too if you want to make sure that you don't miss a single episode of this here Spacecast. Now, while you're at it, after you're done clicking, of course, you can't do both, so once you've finished liking and subscribing, do also consider using those fingers of yours to contribute to the Galactic News Network, as we need your help. Without you, the galaxy is under threat. Or at least the Galactic News Network is. Without space fams such as yourself, we would cease to exist and go floating off into the ether, never to be seen again. Thankfully, we have a myriad ways for you to contribute. YouTube super chats, super stickers, memberships. Got the Cash App and the PayPal if you prefer your money get used specifically for funding this stream rather than funding YouTube's bottom line. But of course, the best way to get the most space benefits for your Earth dollars is to go on to Patreon and become a Galactic Patron. Just $3 a month will get you access to a bunch of sweet, sweet space benefits unseen by the rest of the goddamn Milky Way galaxy. Avatar. Shout out. Secret Discord channel inside of the Discord server. So many great things. It's up to you. Anyway, chat, enjoy the break. Grab yourselves a drink, maybe a snack, and I will be right back. right. Well, it's going to be the end of the fourth break, final break. Now we head into the fifth and final half of the stream, so prepare yourselves, Space Fams. It's coming up immediately.
Immediately, if not sooner.
All right. Let's go back to Donald Trump. See what else he's been saying recently. This is from Forbes breaking news from yesterday. Trump asked about how close he was to a deal on Gaza. I'm sure we're really close. No big deal. Super easy, barely an inconvenience. It's gonna be fine, everybody.
Mr. President, on the subject of peace deals, how close are you and your administration to a deal in terms of Gaza ceasefire right now?
Often asked, and I think it's close.
Often
I
asked,
spoke with some of the people involved. It's a terrible situation that's going Gaza. He's asking about. And we think within the next week we're going to get a ceasefire.
1 week, 1 or 2
and
weeks.
We're supplying, as you know, a lot of money and a lot of food to that area because we have to. I mean, you have to. We're in theory not involved in it, but we're involved because people are dying.
In theory, we're not involved, but people are involved because we're dying. Because they're dying. We're also involved because we're supplying all the weapons that are killing those people. I'd point that out. There you go. 1 week. Next week, actually, he said. And this was Friday. So get ready, people, for peace, apparently. Apparently, we're getting peace this week. I'm very excited. I'm sure there's no way that that doesn't happen. I'm very excited about that. All right, this was Bernie Sanders in the Senate, I think yesterday, talking about how the United States should maybe not be fighting Benjamin Netanyahu's wars.
Millions of our kids cannot afford to go to college or are leaving school deeply in debt, and over 20% of our seniors are trying to get by on $15,000 a year or less. And oh, by the way, we have an existential threat in climate change, which might very well make the planet uninhabitable for future generations. These are just a few of the crises that Congress and the President should be addressing. Mr. President, in the midst of all of that, going to war against Iran and supporting Israel's unprovoked attacks against that country is not something that we should be doing. We do not need another unnecessary and costly war. We have had enough of them. Mr. President, in 1964, Congress voted with little debate for a Gulf of Tonkin resolution giving President Johnson the authority to escalate American military involvement in Vietnam. As a result, the U.S. expanded its presence in that country, and we were dragged fully into Vietnam's civil war. Eventually, some 2.7 million Americans served in Vietnam, and more than 58,000 died, and over 300,000 were wounded. The Vietnam War devastated an entire generation. It killed millions of Vietnamese, and it destabilized the region. It cost U.S. taxpayers hundreds and hundreds of billions of dollars. Mr. President, the Vietnam War was based on a series of lies. Years later, the U.S. government concluded that the supposed attacks that prompted the Gulf of Tonkin resolution did not happen as reported. The so-called domino theory, the ideological foundation of that war, was bogus. That was a war that never should have been fought. Mr. President, in 2002, as a member of Congress, a new member of Congress, I can recall vividly how politicians and the media relentlessly beat the drum about the need to go to war against Iraq and its leader, Saddam Hussein. Over and over again, we were told that Iraq was building weapons of mass destruction and that if we did not act quickly, nuclear weapons would be falling on America. Among those pushing for war
There's an
in
old
Iraq
saying in Tennessee,
in
I know it's
2002 were none other than Israeli Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu, who testified to Congress that, and I quote, "There is no question whatsoever that Saddam is seeking nuclear weapons. If you take out Saddam's regime, I guarantee you that it will have enormous positive reverberations," end quote. That was Netanyahu in 2002. The United States Congress, against my vote, invaded Iraq and became involved in a brutal sectarian war that lasted for almost a decade. No weapons of mass destruction were ever found. That war was based on a lie a lie that cost us 4,500 brave young Americans, 32,000 wounded, and $3 trillion in taxpayer dollars. Hundreds of thousands of Iraqis also died. Mr. President, war often has awful and unintended consequences. It should only be considered as a last resort. We should not go to war against Iran. First, let me state the obvious. Trump's attack against Iran is unconstitutional. Congress alone has the authority to take this country into war, not the president. Trump does not have that authority. Second, Iran did not pose an imminent military threat to the United States that would justify a preemptive attack. Just a few months ago, Trump's own Director of National Intelligence, Tulsi Gabbard, testified to Congress that the American intelligence community, quote, continues to assess that Iran is not building a nuclear weapon, and Supreme Leader Khamenei has not authorized the nuclear weapons program he suspended in 2003, end of quote from Tulsi Gabbard. Trump dismissed that finding, saying, quote, well then, my intelligence community is wrong, end of quote. Really? On what basis does he think that the entire United States intelligence community is wrong? Third, diplomacy offers a better path to durably address Iran's nuclear activities than a military attack. This was proven in 2015 when the United States and world powers made an agreement that strictly limited Iran's nuclear activities and put in place blanket inspections. That agreement was working, but Trump pulled out of that deal in 2018 and Iran restarted its activities. To his credit, Trump returned to diplomacy this year, and U.S. officials held 5 rounds of talks with Iran to address this issue. A 6th round of talks was scheduled for June 15th, but Israel derailed those talks with its surprise attack and, in the process, assassinated the Iranian official overseeing those negotiations. Fourth, Benjamin Netanyahu should not be dictating U.S. foreign and military policy. Trump's attack.
No, he should not. I think that's a good place to stop it. Benjamin Netanyahu should not be dictating U.S. foreign policy. Or should AIPAC be dictating American policy, for that matter? Okay, let's see. We're gonna be leaving the Middle East here momentarily, but quickly I just wanted to go here. See what Caroline Levitt had to say about Syria. Here's Forbes from a couple days ago.
Kate. The president suggested he was open to sending more Patriot air defense missiles to Ukraine. Is that going to happen, and were there any other assurances that he made directly to Zelensky when they met? I'll let the president speak on that. That was a private conversation between he and President Zelensky, but the meeting was a good meeting, and it was a meeting towards progress, and the president, as he said, repeatedly wants to see this war come to an end, but I'll let him speak on that specific point. And Witkoff yesterday suggested that there would be more countries signing on to the Abraham Accords. What's the timeline on that, and which countries specifically is the administration looking to have sign on? Well, the president is certainly hopeful that more countries in the region will sign on to the Abraham Accords. Again, we want to see a long, withstanding, endurable peace in the Middle East, and that's the way to do it. And when the president met with the new president of Syria, that was one of the requests that he made for Syria to sign on to the Abraham Accords. I don't have a timeline for you, but this administration wants to see that happen, and our partners in the region should know that. Rachel.
There we go. Caroline Levitt suggesting that Syria is Or the United States is in talks with Syria to have them join the Abraham Accords. Now, there's certainly some criticisms out there of the Abraham Accords, but at least its intent was to bring unity to the Middle East. And I think there's some Northern African states in there too, if I recall correctly. But yeah, how successful has that been exactly? I mean, it was signed quite a while ago, and things have only somehow gotten worse. Maybe if we just stopped funding Israel, there'd be less problems. I feel like that'd be more. I feel like sending military aid to Israel full stop to never be returned again would solve so much with the Middle East. Israel seems to be the ones attacking everyone. All right, let's go now to Africa, where things have popped off in Kenya again. We've been following protests that have been happening intermittently in Kenya for some time now over corruption, essentially, over corruption allegations against the government in Kenya. And in Nairobi, protesters have been taken to the streets once again, and they've been getting repressed by their government. Including water cannon use and tear gas. Tear gas and water cannons. Oh, God. Now, the last protest saw people disappeared and killed, and these protests have had the exact same problem. Here's France 24 from 2 days ago.
Jamil Longden and his two brothers disappeared in August 2024, about 100 meters from their home.
Let's go to the place where we abducted.
They say they were hooded, handcuffed, and taken to an unknown location where they were held in a cell.
I was beaten for the first 2 days, and my brother was beaten frequently for the 32 days. And now the beating was just so that we say where the source of funding for the Mandamanos. And we actually told them there's nobody who is funding any Mandamano in Kenya. It's just Kenyans are tired of the government.
During the Mandamanos Swahili for protests in June and July 2024, at least 60 people were killed and dozens more were illegally detained. In June of this year, a government critic died in police custody, sparking a new wave of demonstrations which have once again turned violent.
Now, here is where now 2 people were shot.
This activist says he was targeted just for attending.
I don't know if the bullet was meant for me, because on the people who were surrounding me, one was shot in his back and the other one was shot in his leg. It means we are on a very dangerous, we are walking in a very dangerous environment.
The current political climate is sparking daily conversations of concern at Amnesty International's offices. They believe it's a chilling reminder of the autocratic era under former President Moi from 1978 to 2002.
We are seeing abductions, we are seeing extrajudicial killings, we are seeing high levels of surveillance, suppression of dissent, which are all indicators of what used to happen back then.
We contacted the police for comment, but received no response. Human Rights Watch warns authorities rarely prosecute officers implicated in violence against protesters, and so far, none have been sentenced.
Jesus Christ. Okay, we're not going to leave Africa quite yet. We're going to leave Kenya. What happened to Kenya? It used to seem peaceful. Yeah, well, what happened is that the government has been getting accused of rampant corruption, enriching themselves, taking government money to spend on homes and cars, government officials, basically just misappropriating funds. And that's been one of the allegations. There's other allegations as well. Well, not even allegations. They're also really complaints, right? And complaints about the government that not doing enough to help the people while acting as corrupt as they are and enriching themselves. Right? Young people feeling like there's no progress to be had for them. Not enough job opportunities and all this other stuff. Makes sense. Cost of living going up. Meanwhile, those in government are just living the dream. All right, let's go down to the DRC. As the United States, Donald Trump, I don't know if everybody heard about this, but Donald Trump had DRC officials come to the United States to discuss a peace agreement.
Hubert Masomeko is a lawyer. Like many other Goma residents, he hadn't worked since January when the town was seized by M23 rebels. He says he has never known peace since he was born 27 years ago, but he's hoping the new peace deal will hold where others have failed.
Many folks have lost their jobs, me included. So it's so difficult today to live in Goma, especially the economic situation without banks. We hope on the initiatives which are ongoing in the U.S. to normalize the diplomatic relations between the Democratic Republic of Congo and Rwanda.
The U.S. State Department says the agreement includes provisions on respect for territorial integrity and stopping hostilities, and disarmament and integration of non-state groups estimated to be more than 120, as well as the return of internally displaced people. Congolese authorities are optimistic that its implementation will bring about a lasting calm in the east of the country. But critics accuse the government of selling off natural resources in order to stay in power.
I mean, that sounds good. Normalizing relations between Rwanda and the Congo, ending hostilities, solving the situation regarding territorial integrity, which has been a problem. Has absolutely been a problem. Considering, like we mentioned, M23 has seized multiple areas of the territory this year. And they've been carrying out all sorts of things across the border for quite some time. Not the DRC is completely devoid of anything like that with Rwanda, but I guess yeah, both of them needs to settle down. But the fact is foreign nations like the United States haven't really been helping so much. We've really been focused more on reaping the mineral wealth from the country for ourselves. China's been doing it too. But yeah, I mean, also, the M23 has been supposedly running multiple illegal mining operations in the east of DRC. That's not great. It'd be good though to see this end. I mean, it's been going on for freaking like 30 years. Sort of the back and forth between DRC and Rwanda. Well, maybe not that long. How long was it? When did it? Well, whatever. I think it's close. So I'm sure there's no way that we're gonna screw this up. Let's see, little Marco and what he's been up to.
Don't worry about it, little Marco.
Gentlemen. Job, or why I embrace this job so much is moments like this. This is, in essence, the Department of State is really the Department of Peace. It's designed to bring people together, both in our relations.
Ah, yes, the great Department
with
of
other
Peace.
countries, but to the extent we can use the stature and the influence of the United States to bring others together, it makes the world a better place. And I honestly believe that when there's peace in the world among friends who may have disagreements and conflict, it does help America. It does help make America stronger and safer and more prosperous. It gives us partners we can do business with. And partners that we can work with to address insecurity and threats to our national security and to our collective national security. So we are grateful to both of you. I know how hard this was and how much work went into it, and we know there's more work to be done. But we are grateful to have you here today. We're honored to be a part of this. We're excited to be a part of it. And
Here we go. Little Marco leading these talks. There's no way that the United States is going to screw this up or cause any problems, and certainly we're not going to embarrass ourselves. That's not... no way that's going to happen. Let's put a pin in that. Let's go here to France 24 News. From yesterday, I think. Yeah, 13 hours ago. So, yeah, so technically yesterday.
Meanwhile, let's stay in D.C. because over the next few hours, President Trump will be back in the Oval Office. He's organised for a moment with the press as he oversees the signing of a peace deal between the Democratic Republic of Congo and Rwanda, which has been brokered by Qatar and the US. As we speak, the US Secretary of State, Marco Rubio, is said to be involved in a meet and greet with the foreign ministers of both countries. What we know is a draft agreement has been agreed by President Tshisekedi of the DRC and President Paul Kagame of Rwanda. It includes provisions to respect and to end hostilities. There's been a series of long-running conflicts in the eastern DRC, an area rich in natural resources and rare earth minerals, with two major wars fought since the 90s and the current conflict reignited in 2022, with Rwanda accused of supporting M23 rebel group there, which has seized early this year, seizing the north and south, the capitals of Kivu, Goma and Bukavu at the start of this year. Well, the UN reporting that between 900 to 2,000 people were killed during the offensive in Goma alone. Hundreds of thousands were displaced. Let's cross to London. Let's bring in the journalist Michaela Wrong, who's covered African affairs for more than 3 decades, author of several books on politics in the continent, including Rwanda in Do Not Disturb, the story of a political murder and an African regime gone mad. Michaela is with us. She's also the recipient of the James Cameron Prize for Journalism for, quote, combined moral vision and professional integrity. Welcome back to France 24, Michaela. And as we await on a day of breaking news from the White House, a photo opportunity moment, smiles, handshakes. Take us behind the scenes, the reality of what's going on here, what this peace deal means.
Well, I think everyone is hoping that this peace deal will hold, because effectively what people will say is there is no other deal on the table. There's no other game in town. But there are great concerns about whether or not it's going to have a real impact on events on the ground. As you said, that area, that part of Congo has been troubled for decades, but the latest iteration dates back to November 2021, when we saw the M23 rebel movement backed by Rwanda gobbling up Congolese territory, and they now hold the two provinces of South and North Kivu. And this peace deal, there was both countries signed a declaration of an agreement on a declaration of principles back in April. And it's good to know that their foreign ministers are in town, because there was some worries that they might not even turn up. One side wouldn't turn up on the day. There have been problems getting the parties to the table. But I think what a lot of people are concerned about is there's the lack of detail about this deal. You know, does it really take us any further? It's supposed to be a business for security deal. So America is playing the role of good broker, and it is saying, if you sign a deal, if both countries sign a deal, we can guarantee that US companies will go in and they will invest in both countries. In the mining sector, both countries, Congo, as everyone knows, is very, very rich in strategic minerals. Are of enormous importance to the modern world as we try and keep producing new laptops and new electrical vehicles, and all the other sort of devices that we all use in our daily lives. So that.
Yeah, the fact is I mean, DRC should be a much wealthier country. They have the largest supply of rare earth minerals in the country. Just a untold amount of lumber and whatever else that you could possibly want, basically, and yet somehow the vast majority of people in the Congo are living in poverty. It's completely fucked. All right, let's go to the White House, where this meeting was happening earlier. Yesterday, I think. Might have been Friday. It was one of those days, Friday or Saturday.
Well, thank you very much, and I'd like to ask Caroline, who's become very famous, big star, and she has a person who's a colleague of hers, a friend of hers, and that she has a lot of respect for, who comes from the area and knows exactly what's happening. Caroline, could I ask you to say a few
She
words?
knows all this stuff.
Sir, here we have Hariana.
Did you get in here? I don't really get what's happening here.
Africa. She's been a reporter here in the United States for many years, and she has a story to share with the press, with the media, and with these two fantastic leaders who have joined you today. So, Hariana, please.
Why don't you come up here and talk so they can see?
Sure.
That'd be great. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr.
It's a great honor.
Thank you, Mr. President. So, as Caroline has mentioned,
By the way, remember when I said that there was no way for Donald Trump to bring great shame on the United States and himself? Well...
President, first of all, I want to let you know that I'm the only African reporter accredited here at the White House and cover for the entire continent. So I just arrived from Congo, Democratic Republic of the Congo, yesterday. I went to see firsthand how the people is feeling and the president's message, President Felix Tshisekedi, about this upcoming peace deal. And let me tell you firsthand what I witnessed myself. I spoke with the people on the street. I spoke with youth. They know your name. They know that a president named President Trump is working hard to finally bring peace to the country. I saw hope. They have hope now for a better day in Congo. They see what you're doing as a future, better future for Congo. And I had an opportunity to sit down with President Felix Tshisekedi for an interview because I want to understand his mind, what he's thinking, his feeling about everything that your administration is doing. And he told me firsthand that for many years, many American presidents overlooked this conflict. They didn't do nothing. Even myself, I covered President Biden's administration. I pressed many times about this conflict. People are dying in Congo. This country has so much potential, but they need help because this war is destroying the country. They never gave me any answer. And he told me, President Tshisekedi, that you have no idea, he's very thankful for what you're doing, for what your administration is doing, not only him, the entire Congolese people.
You notice how Donald Trump keeps checking her out, he's done it like 6 times now. He keeps breaking eye contact and then looking down.
They see that finally they will have hope. And President Tshisekedi also mentioned at the end of my interview that when peace finally comes to the Democratic Republic of the Congo, he's thinking to nominate you as a Nobel Prize Peace because he said you deserve, you have been working to bring peace in the world, not only at the Congo, and he's very hopeful to meet you in the future.
That's so nice, boy, and that's so beautifully stated.
So beautifully stated.
And Caroline said, number one, she did say, and I shouldn't say this because it's politically incorrect, she said, she's beautiful, and you are beautiful.
You're very beautiful.
I'm not allowed to say that, that could be the end of my political career, but I'll say it anyway. But you
That could be the end of your political career, you hitting on a reporter. Well, I don't know about that, but it could be the end of you getting anything from Melania. I know that. What's her name? Melanie? I don't know. I've never heard of her. This one looks good, though. This one looking really good.
are beautiful, and you're beautiful inside. I wish
Beautiful
I had more
inside,
reporters
beautiful
like
outside.
you.
Maybe we could solve it if we had a bunch of hot reporters come to Congo. What do you think? Maybe just, can we make some clones of this one and send her around? Jesus Christ. Donald Trump openly checking out and hitting on a reporter in the middle of peace talks between the Congo and Rwanda. Good. That'll solve it. What just shameful. What a shameful moment for our country. This man is such a garbage person. Such a garbage person. He is who we all thought, I mean, there's no getting around it. Oh, God. Fact is, that's like number 50 of the worst things he said about women. Maybe even lower. But,
I spoke with the people on the street. I spoke with youth.
Now, some people are accusing the United States of essentially rewarding Rwanda without actually trying to hold them to account for what they've been doing in the Congo. I haven't seen the whole deal yet, so I can't actually say for sure, but yeah, that wouldn't be shocking to me. If you told that to me, I'd be like, that sounds like something we'd do. No, absolutely, chat. No, I see you over here. And yeah, I hope I hope that he can make some powerful peace happen. I'd love to see that. Very powerful peace. I think it might be a little premature to get excited about any peace deals here. Let's go to China.
I have to have my China.
That's right. Donald Trump does have to have his China. Especially to make those Trump phones. Have you heard that Donald Trump is making his own brand of phones? The Trump phone. Its own Trump mobile plan. All available for you at a low cost of, I think it's like $700 or something like that. But you might not be able to get that Trump phone. Well, I guess Donald Trump could exempt himself from the tariffs. Because it is being made in China.
China! China!
The new Trump-branded phone probably won't be made in America anytime soon, despite what you heard from the president's son.
Making phones in America. It's about time we bring products back to our great country.
Experts are skeptical the phone can be built in the U.S. in time for a September launch, mostly because many components still come from overseas and the U.S. lacks the necessary plants and labor. Two experts also tell us the Trump Mobile T1 looks very similar to a phone made by a manufacturer based in China. That phone...
By the way, the T1 is not relating to the speed that it's going to be getting. It's going to be related to, of course, the Trump one. I think that's what the T1 stands for. Trump one. This is our first phone.
Is the Revel 7 Pro 5G, a device that was sold in the US through T-Mobile and is made by a China-based company called WingTech. You can actually even find that phone on Amazon. It's common for brands to work with companies like WingTech on general phone designs that they can then modify and sell under their own brand, although there's no direct evidence linking Trump's phone to WingTech or any other Chinese manufacturer. The Trump Organization and WingTech did not respond to CNN's request for comment.
Well, that's weird. Why would you not respond to CNN's request for comment on something that you're not doing? It's almost like they definitely are working together. There we go. Donald Trump, he's got to have his China.
I have to have my China.
All right. Boy, oh boy, chat. I think we're almost done with this stream. We have two videos left. My God, great job, everyone. You made it so far. I'm truly impressed by your stalwart fortitude. I really am. It's a great job. Really, really great job. How you made it this far, I don't even know. Couldn't say for sure. But there's something about you that has kept you here this whole time. Staying in China, let's talk about a different technology company which is crushing it in the EV space. Xiaomi. Now, what I find fascinating about this is that Xiaomi is not traditionally a car manufacturer, and yet they are making huge strides in the car manufacturing space. They're like a tech company. It's like if Facebook was like, or like Apple, not quite Facebook, more like Apple, because they make phones and other things like that. But it's basically like if Apple or Android decided to put out a car tomorrow, and then that car. Well, let's go here.
The pressure just keeps mounting for Tesla in China. Friday saw local rival Xiaomi announce exceptionally strong orders for its new YU7 electric vehicle. The car is aimed squarely at Tesla's Model Y and undercuts it on price. Analysts say it also comprehensively beats the US vehicle on specs and performance.
Damn.
Xiaomi says it secured 289,000.
It does look better than the Model Y too. If I had to choose between this and a Model Y, I would take that. That looks way better. That's way cooler than a Model Y. Model Y looks like shit. Couldn't even sell them off of the White House lawn.
Orders in the car's first hour on sale. That was more than 3 times the level for its first car model last year, the SU7 sedan, and almost triple market expectations. Analysts say Tesla's Model Y will probably lose market share in China as a result. That would rub salt in the wound for the US firm, which has been steadily losing ground to Chinese rivals. Its share of the EV market there has fallen from 15% in 2020 to about half that level over the first few months of this year. Xiaomi's SU7, for one, has outsold Tesla's competing Model 3 every month since December. Analysts at Citi say Elon Musk's company may have no choice but to cut prices in response. They say it may also have to offer its so-called full self-driving system for free instead of as a charged option. Tesla didn't respond to a request for comment on its plan.
That hurts. Tesla. That hurts. Tesla's going to have to start making concessions to consumers in China, lowering prices, giving out free features that they want to charge for. Oh boy, that's not great. And what's interesting about this is that, I don't know if it's interesting, but in terms of like the future of Tesla, the fact is, if you look at the figures on sales of electric vehicles in China, they've actually been going up in recent years, including this year. This year they've been going up, but they're the only sector of automotives that are going up. And yet, Tesla's share goes down and down and down. Poor Elon. Poor Elon.
Well, first of all, some of the things that I say will be incorrect.
It's true. You do say a lot of dumb shit. Oh boy. All right. Let's end this here stream in North Korea. Got a story here. Donald Trump said some stuff about North Korea recently. And the New York Post has got it.
And on another conflict that I know you've been working on, sir, is it true that you have reached out with a letter to North Korea's Kim Jong-un?
Well, if there is a conflict, I get along with him very, very well, and we'll get the conflict solved with North Korea. I've had a good relationship with Kim Jong-un, and I've gotten along with him really great, so we'll see what happens. But somebody saying there's a potential conflict, I think we'll work it out if there is. It wouldn't involve us, but again, we're very far away from a lot of these places.
It wouldn't. I love this. If there was a conflict, it wouldn't involve us. I'm great friends, but it wouldn't. I'm great friends with Kim Jong, but it wouldn't involve us. But we'd be involved. Jesus Christ.
We're solving problems with. But I enjoy doing it. I like doing it, and it's the right thing to do. And we have an ability to get it done. So we're solving things that we didn't have a lot to do. Serbia, Kosovo. I told you.
Donald J. Trump solved Serbia, Kosovo. Really fascinating. Oh, there you go. Donald Trump. He'd solve it. He would solve North Korea. If there was a thing, it would be over in 2 weeks. Don't worry. Great friends with Kim Jong. Jesus Christ. Seems like the world's doing great, everybody. So glad it hasn't completely fallen apart. Okay. Jesus Christ. Well, we have gotten through another stream. It's quite long and also super tough, but thankfully we had each other to get through it. That will be it for me tonight, but till I see you next, you stay classy, Galactic Stream Nation. Can't forget this. These are your galactic patrons: Gabby, Goth Dogs, Aaron W, Schmegley, PB, Mitty, Afroponics, Narwhal by Nature, Interplanet Janet, Godcat, Robot Cat, Disco Wolf, Callie Braiding, Sammy, Geodragon, The Anti-Corporatist, Obsessive Audio, Mo Noep, Nadia, Choki, Scouts, Selena, Mrs. Jen, Omega Star, Sasha G, Pitchforks Dragon, Vincent Morales, Donald James X, Evan from Portland, McGoggles, Lovely Raya, Mish, Becky, Decipher, Sue Bates, and Icebreaker. That's right. All these people here have helped produce the show which your eyes and ears just got done enjoying. You can too for just a few US dollars a month. Patreon.
Sales that's not witnessing what they held for at least 3 years to applicable percentages. Section 1202A amended by adding in the following applicable percentage. The applicable percentage thereof shall be determined under the following: years of stock held, applicable percentage: 3 years, 50%; 4 years, 75%; 5 years or more, 100%. 3. Applicable data acquisition date. Section 1202A as amended by paragraph 2 is amended by adding at the end the following new paragraph. 6. Applicable date acquisition date for purposes of this section. A. Applicable date. The term applicable date means the date of the enactment of this paragraph. B. Acquisition date in the case of any stock which would, but for this paragraph, be treated as having been acquired before, on, or after the applicable date, whichever is
lovely. The girl from Ipanema goes walking, and when she young and lovely, the girl from Ipanema goes walking, and when she passes, each when she passes goes when she walks, she's like a samba that swings so cool and sways so gently. That when she passes, each when she passes goes